We'll start in 5 minutes. Good afternoon. The Board of Supervisors special meeting for June the 15th, 2021 is now in session. Speakers joining the meeting via teleconference, please unmute your microphone. Will the clerk read the roll, please?
Supervisor Halbert,
Here.
Supervisor Valle,
Here.
Supervisor Chan, Supervisor Miley,
Present.
President Carson.
Present. I'm going to ask that the clerk will provide brief instructions on how to verbally participate in the public comment.
If you are joining the meeting using a computer, use the button at the bottom of your screen to raise your hand to request to speak. When called to speak, please unmute your speaker and state your name. If you are calling in, dial *9 to raise your hand to speak. When you are called to speak, the host will automatically unmute your mic to enable you to speak. As a reminder, you may always just observe the meeting without participating by clicking on the View Now link at the county's webpage at acgov.org.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll now hear item 1, which is an informational presentation from the City of Oakland and the Oakland Athletics on the Waterfront Ballpark District at Howard Terminal Development Project. As we get ready to open up for this special meeting, let me say that on May the 24th in the afternoon, County Administrator Susan Muranishi received from Edward Riskin, City Administrator for the City of Oakland, a letter which was to invite the County of Alameda to join the City of Oakland and the Oakland Athletics in realizing a bold vision for a joint future, the Waterfront Ballpark District at Howard Terminal. At the request of the City of Oakland and labor leadership, our board has scheduled this meeting to receive an informational report from the city and the Oakland Athletics regarding their waterfront baseball project at Howard Terminal, which the city on May 20th, 2021 invited the county to join to help fund the project by joining them in the financing structure similar to the former redevelopment agency and to pledge future property tax increments to help build the city's project. As we get ready to introduce the discussion, let me say that I'm going to take the liberty and say that on behalf of the entire board, I think that we all are committed and want to keep the Oakland Athletics here in Alameda County. I think we demonstrated our commitment when we sold our part of the property out at the Coliseum to the Oakland Athletics in order to consolidate and to coordinate better their ability to negotiate a contract with the City of Oakland, which has, by statute, state of California, oversight in terms of property and land, not the county. County has it in its unincorporated area, but not in the city's jurisdiction, and we can quote statute on that issue. I think without a doubt I can go at risk on behalf of the board to say that the board fully supports the creation of jobs and the maintenance of jobs and supports union jobs in this county, and has demonstrated that over the years by multiple actions. So it should be underscored that this county has demonstrated expressly its support for the A's in this case, and attempted to do the same thing with the Warriors and the Raiders in past cases, understanding the importance of having three sports franchises here in our county and the benefit on multiple levels to the residents of Alameda County, if not the financial health of the county. So we firmly are behind that. Having said that, that's not our statutory responsibility in terms of overseeing, participating in, or financing of sports franchises. We do have a statutory responsibility which oversees the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Alameda County. And to that end, it's always been a complete struggle in order to financially do that, but organizationally do that. And I think the citizens underscored and received that underscoring the last 18 months with respect to this pandemic. Let me ask if we have put up the first slide from the county. I want to highlight this because this is our first and foremost responsibility, is to make sure that fiscally we're able to support the programs that we have statutory oversight to, which is health, safety, and welfare. And as you can see in the Alameda County overview from 1993 to the present, we've had a total dollar gap of $2.4 billion with a B since that time. That's monies that we should have been able to put into programs, mental health programs, drug and alcohol programs, social service programs, senior programs, child care programs, public safety programs, as well as housing for those who can't afford it in this area. We weren't able to contribute 2.4 because of the dollars gaps each and every year that we've had to try to figure out how we close and provide those services since the advent of ERAF. Just in 2020-21, we had a $72 million gap. And our gap has gone back to 2009 and 10 in that 1 year as a $177 million gap. And even though the economy in the state of California is doing great right now, we never know because of the volatility in the market when those trends may change, and the gap can go back up to 177 million or as low as the 72 million of last year's gap. And so I want to make sure that we underscore three things. We are supportive of the A's being here. We are supportive of jobs, and particularly union jobs, but we also have a constitutional statutory responsibility for ensuring that we're able to provide the services to the citizens of Alameda County because they detrimentally rely upon us to be able to provide those services. And when we're unable to do so, such as in the case of the homeless situation, then we have to be able to justify how come we're not able to provide those much needed services. I didn't know if any of my colleagues had comments to make before we begin. The program is presented to us by the City of Oakland. Supervisor Miley.
Thank you, President Carson, and thanks for pointing that out in terms of our budget gaps over the years. And quite frankly, having to take this matter up today is a distraction because next week we have budget deliberations to hopefully adopt a $3.6 billion budget. But instead of concentrating on the business at hand, we're being asked to look at this particular matter. And so I've got a few questions up front I want to get answered fundamentally. And I'm not sure who can answer the question, but hopefully somebody can answer the question. And these are fundamental questions before we even get into the presentation. Why and how is this county necessary to be part of this deal? Why are we here? So I guess nobody can answer that question. So that fundamental question can't even be answered by any of the speakers that are going to be presenting to us today. Okay, so let's check that box off. Nobody knows why and how the county's got to be here and at this particular point of view in this deal. I want to ask, and I know Dave Covell, president of the A's, worked with Dave over the years, and in fact, when I chaired the Joint Powers Authority for the Coliseum and Coliseum JPA, and before Dave was the president, I worked with Lou Wolf. And, quite frankly, we were able to get a deal to sign the A's to a license. This was about 10 years ago. Prior to that, they were looking to leave Oakland because they had lost confidence. So this was at least back in maybe 2012 or thereabouts. So at this juncture, we're now almost 10 years down the road. And, from my experience of having been on the city council, I'll repeat that, having been on the Oakland City Council, and then being a county supervisor and serving on the Joint Powers Authority as well, I have noticed and observed and have experienced the frustration and the difficulty in having the city, the county, and the Joint Powers Authority all trying to deal with sports franchises. And it's been my desire, and I'm glad the Board of Supervisors finally approved that we get out of the sports business. So now it's like we're being dragged back into this. It's like The Godfather. We're being dragged back into it. We can't let go of us. Even though we want to get out, they keep dragging us and pulling us back in. As much as we try to get out there, we keep dragging and pulling us back in. So I need to ask Dave Covell, the president of the A's, is it necessary for the county to be part of this arrangement? Is that something that the A's contemplated when you approached the city? And would you tell me, how long ago did you approach the city?
Nate, I'm happy to answer any of those questions. And obviously, I appreciate all the supervisors' time today to consider this opportunity to opt in to the infrastructure financing district. As you know, and many folks know, we've been working with the city for almost 5 years on building a waterfront or just downtown ballpark. We first had a site at Laney College that didn't work out. Now we have this dynamic and exciting opportunity at the waterfront to invest $12 billion in private capital, $1 billion stadium, generate thousands of jobs, and really ensure that the A's are in Oakland for many generations to come. So we've laid out a plan to the city. We've worked with them for over a year on it. We presented it to them first in January. It did not initially include the county, but I think at this point, the city would like to see the county participate as well. I don't want to speak for them, but it could help make the project a reality. And so I think all we're asking for is some time today to go through it and see what it would mean for the county if they participated, because I think there's a lot of positives. So I don't know, Betsy or Molly, if you have any additional points, but I think that's the general perspective.
So what you're saying, Dave, is that when you approached the city on this more than 5 years ago, and you've been in negotiations with them at the waterfront for about a year or more, the county was never contemplated in the mind of the A's to be part of this arrangement.
Not initially, but I think where we are now, it may be necessary for it to work. And so that's, I think, why we're all here, to see if it could be possible in good faith to see if it could work. But obviously, it's your guys' decision if it makes sense for the county. The county has a lot of responsibilities. I heard that clearly from Supervisor Carson. I think those are all important things for Alameda County. But we just wanted to see if maybe the A's project would be something that you guys would want to participate in as well. And seeing that it might be a way to do it in a low-risk way or a no-risk way could make it very positive for everyone. So I think that's our general perspective. But at the end of the day, it's totally your guys' decision if you think it makes sense and works.
And I know I and a number of the supervisors are going to probably ask more detailed questions as we get into the presentation. I'm just asking some fundamental upfront questions. So were other options contemplated that didn't include the county?
Well, our original proposal to the city included an offsite IFD, which was just all city funded. So that is still an option, but I'm not sure if that is going to work or not. So I think the idea was to have this meeting and see if the county would participate in a way that would make sense for the county, that would be fiscally responsible, like Supervisor Carson said. And I think what we're trying to do is have a dialogue to see if that's possible or not.
Okay. And then, so there's at least one other option potentially that you've indicated. Another question fundamental that I want to ask is, the A's have been negotiating this for about 14 months, and how much have you expended on those negotiations monetarily?
We've spent over $200 million on our total investment on, trying to get a privately financed ballpark built in Oakland over the last 5
What was that
years.
figure
Over $200 million.
you've expended to date?
Yes.
Okay. All righty. And recently, I've spoken with Manfred before he became the commissioner when he was counsel for Major League Baseball, and Manfred told me personally, and I know he told Councilmember Reed at the time, and I believe Supervisor Haggerty, that the A's, he wanted the A's to stay in Oakland. Now, this was probably 10 years ago. So at this point in time, in your conversations with the commissioner, Manfred, who's now the commissioner as opposed to council, what's motivating him to now give the A's the desire to seek another venue?
Well, I think it's very simple. We're running out of time. We only have our current venue at least through 2024. It's probably 10 years past its useful life. And we've spent over 5 years or about 5 years and over $200 million. And we just need to know one way or the other. We owe it to everyone involved, the community, our fans, our players, to get to some type of outcome here, because we've been living in this limbo state for 20 years. This has been a 20-year saga, and we just need to know. And we have a plan for the waterfront. We think it's dynamic and innovative and can be tremendously positive for the community, generating $450 million in community benefits. But we just need to know, obviously, on the 20th, if the city, decides to vote yes on it or not.
Okay, so another fundamental question I have, and maybe Dave, you can't answer this. Why is it, and I'm saying maybe you cannot answer this, but
Right.
the board, we really want to know, and the county wants to know, why is it important that the county vote on this and take an action on this prior to the Oakland City Council on July 20th? Why is that so friggin' important? I mean, we're very desirous of understanding why we have to take an action on this prior to July 20th before
Maybe
the
we can
Oakland
ask
City Council.
Maybe we can ask the city manager for the city of Oakland to answer the question why it is so critical that this board take an action before the end of June, and that the city of Oakland is not even contemplating this issue before the full committee until July the 7th to go through a committee meeting and a formal action potentially scheduled for the 20th. Could you answer that concretely, why it is critical that the county take the first step and take an action on an item that we've not had any real information on?
Yes, thank you, President Carson and members of the board. Ed Riskin, City Administrator for the City of Oakland. We have prepared information that I think will help answer a lot of the questions and concerns.
We'll accept those. We'll accept those, but I would like that answer on the record right now, concretely.
Yeah, absolutely. So in order for us to finalize a term sheet with the A's, which we're hoping to do in time for the council to consider it on July 20th, we need to understand what the components of it are. And as we have developed this project and proposal and financing plan with the A's, the county's opt-in to the infrastructure financing district is a critical part of it. So,
but why wouldn't you guarantee that the city council, which has responsibility for the property, land oversight of land, why wouldn't you ensure that they first and foremost take an action?
So
I fail to understand that.
So anything that we would be asking of the county would be, of course, contingent upon action by the city council.
Shouldn't you have gone to the city council? Shouldn't you have gone to the city council first before you came to the county to ensure that the body that's elected, that has oversight, is on board first and foremost? Explain that to me.
So we have direction from our city council to pursue this project and come back to them with a term sheet. This is part of the process of doing so.
They've taken an official. They've taken an official act. They've actually voted on this.
They have given direction for us.
Have
to
they taken
pursue
an
this
official
project.
act?
They've
You're
scheduled-
asking this county to take a vote before June 30th, an official act, before the city council takes an official act. I'm having a hard time understanding that, and so is our full board.
Supervisor, all we're seeking is a declaration of intent so that we have an understanding of whether we can incorporate the county's partnership in this project into the term sheet that we provide to the city council for their consideration.
Supervisor Miley, go ahead.
Yeah, so, Mr. Riskin, yeah, I know you before, when I was over at the city, and I know you're in San Francisco, now you're back here in Oakland. A question I have, another fundamental question is, whose deal is this? Is this a city deal, a county deal, a joint deal? I mean, whose deal is this?
Well, I guess, we see this through the chair, Supervisor Miley. It's good to see you again. We see this as a deal for the region. This is bigger than the city. It's bigger than the county. This is a significant endeavor. That's really a once in a generation opportunity. There are, in terms of, technically speaking, there will be agreements with the city. There will be agreements with the Port of Oakland. And this is something that's going to take collaboration among a number of partners in order for us to realize this opportunity.
Okay, so, but I mean, legally speaking, and we'll get into some more analysis on that soon when you get into your presentation. I think legally speaking, the deal's a city deal. The term sheet will be with the city. The Board of Supervisors, we're not looking at a term sheet. We're not approving a term sheet. You're just asking us to join a enhanced infrastructure financing district. That's all you're asking of us. But the term sheet and the vote and the authority and the body that will constitute this deal and legitimize it, it's a city of Oakland deal.
The term sheet will be before the Oakland City Council for its approval, as will ultimately the certification of the EIR and a development agreement. There will be a lease agreement with the port. But yeah, so the City Council is who will be considering a term sheet on July 20th.
And couldn't the City Council vote on a term sheet conditioned upon whatever action the Board of Supervisors would take subsequently to that?
Yes, they could do that.
Yeah, okay. All right, those are all my fundamental questions at the moment. And like I said, I know I and my colleagues will have a number of questions when we get into the meat of your presentation.
Any other supervisor has any comments? Supervisor Valier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just for the record, I removed my mask so I could be clear with my remarks. Thank you for taking the time to be with us and answering our questions and providing information. I look forward to your presentation. But I have to say that the one issue that I fundamentally agree with is that the city of Oakland does need revitalization and does need redevelopment, especially down at Jack London Square. Over the years, I was a frequent visitor to that area pre-COVID for dinner and just walks along the estuary, and I really enjoyed the environment. But I could see over time that there is an opportunity there for a lot of things. And that's why we invested in affordable housing down at Broadway, bringing more people into that section. Fundamentally, I think, in response to my colleague, Vice President Miley's question, the heat that we're feeling as county supervisors is being brought by Major League Baseball and by the owner of the Oakland A's. I don't feel the heat from the city of Oakland because every time I turn on Channel 7 or Channel 2, I hear that the Oakland A's are doing everything they can to come up with an alternative plan to leave Oakland. And so I think that the local elected officials are being put in a very precarious spot. And I, for one, feel that we're being pressured. And I don't particularly understand why the private sector continues to use the public as a mechanism to fund endeavors that Major League Baseball itself could afford given the enormous wealth that they have. So if the heart of the Oakland A's is really in Oakland, then that message should be carried to the other owners throughout Major League Baseball and say, we really need to revitalize this community. We owe something to this community. We need to make an investment in this community. And if we have the means, then we, Major League Baseball, and all those owners should step forward to do something and be benevolent. But I know this is a business. It's not predicated on doing good. It's predicated on making money. So fundamentally, those are my opening remarks. I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Supervisor Howard.
I also look forward to the discussion. There will be many more questions that I'll have as we go through this. I know in speaking with our board president, as we have questions, we can ask them. But a fundamental question that I have up front is, there's been a lot of information passed our way in just the last few days, even as late as today. Has our staff had a chance to validate, evaluate, validate, corroborate, understand the efficacy of the work that's been done already? And if not, how long do we expect that would take? To the comments earlier that we're running out of time, and we've been at this for 5 years with the city, we seem to have very little time. And so with Supervisor Miley mentioning we have a budget to pass next week, do we contemplate having enough time to effectively evaluate the information given to us to corroborate it? We rely on our staff.
I think, as your board has stated, there's been limited information provided to date and relatively recently, so staff is looking forward today to also hearing a comprehensive presentation from the city.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Chan.
I think the reason why you're hearing so much dismay on this end is, as you all know, more than a year ago, or even, for years, we've been talking about getting out of the sports business. And because we felt that, first of all, that wasn't our main responsibility. And second of all, that it created problems in terms of negotiating with the teams when two parties were involved like that, because you have two governmental bodies involved in the situation. So we stepped away on purpose. I mean, it was a conscious decision. And I think that, as Supervisor Carson said, everyone here would like to retain the A's. They're our last major team here. But we were kind of surprised recently that we were drawn back into the discussion, because as President Carson said at the beginning, our goodwill gesture to the A's was to sell them it was a request from them to sell them half of the Coliseum, and we did that. And we went through negotiations with the owners, with Mr. Caval and other people. And I think that was a good deal. And I don't know, I'm hearing now that the city is going to sell it to somebody else. So I don't know how that's going to affect the A's plans for the Coliseum site. I thought perhaps the A's were going to buy the whole site, but apparently that's not going to happen. So I think what you're hearing here, there are going to be a lot of specific questions, but it's kind of a shock in a way, because our position has been very clear, and we did it in the interest of expediency, and also with the intent of making it easier on the A's, not harder, in terms of the actions we've taken so far. So I just had one overall question, and then, I have a lot of specific questions about the proposal. First of all, I wanted to know if the City Council has studied this, how long have they had all these documents, and have they studied them thoroughly? I mean, it's a very complicated thing to understand. We only got the documents a few days ago. I'm wondering how much discussion, how many times has the City Council discussed this? Have they had all the documents before them? Do they know what the financing plan is. And also, in terms of the issue of adding the county in, was that at the behest of the city council? Or who initiated this idea of adding the county in? Because it was kind of a shock to us, frankly.
Thank you. Through the president to Supervisor Chan, I think I might ask our assistant city manager or project manager to answer the question. The development of this financing plan has been dynamic and complex, as the project itself is. We have been engaging with our council members throughout this process. But in terms of the details of to what extent and for how long, I'd ask my staff to give you a more specific response.
Thank you, Ed, and thank you to the Board of Supervisors. I'm Betsy Lake. I'm the Assistant City Administrator, and we have been working with our City Council. We've been briefing them consistently over time. They have been provided with all of the information real time as well that we're providing to you. And then as Ed mentioned earlier, we will be having the official City Council action on the term sheet that is still being built and is dependent in some measure on whether we get an indication from the county about your desire or to enter into this EIFD proposal. So
Can I just follow up? I really want to know specifically how aware the full council is of, they understand this district, the infrastructure district. These discussions, I believe, can't be done in closed session. So when were there public sessions on this?
So we have been briefing our council members separately, and we will have an additional study session on July 7th.
So you believe they understand all the legislation that was around this deal? You feel they understand the parameters of the the EIFD? You feel that they somehow gave direction that the county be engaged in this process? The direction came from the council.
They have all been briefed, yes. And there's not been an official council action, so they have not acted as a board.
So, okay. So the other question is, at whose behest was the county brought into this in the last 2 weeks? This has only been in the last, I mean, just if people don't know, we were only brought into this in the last 2 to 3 weeks. And then it was done semi-publicly in the news.
Yes, so this is part of the administration's effort to come to a term sheet that is responsible and fiscally responsible. And as the chief negotiator for the A's, it was my determination.
It was your determination, and then the council has been apprised of that and discussed it
Correct.
on an individual basis.
Correct.
Okay.
Just before we open it up, I think I'd like to underscore a couple of statements that have been made by my colleagues. Some of us on the board, currently on the board, myself included, were here when the Raiders returned from Los Angeles. Sat through a number of meetings, some off-site up at UC Berkeley with Al Davis in the room, and a ton of lawyers. Most of us on this board have sat through, I don't know how many discussions regarding potential lawsuits, in fact, lawsuits by some of our sports franchise, challenging us on getting payment that had been negotiated in the original contracts that were there, spending public dollars on a private venture of sorts, and thought that the opportunity for us as a county to keep the A's here in the Bay Area was best for us when we had the opportunity to sell our interest in the property to the A's. We thought that that $85 million contribution was a pretty big contribution because we took a big haircut on selling ours to the A's, just enough for us to pay off the remaining debt that we owed on the bonds that the county had. We thought that our action at that point in time made it less complicated for the A's to move forward with two different public entities. As challenging as any one public entity is coming to an agreement on anything, two separate bodies trying to come to an agreement is extremely challenging. So we thought we made a major contribution with our selling of our interest to the A's at $85 million over, I think, a 6-year period for them to pay us off and to make it less complicated so that they could negotiate with just one entity. And through the very minimal amount of information that you have shared with us, the predominance of that information coming within the last 24 hours. And as we go through this, we're going to put dates and times in which we received material. And the reason I am so emphatic about that is because within the last 10 days, I've gotten this many emails coming in to my email box that have prohibited me from getting to time-sensitive emails regarding time-sensitive actions that we had to take before this board, going through thousands of emails every single day, and the full board has as well. It's disrupted our ability to perform our duties. And the pressure that has come, the public pressure that has been attempted upon us is really just, I can't come up with the words to say about that. And so we thought we were doing the best thing, and now you want us to make a 45-year commitment going forward of being re-engaged with the city of Oakland around things that might cost us additional dollars in terms of legal costs, in terms of clarity of issues, and administrative costs, deferring and distracting monies away from our primary objective, which is the health, safety, and welfare of our citizens. So at this point in time, I'm going to turn it over and begin. Supervisor Miley.
Yeah, just one quick thing, because I just want to drive one point home, because in all of what you said, folks might have missed this one point. You said we took a major haircut when we sold our interest to the A's for $85 million. And we did that intentionally, as both you and Supervisor Chan have pointed out, because we were committed to keeping the A's in Oakland. Because we could have easily have said, no, we're going to put this thing out to RFP, we're going to put it out to bid, and we're going to take the highest and best responsible offer relative to our interest. But we didn't do that. Legally, we structured it in a way that we could sell our rights to the A's with the impression that we'd keep them here. So I don't want people to miss that one piece. You said we took a major haircut, and we did. And now, once again, we're being dragged back into this whole thing relative to sports.
Okay, with that, I want to move forward to what was presented to us, I think, within the last couple of hours, which is the outline of the participants from the city of Oakland and the A's to make presentation. And let me just say in advance, since all of this is coming to us so fast, at any point in time in which any of my colleagues wish to ask a question, we will stop the presentation and they will ask their question. And unlike what I'm feeling up to this point, and I want to go on record, I have felt as though some of the answers we've requested have not been responsive. They've been political. And everybody knows what we think of political answers. They're not necessarily honest answers. And I'm really feeling that up to this point in terms of not being direct about your response. Supervisor Chan asked directly, how did the county become engaged? Nobody's been very upfront about that. And I'm going to call out things when I don't think that they're happening right. through all of the lineage of conversations we're going to have this afternoon. First person is Dave Cavall.
Supervisors, thank you so much for the time today. We have a presentation. I'm going to kick it off. I think maybe the folks from the county are going to put up the slides.
Dave, this is Molly. I'll share my screen.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot, Molly. Yeah, so in general, I want to kick it off by just giving an overview of the project itself. You know, we have this dynamic vision for a $12 billion private investment at the waterfront at Howard Terminal, a location that has not been used for maritime use in quite some time. There's the aerial right there. We're going to get some nice, awesome shots here. Yeah, so there is the location, the vision of what we're trying to do at the waterfront. We're very excited to be advancing this and to be considering the opportunity to have the county involved in it in a way that hopefully can be responsible and, can be beneficial to all parties involved. I think it's important to remember that this is a project that's going to have many benefits for Oakland. One, it's going to ensure that the A's are here for many generations to come. It's going to ensure that we have an incredible waterfront that's going to be activated in a way that's never happened in the past. We're going to be investing in the site to ensure that it can accommodate sea level rise and have the resiliency necessary to deal with that climate change that we're all facing. And we have an incredible open space, 18 acres of parks, incredible access to the waterfront. Over 2 million visitors a year will access the site. And it's more than a ballpark. There's all the additional development around it. 1.5 million square feet of commercial development, which will be jobs, good jobs for Oaklanders and people in the East Bay. There's going to be 3,000 housing units, including affordable housing, which is sorely needed in our community. And there's going to be 18 acres of waterfront parks that are going to be accessible year round, plus a rooftop park on top of the ballpark, never been done before, open on all 9 game days just to the public, which will provide just panoramic views of the entire Oakland estuary and really be an attraction to have folks come to Oakland. So we're looking at $450 million in community benefits. We're looking at all union labor and everything we're doing. We've agreed to the MAPLA, which is the port PLA document. We also have operational agreements with HERE, with SEIU on the actual operations of the facility, the hotel, the ballpark, the commercial, which is all really important. And we're at the point we've had 134 unions endorse this project, which is one of the largest amount of union support of any project in the history of the Bay Area. So we're really proud of what we're advocating here. We think there can be a role for the county. We totally understand that it needs to be done in a responsible fashion. But we also understand that we are really at the point where we need to know if this can happen or not. We've spent, like I said, over $200 million. Our existing facility is really past its useful life, and we need to do everything that we can to get to some type of resolution this summer. And that's why we have the city vote on the 20th of July. So one final point, I think it's important to remember that a baseball team is a regional asset. And obviously we have fans throughout Alameda County, throughout the entire Bay Area. And this is going to be this incredible lighthouse location for Alameda County, one of the most dynamic locations in the entire county for people to visit, increasing the quality of life and civic pride of everyone here, because Oakland really is the capital of the East Bay. And this can be really our pinnacle project that can be a lighthouse for other economic development over the next generation. So we appreciate the time today and everyone's engagement. I'm happy to answer any questions in a direct fashion, in a non-political way. And now project. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before we move it over to Jim Wonderman, there are a couple of questions.
Yeah, sure.
And let me say, as we go into the question phase for you, I think the board fully appreciates the outreach and the communication that we've had with you in particular and the A's up to this point. And we think that you've consistently been forthcoming and reached out when you thought that the county should be engaged. And I just want to underscore that fact. So we appreciate that. Now we have a few questions of you. Supervisor Miley, Supervisor Chan, anyone else? Then I have a couple of questions as well.
Okay, yeah, great. Whatever you guys have.
All right, thanks, Dave. So yeah, I guess you're leading off in
Yeah, I'm
baseball
the
terms.
leadoff
Yeah.
hitter. I'm like Ricky Henderson here. And
Yeah, yeah. And also congratulations on the A's success thus far. We're hoping for a World
having a
Series.
great season. Yeah, we're super excited.
And we all support the A's, and we want to, as it's been pointed out, countless, we want to keep the A's here in Oakland. We understand. I mean, people are telling us a lot of stuff that we fundamentally understand, but maybe folks don't understand our role and our fiduciary responsibility. So what I need to understand, Dave, and once again, we didn't call for this session. As President Carson pointed out, the city prompted this, and they got a lot of other people to weigh in to pressure us to hold this session. So now it's public, and we're going to hold it, and we're going to put a lot of questions out here. So Dave, has the environmental impact report been certified yet?
No, it is not. It's the draft environmental impact report was finalized, and we took all the comments in, and that's a city-led process, and they're in the process of responding to comments and producing a final environmental impact report that hopefully could be voted on. I think in September, they're telling us, so something around that timeline, and that could be a definitive action of the city council, Supervisor.
So, because it's been the feeling of, I think, everyone that to build a waterfront ballpark down there will be very challenging. A lot of obstacles need to be overcome. And how can we even be entertaining this before we have a finalized certified environmental impact report? Because to me, and I know a lot of people will share this opinion, and I'm sure the A's share it as well, we don't want to do anything that's going to jeopardize the Oakland port. The Oakland port's the second largest port on the West Coast. It's the sixth largest port in the country. It's the economic engine for Oakland. It's the jewel of Oakland economically. And we need to understand how a waterfront ballpark will impact the port and if those impacts can be mitigated. And we don't have a certified environmental document to even make that determination at the moment. So can you respond to that, please?
Well, I think one of the key points to remember is that the Oakland Port Commission has voted twice unanimously on moving forward with the A's project at the waterfront. First on an ENA, and then secondly on an economic deal that happened over 2 years ago. And so that body, which is responsible for stewardship of the port's operations generationally, has deemed our project beneficial to its existence and, future. So I think that's critically important. And I also think it's important to remember that the draft EIR came out. I've read the whole thing. It's thousands of pages, and there's really no showstoppers in there. I think if things would have come out of that had us all more concerned, then maybe we would be less optimistic about trying to drive towards a term sheet and then a final agreement in September. But I think that initial response was positive, Supervisor, and I think that will hopefully carry us into September where this could be voted on by the council in a definitive way, the EIR.
Well, having been in elected office for nearly 30 years, 10 years on the city council and 20 here, I know environmental impact reports, CEQA documents ultimately can be challenged, and I think there are probably parties that might feel otherwise in terms of the definitiveness of that EIR. So it's disconcerting that minimally the city council hasn't certified the EIR just yet. And then furthermore, with all of the best of intentions, we could end up doing something today and in the near future that would harm the ability of the port to continue to thrive, expand, and take on additional opportunities to remain competitive going into the 21st century. You and others have pointed out that this is a generational project. This is the waterfront stadiums, the live all and be all for Oakland and the region, et cetera. Well, what happens if we make a mistake and we jeopardize the port? Are we just trading off one good thing to then end up hurting another good thing? And then it's sort of like we're not making any progress. We're actually shooting, chopping off our nose to spite our face.
Well, Supervisor, I agree with you that this is such a consequential decision for our community and for the East Bay to determine whether or not the vision of the waterfront includes a more commercially minded, entertainment minded aspect, which is probably more similar to San Francisco, where you see around Oracle Park and Fisherman's Wharf and that type of area. And that's our vision that we have proposed. We cannot decide whether or not it's the right or the wrong decision. It's the city council, in their wisdom, with their authority, that's going to decide it. We just want an answer.
And I'm glad you said that, Dave. It's the city council and its infinite wisdom that'll make that call. And then, since I'm a taxpayer and a resident of Oakland and a voter in Oakland, obviously, I'm going to be watching what the city council ultimately decides. And I think that gets back to our frustration. Why is this before the county today and not before the city to take on that responsibility? Because ultimately, if you put in place a thriving commercial activity down at the waterfront, there might be inherent conflicts with the industrial operation of the port itself. And I've seen that play out in East Oakland, where we have industry that's abutting communities that historically they didn't abut these communities, but communities have sprung up near industry, and it's caused all sorts of let's say, conflicts. And we have ultimately seen industries close down because of these conflicts, because once citizens move in, residents move in, they have a different level of expectation in terms of what they want in the community. Once you start commercial activity, retail activity, other type of activity in a community or an area that's nearby industry, and the port we could say is an industrial entity, we can have all sorts of unintended conflicts that might take place that we hope we mitigated, but we possibly didn't mitigate. And then all of a sudden, we've got folks who are saying, 20 years down the road, no, we don't want the port here. We don't want the port to expand. We don't want the port to continue some of these opportunities. We don't, because we want to come and we want to shop. We want to get into our residential facilities. We want to see the entertainment that's taking place down at the port. So you're right. The city's got to make that call in terms of what it wants for the future, but recognizing that potentially the call they make could have a significant impact on the future if they get it wrong. Now, obviously, we're hoping that if they do get it right and they do both the state, the waterfront development, and the port, they can, thrive competitively and coexist. But we don't know that, and that's why I think that certified environmental document is important, and the ability for people to decide if they want to challenge that is extremely important. And once again, I don't want to say anything disparaging to the A's, but as a public official and as a fiduciary to the taxpayers, I've got to put these issues out on the table because these are important issues. And the only reason I'm asking these questions is because it's before the Board of Supervisors. I would think it would be the role of the City Council to be asking these questions, not me. Any other response, Dave, at the moment?
Well, just that, I agree that this is a really big decision. It's probably the most consequential decision that the community has faced in a generation, since probably, or maybe two, since they built, the city and the county, the Coliseum site, and brought all these professional sports teams to Oakland in the 1960s. So, we have put forward what we think is a very robust and responsible plan that actually can have coexistence with the port in a meaningful way, that can actually grow the economic base, not only of Alameda County, but of Oakland, obviously, as well. And, like I said, we just need to know if people share that vision. And, we're prepared to deal with the consequences of either decision. But I think living in this limbo state of going sideways, which we've been done for the past almost 20 years, that has to end. And that's, I think, why we're all here. And that's why there's a lot of pressure from the league and from other entities, because we are running out of time. And so, we really appreciate everyone's diligence and, time in investing in a thoughtful analysis of this project to determine if your participation is warranted and makes sense with your mandate.
And just one other comment, then I'm going to pass the mic to Supervisor Chan. But the fact that you point back to 20 years is really relevant, because had the administration of our former governor, who was the mayor, had he not fired Robert Bobb, we would probably have a downtown A's stadium today. But no, that was not a priority. The priority was to do other things as opposed to addressing the needs of the Oakland A's and building a ballpark stadium in downtown Oakland, because that would have happened at the site of the Uptown.
Underscoring the fact that that was a city decision,
Yes, that was once again a city decision.
not a county decision.
Not a county decision. And I just want to say too, before I forget it, we should never compare Oakland to San Francisco. Oakland is a working class city historically. That's what it's built upon. San Francisco is a tourist, commercial type of city. They've got ocean liners coming over there. That's what they do. We're not San Francisco. We're a working class town. That's why we have a working class port. So when people try to describe San Francisco and Oakland as being the same, you are really, really missing the point historically in terms of how Oakland came about and what Oakland's all about. It's a working class town with a working class port.
Supervisor Chan.
Okay. I had two questions for you, Dave, and thank you for being here. So I want to ask you, what are your current plans for the Coliseum site? I mean, I've understood for a long time that you preferred Howard Terminal, and I understand why. But at the time we were negotiating with you, I thought that your plan was, and I may be wrong, but one of the reasons we sold it to you is we thought the city may go forward and do that too, and you would be able to use some of the revenue generated there to help pay for the Howard Terminal. So what are your plans for the Coliseum at this point?
Well, our plans for the Coliseum are kind of on hold because the city is decided to move forward with another entity to sell its other share to. Mm-hmm. So, we've been working hard to see if we could secure the full site. It appears that that's not going to happen, at least in the near term. And so we've just barely been focused on the waterfront to get approval there of our $12 billion project. And so that's been really the focus, or especially over the last year since COVID. But as people have seen, and we've done, 40 or 50 community meetings, and we have a community-inspired plan that includes keeping the arena and really restoring Damon Slough and Elmhorst Creek, and having more of a parks-like location for East Oakland and job-generating activities and affordable housing. That was always our vision for that area, which we still would like to pursue. But obviously, we only own half of it. So it's hard to do that until that gets sorted out. And also, we've just been more focused on the waterfront because we need to get the stadium figured out first. Supervisor.
Okay. All right. That's fair. But, that's problematic for us as well, because that's what we thought was going to happen. And the city made a different decision, regrettably. I guess the other question I wanted to ask you is, I think things definitely have been slowed down by COVID, so I totally understand that. I mean, there were a lot of things we wanted to attend to. And I know that in terms of the sale of the Coliseum, you requested some extra time for inspection and other things, which we did, understanding that, things were closed down and it was really hard to go in person and do a lot of these things. So I just want to ask you, I understand you're under pressure, but I hope you'll also see that we're under a lot of pressure because apparently the city's been discussing this one-on-one for quite a period of time, and we literally did not get information on this until the last 10 days or so. And it is a complex deal. I mean, we can, from a macro point of view, really like it or really, think it's going to be great. And we're going to listen to a lot of what happens here today. But our folks haven't really had a chance to fully analyze all the parts of it and what the effect might be, because it's a 45-year deal for the county. So I'm just asking you, I'm not asking the city, I mean, in terms of Major League Baseball And the A's, if now we're considered part of the deal, unless there's another way to work it with the city where we're taken out of the deal, we would need, I think, at least until September to deal with this. I mean, I'm just throwing that out. I'm not
Yeah,
speaking
I mean,
for
I think-
anybody, but we're in a very difficult position here.
No, I mean, I hear what you're saying, Supervisor. I think those are all fair points. But, I have my own pressure that we're under as well to try to get to some type of answer to know if this can work at the waterfront. And obviously, our original proposal to the city, which we spent almost a year working with them on, did not include the county. This is really an ask that the city is making of the county to participate. There's lots of ways to solve this project and make all the numbers work. This is one way. I mean, we're in favor of it because we're hopeful it could be a way to get to a yes. But at the end of the day, we're just most focused on getting an answer. And hopefully, I mean, it could just include voting yes on the plan that we've identified and presented to the city in January, which did not include the county. So, I mean, there are other options, like Supervisor Miley mentioned, that may be less viable to the city council members. I can't speak on their behalf, but there are different ways to make this work. We're just in a position where we just need to get to an answer one way or the other.
Yeah, well, I would just reiterate, I think you might agree, you might not, that we've tried to be responsible in terms of our responses to you, in terms of the sale of our share and extending deadlines to you, given the COVID. The county has been mainly responsible for COVID, as you know. I mean, the city has played a role, but we took the brunt of it in terms of our public health and, having to do all the testing, the vaccines. It's been a huge undertaking, which is now kind of moving into the next phase. We're trying to deal with the reopening of the county, whether services are going to be live or not. And I'm not using that as an excuse. I mean, we all have our work to do, but I think if you're going to consider this as an option, and we will look at it. I mean, we're not people who are just going to say we're not going to look at it. But I really feel we're going to need till the fall, till September, an extension to look at this, because I think it's really unreasonable to ask a body that's responsible for so much public money when you've been having this negotiation with the city for a year and we just got it. So that's just my opinion. I feel I've been in office for many, many years now, and I feel like I really have a responsibility to the people that I serve in Oakland and throughout the county to do a more thorough look. And again, not saying no, not saying yes, but certainly with an open mind. I definitely have an open mind on this.
Supervisor. Mr. Covell, I want to thank you for presenting your portion today. It strikes me as a very, very straightforward, very transparent, very open, and above board. And I thank you for that. I commend you for that. It's very refreshing. I know we're going to go through a lot of what you gave us a preview of, but I just also have to ask, just to make it very clear, and I think we all know the answer to it already. Major League Baseball may have already told us about it, and you've purchased your half of the Coliseum site. Just to be very, very clear, because I've had a lot of people say, why don't they just go back to the Coliseum site? But could you comment? That is, as I understand it, off the table. It's Howard Terminal, or you can't stay in Oakland. Is that truly the case?
Yes, Supervisor, we are really down to our last at bat, and it's at Howard Terminal. And it really is Howard Terminal or bust. The Coliseum site is not a location that fits the future vision of baseball. That's a direct quote from Rob Manfred, the commissioner of baseball. And we are focused on getting to hopefully a yes on the waterfront. And if that doesn't happen, then our options will be extinguished in Oakland.
Indeed, I want to get to yes as often as possible. Not sure that we have the time to do that, but we're going to give it our best. And again, I appreciate your straightforwardness, openness, transparency. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a few questions, and I heard the last comment in terms of the commissioner of baseball saying that that the Coliseum site is no longer an option. Unfortunately, I guess some of us, and myself included, when Lou Wolf was representing the A's, he sat in my office, which I still have, and was really pushing the Coliseum site in terms of the full development there, which included commercial, residential, as well as a Coliseum. Some of the same things that have been alluded to in the brief information or lack of information that we've received up to this point from the board. A couple of questions. You referenced that there were other options, financial options, to make the deal work. Could you elaborate on that? Maybe give some examples of what some of the options are?
Well, Supervisor, it's important to remember that the proposal that we made and that we actually worked for almost 9 months with the city staff on in January, it does not have the county involvement because we didn't know if the county would be involved or we didn't know how that would play out. So it was an offer to the city, and it included having an offsite infrastructure financing district that could basically handle the offsite infrastructure. And so that was a different approach. It's in our term sheet that's available online. We released that publicly in April, and people can read it. I could send it around to you guys as well. So that was our original approach to how to deal with the offsite infrastructure without the county involvement. So that is always an option that could be considered by the city council. I think, they can't have to speak for themselves, but I think they're thinking that didn't work for them for whatever reason, and they were looking at other options. And I think that's how we're all sitting here on a Zoom call, having a conversation about the county being involved.
Thank you. So have you to date had meetings with each and every one of the council persons in a substantive way in which they've been presented the financing plans? Has there been individual presentations which gave them kind of the basic fundamentals of the proposal?
Well, we've personally had ongoing dialogue with all the council members, but I think they've really been relying on their own city staff, Betsy Lake, Molly Mayburn, Ed and his team, and all their, group of consultants and advisors on that, because obviously they wanted their own point of view. I mean, they saw our proposal. So that might be a better question for Betsy Lake or Molly.
Okay, thank you. And then
Okay.
for now, final question for me is, you said that you spent up to date close to, if not more than $200 million so far to date on this. Has it been the A's that have paid for the consultant study as well as the city staff time on this project?
Yeah, we've paid for everything. So the way it works is there's a PEP agreement with the city where all the staff on the project, so they don't take away time from the regular staff on other projects, are underwritten by a fund that we put up. And we've also paid fees and consultants and all that type of stuff. So that's been going on for 5 years, Supervisor.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Move over to, you started to introduce Jim Wonderman?
Yes, Jim Wonderman from the Bay Area Council. Yes.
Who needs no introduction.
He doesn't need an introduction. He makes it happen. Jim, it's all you.
Yeah, I hope you can hear me okay. I'm still here. Thanks for inviting me. And, I'm not here on behalf of the project or, we're not party to this. As you know, the Bay Area Council is an organization that, cares deeply about the entire Bay Area region. We have a lot of history here. We have a lot of history working with Alameda County. We work with the A's and the other sports teams and about 350 other members of our group. Most of them are private sector members, although a lot of them, like the Port of Oakland and SFO and others, are public sector members, universities and so forth. And the goal is to try to make the whole place work. And we have a really, we started in 1945 with a really regionalist bent. So I think I was asked to come here today to talk about this as a regional issue, because I think that's what you're kind of facing here. And I deeply appreciate the concerns that have been laid out by each of the supervisors. And it's a tough position to find yourself to be in. And just in the way of my own background, with allusion to San Francisco, I was a deputy mayor of San Francisco a couple of times in 2 different administrations, both of which happened to deal with the Giants ballpark issues. The second one where we came a lot closer to resolving it with the final ballpark when Mayor Jordan was mayor, and the team actually announced it was being sold to a group in St. Petersburg, Florida. And we were able to pull it back and finally put together a group and, convince baseball and convince the public that the best thing to do was to keep the team at the time. We didn't have the problem of the city and the county because San Francisco is the only city and county in the state. So that particular issue didn't come up at the time. I will say back then that I traveled with the Giants back in '95 to a brand new ballpark in Denver, Coors Field, which had just been built and was the product of a multi-county agreement as a public stadium leased to the Colorado Rockies, which was a pretty new team. But they all came together because the size and scope of the project was really big, like this one is, although this one's a lot bigger. And ultimately had a really great outcome in Denver, where a very old area, which really wasn't doing much for the economy, has really blossomed. And I happened to visit a couple of weeks ago to take in a few A's games, as it were, with the Rockies. And it's amazing to see what's happened, as it did in San Francisco, which actually at one time Supervisor Miley was considered very, very much to be a blue-collar working class town, which has had a lot of transformation for better or worse. And you could kind of debate that, but a lot of San Francisco's blue-collardom eventually crossed the bay over to Oakland. So this is I think what's happening here is that the scope of the project being very, very large, I think the city of Oakland, in effect, is saying we can't handle our portion on our own. And in fact, the economic benefits, not just the cost, but the economic benefits of this project will accrue outside the borders of the city of Oakland, and particularly to Alameda County, as well as to the Port of Oakland. And they're asking for help. So that's what I see. I'm not party to this deal and I haven't been on the inside of it, but that's what I see happening. And it's probably not shocking. And, if it weren't for the history with the Raiders and so forth, you might be receiving it in a different way. But, we've studied this ourselves, and I appreciate the study that Ken Rosen and his team did that shows the scale of the 15,000 jobs created and the construction jobs and the economic benefits that go along with that. And those numbers are pretty much in line with the study we did ourselves a couple of years ago that was more focused on Oakland. We weren't asked to look at the whole county effort. But if you take a look at Oakland and Oakland's workforce, of the people who work in Oakland, 24% of them live in Oakland, and another 24% of them live in Alameda County outside of Oakland. So there's kind of an equal distribution. And for the people who live outside of the city of Oakland and in Alameda County, they go home and they spend their money in other parts of the county. And there's ultimate benefits that accrue to Alameda County. And it's obviously up to you to assess those benefits to see whether, obviously keeping the A's, I think everyone has said that keeping the A's is something that we all want to do very much. And then you have to look at it, as you said, from the responsibility to the people and the livelihood and the economic, the economic responsibilities you have, fiscal responsibilities to Alameda County. So that's an assessment that you have to make and appreciate that it's not an easy kind of a solution. But a lot of things are bigger than just the city of Oakland. And we've been working with the city of Oakland and Alameda County, for example, on a regional approach to homelessness, which is a vexing issue that affects everybody and might be looked at differently within a regional context than it would just within a city or a county context. We supported a measure a few years ago, Measure AA, which passed in 2016, to deal with the resilience of the Bay, which was a parcel tax, which passed with about a 70% number, which put a parcel tax on everyone in the Bay Area in all of the 9 counties for the purpose of making sure that we dealt with some issues related to sea level rise and restoring wetlands around the bay. I'm the chairman of the board of the Water Emergency Transportation Authority, SF Bay Ferry, which obviously serves Oakland and Alameda, as well as San Francisco and Vallejo and South San Francisco and Richmond, for the purpose of having, it's transportation, it's regional. I think we all get that transportation is a regional issue. So maybe people don't think of baseball as being a regional issue, but if you take a look at it, from a fan base perspective, it certainly is that. The people who attend Oakland A's games today, they don't all come from the city of Oakland. They come from all parts of the East Bay and beyond the East Bay. And that'll be more true with a new ballpark like the one being proposed for Howard Terminal, because that's going to be a major point of attraction. Attendance is going to be way up. It's going to have a much larger draw. But this is a really big project. And I know it's a little hard to conceive when you see the picture, the artwork associated with it. It proposes a whole new day for the Oakland waterfront. Now, I think the concerns that get raised about the operation of the Port of Oakland, those are all serious concerns. They have to be carefully analyzed. I think the environmental impact report attempts to do that. You have to ask questions about that. But everything that we've seen, because we're concerned about it too, and I've certainly spoken to the port leadership about it, shows that these two can operate side by side. If they can't, that would be not the right thing to do. But we believe, based on what we've heard, that they can. And, so you can have the best of both worlds. You can maintain that blue collar working class city, which I think we all want to see happen in Oakland. And at the same time, improve a part of the city that can bring really strong economic development to Oakland in entertainment and in tourism. I frankly, when I visit Jack London Square, it feels to me like the only people who are there are people who either live in Jack London Square or close by, and it shouldn't be. It's an amazing place. With a little bit of investment, that place can be as attractive a destination as Fisherman's Wharf in San Francisco. It's a phenomenal place and underutilized, I would say, to the extreme. And so I see this as and just having visited the Coors Field area in Denver, and it just occurred to me like, wow, we can even do better than this in Oakland, because we've learned a lot of things since Coors Field was built. And this can be, such a shining light for the future, I believe, working carefully with the city, as with the A's, as well as with the county. So I know it's hard. You haven't been involved in the conversations. You felt like you washed your hands of the situations with the teams, and now they're back again. But I think this is even bigger than a ballpark. This is about major improvement to a city and a county and a region. And it's a big responsibility, and you're being asked to do a lot. But I think this is one of those moments where you have to really kind of look at this thing in its totality and decide, like Dave says, is this the future that you see? And I think that while the city may be the decision maker on the land use, the county is a major stakeholder in this, no matter what. And I hope we can put that history with the Raiders. The Raiders are gone. It's a shame, I think, that the Raiders are gone, but they are. I'd like to see that be behind us. As ugly as all of that stuff that went down was, let's start a new day and figure out how to work together. And let's make this an economic benefit to both the city and the county, which I think it will be. It's going to provide a lot of housing for people who need affordable housing. It's going to provide a lot of jobs, all different kinds of jobs, not just jobs working in a ballpark, but working in the housing, working in the entertainment and the tourism. It's going to be a really big opportunity that I don't think should be missed. And I think we would urge, you're as frustrated as you may feel, and it's totally understandable. We certainly urge your, taking a really hard look at this and digging deep, and trying to come to a positive conclusion about it, I think. So with that, if you have any observations or questions, I'm happy to comment further.
Thanks very much, Jim. A number of my colleagues have raised their hand. I do want to say that we have always valued our deep relationship with the Bay Area Council, and you in particular and your staff. We've had an ongoing interaction for many years, and really respect the good work not only of the Bay Area Council but the Bay Area Forum, which does a lot of the analytics.
Thank you for serving as the vice chair for all those years. So you know it well. I don't have to convince you.
Yeah, thank you. Supervisor Miley, followed by Supervisor Chan, followed by Supervisor Valle.
So thank Jim for the remarks. Having the Bay Area Council weigh in definitely a larger credibility to what's being asked of the County Board of Supervisors. And, just for an aside, the last time I really worked closely with you in the Bay Area Council was when you were trying to push for a constitutional amendment to deal with the state's constitution. I still think you're on the right path, and because our state constitution still needs to be amended, I think. There are just a lot of things there that need to be addressed, but that's another subject. So we do have a lot of respect for you and the Bay Area Council. So the thing is, it bothers us that, or it just seems as though Oakland's trying to transfer its responsibility onto the county. And that's something that is just kind of an annoyance. The land use and the deal points and even the A's pointed out there are other ways of pursuing this without bringing the county into it, and to achieve the same wonderful vision that you and others have pointed out. And so it still is of concern that the city can't undertake this obligation and steer this thing free of the county and achieve everything that everyone is hoping for. So do you have a response to that before I ask my couple other questions?
I certainly understand your feelings about it. And, I would say the way I see it, and again, I'm not party to this, I haven't been in the discussions about it. The cost of the infrastructure, it's a big price tag. It's also a huge investment by the A's, $12 billion. So the A's are putting in $12 billion and they're asking for, I believe it's $850 million or something on that order. And that's a lot of money to ask for, a city like Oakland, which isn't really a huge city. And so I think Oakland is looking to share the responsibility with other parties who are beneficiaries of having this project happen, who are going to receive tax benefits and economic benefits and job benefits and so forth. And they're trying to share the load. That's the way I see it. And, who wouldn't rather just get the benefit of the thing and not have to put in any money? And when you're a strapped county government, and believe me, I feel for you in your fiscal situation. And like I said, I've been there because when I was with the city of San Francisco last time, we were, it was in a total economic drought and we were making terrible decisions driven by fiscal reality at the time. So sure, you'd rather not have to participate. Plus there's that history that, weighs on you, but, there will be benefits. They're measurable and they're valuable. And the question is are they worth the investment you have to make to be, kind of part of, Oakland's not dispatching its response, it's not proposing to dispatch its responsibilities. It's proposing to share them and to bring in other partners. And, I think, to me, I'm really biased, but I think keeping the A's is a really important thing for all of us, for this region. I speak for the region. And I think it would be really unfortunate if we were to lose the A's. And I don't understand all the machinations, but, the A's have been at this for a while, and as Dave says, they're playing in a ballpark that doesn't deserve them. They should be in the kind of facility I saw them play in a couple of weeks ago in Denver, except even possibly better because it'll be newer. So I don't know if that's responsive to your question, but I'm trying.
Okay, no, thanks for responding as you did. Another question, because I only have maybe two more, is because it's been referenced here, the Raiders, and, not only did the Raiders leave, but the Warriors left to build their Taj Mahal over in San Francisco. And they're, so Oakland took a hit on both accounts. And owners of these teams can do what they decide to do because, after all, it's a business. But the thing, and maybe that's the problem that Supervisor Chan and Carson and I are having been around and for many years in the public sector making decisions. We know, for example, with the Raiders, it was promised that the personal seat licenses would pay for everything associated with the Raiders, and we know where that took us. So these deals don't necessarily always pan out the way it's anticipated. So, and if the county doesn't have more of a say in this, we're just going on the whims of what the city wants us to do.
Well, sure, and that deal with the Raiders certainly didn't pan out the way it was promised, and it was a little bit of a different circumstance because the Raiders had left for Los Angeles, and they were saying, if you want us back, this is what you need to do. And I think it's a little different that the A's, haven't left. I think they've actually been a really good, I think they've been a really good steward and responsible party and in this. And so I think there's a little bit more opportunity here for analysis and to work with the city of Oakland on the deal. I don't think there's, in my view, I'm not part of any of this, but I don't think there's anything that prevents the county of Alameda from working with the city on aspects that are important to make sure that you're guaranteed a return on the investment that you make, and that you're put in a position where you have a seat at the table, and then it's a responsible process that gets you there. So I think I heard Dave say something about this. He made a comment about it earlier about being sure. And there's always risk in everything. So there's risk in losing the team. If you make this agreement to do this, the possibility is it's going to go better than you thought, or about the way you thought, or worse than you thought. That's like any deal. And I think in government, we tend to be risk adverse, which is appropriate because we represent the public interest. But, this is this will be the third biggest development in the Bay Area, I believe. After I think it's Hunters Point and the development down in Santa Clara and San Jose, Santa Clara County. And, this is a big change for the area, for the East Bay. And I'm an East Bay guy, I live here, and I want to see the East Bay shine and stand up. I moved to East Bay a while ago, and I'm a promoter. And I feel like, even though I run the Bay Area Council, those who work with me know that I'm always the first one to say, well, what about Oakland? What about Alameda County? What about the East Bay? That's just the way I see it, because I think that, to some degree, the East Bay has been left a little bit behind in the way the economy of the Bay Area has shaped out. And I feel like that focus is important. And investments in infrastructure, the future of BART, the future of our water transit system, these things have to kind of turn a little bit to the East Bay. And I see this the same way. Here's a chance to really do something to move the needle, in our region by making the East Bay a point of focus. And, and it implies some risk. And you guys have been on the board for a long time, and you've seen some, you've been party to some really bad things happening around the issue of sports. And I regret that those things happen when they happen, but I feel like there's a chance to do much, much better this time, working with Dave and his group, who I think are really very responsible people and are coming to the table with a lot.
Okay. So my final question, Jim, is I don't believe the city nor the Bay Area Council or anyone else has done any polling or surveying on this issue. And you said, and that would be my hope, that a stadium, waterfront, ballpark development could be compatible with the port. and manufacturing? Because, I know you're painfully aware of the loss of manufacturing in Alameda County and the fact that industries, as well as other major players, are leaving the Bay Area and leaving California. For instance, they're down in Texas, they're saying, "Don't California my Texas." So my question is, if you haven't done any polling, how do we know that ultimately, because we don't want to pit a waterfront stadium against the port and manufacturing and that industrial use, but how do we know that that's the vision that the taxpayers in this city want, as well as we can even go beyond the city if necessary, but minimally in the city, because there's a lot of issues in this city that have that need to be addressed, and if this doesn't pan out, we could be once again doing something that's going to be harmful to the ability of the city to achieve its ultimately, its ultimate best self in the future. So that's kind of my concern, or a question I would ask. Has anybody done any surveying, any polling on the vision, for
Dave
the
may
area?
have done that. We haven't polled the public, but we've done a lot of economic analysis, and there's the economic analysis is based on models of how many in projects like these, how many jobs get produced and what kind of economic benefits occur. So that's where we've limited our involvement. We're not a political operation, so we don't do that kind of work typically. But maybe Dave can answer that.
And based on your analysis and and the EIR that you've kind of taken a look at, or the organization's taken a look at, you really feel that both of these uses are compatible?
I personally do. And I'm not the ultimate expert on this. I'm not a city planner or a land use expert, at the finite level. But what I've read and what I've heard convinces me that they are absolutely compatible, and that the operation of the Port of Oakland, which is a critical operation, and I really value it highly. And Danny Wan, who runs the port, is a member of the executive committee of the Bay Area Council, and we work with them all the time. And I believe we're in good stead on this.
Yeah, and I know Danny because he was on the city council when I was there as well, the Oakland City Council. Obviously we can't control what the Oakland A's want to do. I think a lot of us would rather see the Oakland A's develop a stadium at the Coliseum site, because we could have the best of both worlds, a stadium, a development out there, and then also the port could continue to thrive and enhance and take on opportunities. But once again, it's a business decision on the part of the Oakland A's. So we can't control the business decisions that they make. But that's kind of my biggest fear. And I think I know Supervisor Valle and I are going to be taking a tour of the site, so we can take a look at just where this waterfront stadium and development will all take place, so we can kind of look at that in the proximity to port operations and other things down the road. But that's still a big concern of mine, and I hope I can, I hope my reservations are misfounded and are not and will not play out. But that's the danger of having been in office for so long and seen so many things happen, and see the impact of some of these decisions that, quite frankly, I've had a role in at times. And so it just really gives me a lot of pause for concern.
I understand that.
Supervisor Chan.
Okay. Jim, thank you for coming to add your opinion to this. Obviously, everyone knows the Bay Area Council has a great reputation in terms of pulling together the business community, doing data, doing analysis. And, I haven't been able to work with you directly, but I recognize the value of the Bay Area Council, not only from here, but also when I was in the assembly, when I was the majority leader. I just want to tell you, the issue for me is not that I feel a lot of pressure. I've made decisions all my life, and really, I don't have problems making decisions. I think people who know me know that I don't vacillate. I can make a decision, very well, no problem. But the problem here is, the reason it's difficult here is, again, as I said, we were only brought into this about 3 weeks ago. And I know you're a businessman and you work with a lot of businessmen. This is a $150 million deal for us. And I don't think anyone would make a business deal without all the information. So all I'm asking is, with the great influence that the Bay Area Council has, could you work with Dave and with the baseball league to give us till September to take a look at this? We need to do our own analysis. I don't think anyone sane would enter into a $150 million business deal and be pressured to do it within 3 weeks of having been told that, oh, by the way, you're going to be a partner, and these are the deal points, and this is what it is. I think that's irresponsible as an elected official, and I think we just need more time. I don't think anyone on this board is approaching it either in a narrow-minded, non-regional way or in a way with a closed mind. But we do have an obligation, and we do have to study the issue. And I don't feel pressured at all. I really don't, because if the A's choose to leave because they can't give us a couple weeks, or if the city council can't act because for whatever reason it is, that's not my problem. My problem is I need all the information, I need a little more time, and then we'll make the right decision.
Thank you.
Supervisor Valle.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Wonderman, thank you, but my questions are for another panelist, and that's Robert Gamble. Are you there, sir?
I am here.
Mr. Gamble, I checked your background. You're the former past director of the San Francisco Redevelopment Agency. You have significant experience in tax increment bond financing. My questions are for you, okay?
Sure.
So I'm aware that the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District have been formed in other parts of the state. Do you know if they have been successfully completed a bond transaction?
There have been no bonds directly issued by infrastructure financing districts, and that is also not what the city is proposing to do here.
Okay. Would another model other than what the city is proposing, for example, a community financing district similar to a Melrose, be a more appropriate model?
That is exactly what the city is proposing to do.
Okay. Can you describe the organizational structure of the proposed financing district?
By organizational structure, you just want a description of how it works?
Yes.
And this is of the infrastructure financing district?
Yes.
Okay, sure. So in 2014, the state legislature created legislation creating infrastructure financing districts. The law has been amended a number of times, but basically it provides for the creation of an infrastructure financing plan, which details the uses of funds from the district. It provides for a financing plan that will support those intended uses. And in the case of when there are multiple jurisdictions, such as a city and county, it stipulates, the level of participation of each participant in the district. So there's a plan, there's a separate body, a governing body that is created for the district that either approves or disapproves the plan. The districts are allowed to issue debt, although they have not done so yet. In the case of the model that the city is looking at, the intent is to use the revenues from the infrastructure financing district to support the community facilities district, and the bonds would actually be issued by the community facilities district.
Is there a legislative land trust group that's being proposed?
I'm not aware of that. I'm not sure what
Okay.
you mean by a legislative land trust.
Well, I read through some of the documents, and some of the key words were legislative land trust and then activation zone. You know what that is?
It's possible to have phases within an infrastructure financing district. So the latter reference could be interpreted that way. I'm not sure what the land trust is, though. I'm not aware of that being a provision in the law.
Okay. Well, I was just going through some of the documents,
Yeah,
picking
yeah.
out these key words. That was Rob Bontes.
That was Rob Bontes' bill in the state
Right.
land trust.
Couple more questions for you. With regard to affordable housing, are you familiar with what is being proposed?
I think there are others from the city who are probably more appropriate to answer those questions.
Okay.
And I want to hold off on doing that until we get back to kind of the order that you had set out.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. So that's fine. I'll come back to you, Mr. Gamble. Just let me say that I have a lot of trust in your word. I've seen your work. And what exactly is your role in this deal?
My role is to advise on the structure of the financings that may come out of the deal, to help advise the city and other participants on the most efficient methods of financing to be used and how to dovetail the public financing with private financing.
Okay. For President Carson, I'll come back to you later. Thank you.
Yeah. Do you have a comment or question to Jim Wonderman?
No, I don't know the gentleman.
I'm asking Dave.
I've never met the gentleman.
okay,
So
yeah.
no comment.
Yeah, I also have some questions about the tax structure, but staying with Mr. Wenderman. Jim, first of all, great to see you again. Thank you for being here today. Obviously bringing in the heavy hitters around the Bay Area. Thank you for all you do to be chief cheerleader of the Bay Area and for Bay Area Council. You mentioned possibility or that we could have the best of both worlds coexisting, the port operations and the stadium. I've heard comments from my colleagues about the risk in that. Supervisor Miley calls that out. I share that deep, deep concern. Could you just give us a little bit more on the studies that you've done, the what leads you to believe that that's viable, that we could maintain and grow and prosper one of the largest ports in the country alongside the stadium?
Well, I think the best, by the way, I do need to point out that Gamble used to be my boss a long time ago. So if you don't agree with me, it's probably his fault.
I'm shocked that you would admit to that.
Yeah, I do admit. It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
I think the best thing to do would be to look at a lot of cities have developed ballparks in the last 30, 40 years. There's been a whole new era of replacement of old municipal stadiums like the Coliseum with a different style of park that's more, I think, considerate of communities and fans. So they're all over the country. I visited the one in Denver, which maintains its place as an industrial city at the same time that it's become more of a vibrant economic zone in that area for tourism and entertainment and business, which is a good thing if you can have this side-by-side experience, which I think, visit with the Denver Chamber of Commerce and see what they have to say about it. Do the same in Cleveland, in Baltimore, in Detroit, in cities around the country where cities, some of these deals have been privately financed, some have been publicly financed. There's been combinations. Every deal is a little bit different, but I think there's a lot of examples of of experience. And, of course, ultimately it's up to the individual deal that you do it right. And, and again, every place is different, but we won't be the first to do this in Oakland. Right now we're about the last, frankly, we're operating in the oldest stadium that's really not suited for this purpose, that was shared with a football team and all of those things. So I think you can, find that out. But I think there's a lot of examples around the country. In, Seattle, I think, is a pretty good example of a port city which maintains its vibrancy in the shipping industry. Who wouldn't, we're jealous of a lot that goes on in Seattle and, in Washington State, when wish we could build our own ferries here in the Bay Area, but we have to buy them from Washington State companies, wonderful companies that make, that engage in shipbuilding, but they engage in shipbuilding in the same area where they have a new, a modern ballpark for the Seattle Mariners and a modern football stadium for the Seattle Seahawks. And they've been able to do that. So I don't think you have to choose here between these futures. You can have them both. I'm pretty certain of it. And you just, it's all about really good planning. You've got some phenomenal people between the county and the city who know this stuff and, can take advice from folks who have done it around the country and been successful at doing it. And also probably looking at a few cases where it didn't work out as well.
Thank you.
Thanks. So we have kind of an order that was given to us by the Oakland team. And just so that we can put it in a context as we approach your presentation, I want to say a big thank you on behalf of the board to the county administrator's office, the county counsel's office, and all of those who have kind of tried to go through the material that the county has received, because we received the letter on May the 28th. To my knowledge, and what was handed to the full board, it was with limited information. And I know that it was distributed, that material that you received, which was a one-pager from the financial analysis that identifies information that was regarding county revenues, just a one-pager, that you distributed that information to the full board on May the 26th. And then we announced the scheduling of today's meeting, June 15th, last week at the June 8th meeting, which was followed by a letter from the CAO to the city administrator regarding the presentation. On June the 14th, at 4 p.m., which was yesterday, a letter and links to additional information to support presentation for today was initiated, which you received, I think at 11 o'clock or so last night was the time in which that information came back last night. And so we've had, up to this point, limited information, to my knowledge, focusing on the financing structure, especially with respect to the county's participation, as well as not being able to find out what the benefits that may be to the county, which are unclear. And so far, the information that we received from the city is incomplete, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion. And so there seems to be quite a bit that the board is looking forward to today. And I want to put it into context because I think yesterday's Chronicle, or the 13th, June 13th, said that that it was, the county was being expected to put forth, I guess, equal parts to the city. And you can clarify that in terms of the contribution in your presentation, but equal parts to the city. And so if that's the case, I know as the chair of the budget committee for the county and the chair of the finance committee for the county, that we would be looking for a full, in your presentation today, a full financing plan. And I think we should be recipients of that, given the fact that if the Chronicle is wrong, we're being asked to be co-equal contributors, financial contributors. Like to kind of get a real good sense of the timeline and for making decisions and what's that timeline based on. And I think we started off with the angst that I have, and I think the board has, why the timeline seems to be so reliant upon the county going first has still not been answered, at least to my satisfaction so far. I want to also get an update to what the other taxing entities are that are involved in the financing of this project, any and all, including other potential private contributors. Since this is a regional entity, and I do agree with that concept that this is a regional entity, other than just using public monies and the private monies from the A's, what other opportunities are there for financing this that are concrete? Specifically, what dollar amounts are being asked for by the Port of Oakland as a financial contributor to this is something that we would like to get answers to. And then I guess finally, we would kind of like to know at any point in time, I guess, especially if it's before the city council takes any action, like to get kind of irrevocable our ability as opposed to, because my understanding is that if the board took an action, and I'm asking county council to kind of be able to say I'm wrong on my minimal research around this, if the board took an action, especially prior to the city council taking action, that there's consequences of that going forward on this deal. Is that right or wrong?
So one of the things that we're struggling with because of the information we don't have, or at least we don't have clarity about, is what governs and what are the impacts of the proposal. And so, that's one of the things that we hope to learn from the presentation is whether or not an action that your board would take now would be irrevocable, whether it wouldn't be irrevocable. There's a host of questions we have. So having you take an action now, we feel that today we just don't understand enough to even advise you appropriately regarding these matters. So.
Okay. So I mean, we're very specific about trying to make sure that, at least in this initial discussion, that there are some concrete answers to the questions that we have. Because I'm assuming that since you've had elements of this deal before you for more than a year, at least starting back to January, you know what those answers are. Otherwise, you wouldn't have advanced it to the Board of Supervisors. Although maybe you might have advanced it to us to see how we responded before you go to your own council. And then finally, we'd like to be very clear, because I'm sure that you've looked at this in a very direct and succinct way, what the financial benefits to the city of Oakland will be. What are the total revenues expected to accrue to the city of Oakland from all resources is something that we're specifically interested in, want to go on the record about. And I'm asking, as the chair of the Board of Supervisors and also the chair of the Budget Committee for the county. So with that, I'll turn it over to the acting city, the interim city, the acting city administrator.
Okay, thank you all for giving us an opportunity to present today. And just to make clear what our ask is, we are asking you to make a motion declaring the county's intent to opt in to an enhanced infrastructure financing district over the Waterfront Ballpark Project site at Howard Terminal. This would only be a non-binding expression of intent at this time. We've heard you say many times that the county wants to be out of the sports business. And while the first phase of the project is the A's future ballpark, the project isn't a sports deal. It's a redevelopment deal. It's an opportunity to create jobs, generate revenues, and enhance the region, as you heard from Jim. And we want to do that in a fiscally responsible way. And we also agree with Jim that these types of opportunities can't be realized without investments by all. And what we are doing right now is trying to put together a responsible fiscal plan. We do not agree that the A's proposed financial plan, which was in fact first released to the city in writing in April of this year, we don't believe that is fiscally responsible. And we're going to address that in our presentation. Maximizing an on-site EIFD and using but-for taxes to reinvest into that infrastructure is fiscally responsible, and that involves the county. Molly Mabrin, our project manager, is going to do the presentation, but there are a few things also that I want to clarify what we're not asking, because there seems to be some confusion there. We're not asking the county to get back in the sports business. The A's are going to build, operate, and maintain the ballpark all on their own dime. Neither the city nor county will participate in any way in the construction or operation of the ballpark. We have learned that lesson. So, again, this is a sports deal, not a redevelopment deal. We're also not asking the county to make a decision or a recommendation on the A's project itself. Those decisions are going to be made independently by the city and all of the responsible agencies, the Port, Bay Conservation and Development Commission, State Lands Commission. All of those entities have approval authority over the project. We're not asking the county to risk its general fund or contribute tax revenues other than those created by the project itself. Revenues that would not exist but for the redevelopment of Howard Terminal. And we're not asking for money now. The EIFD would be formed and the county would actually opt in only if the project is approved by the city and all those other responsible agencies. So just to set that stage, I'm going to ask Molly to go into more detail that should address most, if not all, of the precursor questions that you all raised. And I really appreciate the opportunity for us to be able to answer those questions.
Thank you. But just before Molly starts her presentation, so are you saying what you're asking the county to engage in has no legal financial consequences whatsoever to the building of the baseball stadium at all?
It would be a statement of non-binding intent at this time. We would be using the EIFD and the revenues that can be generated by that EIFD over time to finance the public infrastructure and affordable housing and other community benefits that qualify, that benefit the region as a whole. So that's how it would break down.
And will you be laying that out in your presentation today in a way that we can understand the financial consequences of that, as well as the legal consequences of that?
We will do our best.
Okay. And does this mean that the city and the county would have to form any kind of legal joint venture whatsoever?
There would be an infrastructure financing authority that Molly will go into the structure and describe.
And that would be, if this deal goes forward, a binding infrastructure.
Correct.
That would include both the city and the county.
Correct.
And I guess the distinction between that and the JPA, other than getting into the semantics of the JPA and the legal definition of JPA versus this legal binding, means that we would not suffer the consequences that we have in all of our other past relationships with the city of Oakland and or any of the sports franchises regarding anything that would cause us to go to court.
Correct.
Supervisor Chan.
Okay, I'm sure you're going to speak to this, and I read the information you gave me. So in terms of the EIFD, I'm just wondering why you characterize it that way, because in fact, if it weren't for the stadium, we wouldn't be doing this. So I think in a way it's a bit of sophistry, in my opinion. And I'm not opposed to the stadium. I'm just saying we should be transparent with the voters and with the public, because the reason for doing this is to fund the infrastructure for the stadium. Is that not true? Because otherwise you would not be asking the county to enter into making this this district, EIFD district, with the city. That the rules are 40% rehabilitation, 10% parks, 20% low-income housing. What proportion, I don't know under law, what proportion of that can be for sports. They're not mentioned explicitly in the bill that you sent us.
Right, and we are not proposing that the EIFD finance any part of the stadium. The project itself is much bigger than a stadium, and Molly can go into that as well.
So why are we doing this then? If it's not helping to build the stadium, why are we doing this? I'm just saying, let's be clear here. Let's be transparent about it.
It's an
and I'm not saying
investment.
no, but come on. I'm sorry.
It's an investment, from my perspective, it's an investment into a mixed-use project that does include the A Stadium. It would open up a large swath of that West Oakland waterfront that has historically been inaccessible to the public. It would, in fact, provide a pathway to keep the A's in Oakland. And I'm happy to be explicit about that. We also, at the city, want to keep the A's in Oakland.
No, I understand that. All I'm saying is, would you be asking us to do this if it weren't related to the A's? Yes or no?
If there were an opportunity, yes. If there were an opportunity to redevelop
You
this
would?
site for a mixed-use project that connected, had the same opportunities to connect the downtown to the waterfront and regional benefits, yes.
You would be coming to the county to say, let's do that if it weren't for the A's issue. That would be shocking. Okay.
This is one of the things that we lost with the repeal of redevelopment is the ability to actually work together and capitalize on these using but-for taxes to build out infrastructure that allows redevelopment to occur that benefits all.
No, I understand. Right? I understand redevelopment. I understand the dismantling of redevelopment. And I'm sorry. I just like to be honest with the public. I think it would be very unusual that you would come to us to do this if it weren't for the A's. And these different people at the table. That doesn't mean I won't, I'm not open to it or whatever, but I feel like we really have to be more transparent about this.
Certainly this opportunity is related to keeping the A's.
Supervisor Valle.
Ms. Lake, following up on the scenario that my colleague just described, let me give you a similar scenario. Tesla decides to move to Texas. And they've been talking about doing that. In the event that would happen, your example would open up the opportunity for Fremont to come to the Board of Supervisors and say, we have a big player that's leaving town, and we want to save and do something, and we want the county to be a partner in that scenario. In essence, you're opening up the door for every city in the county to use your example that will benefit their respective cities. That's what I just heard from you, because it has nothing to do with the A's in the stadium. That's what you said. That is a huge leap from what we were hearing before. So that's a point of concern. But let me move to my question. Please describe the repercussions of a default. If one occurred, paying particular attention to any part of this project, what would be the liability to Alameda County?
Thank you for that question. And I would like to have Molly go through the presentation because it relates to the proposed structure and can be best answered in that context.
You okay with that?
I think, Molly, you're going to answer the question?
Yes.
If you're about to get into the presentation part in your answering of the question, I just want to make sure we go on record with the other comment, and that's, had it not been for the stadium, would you be creating the financing district?
The answer is, at this time, no. So hopefully that helps.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Molly, you want to jump in?
Sure. Let me share my screen again. All right, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. My name is Molly Mabrin, and I am the City of Oakland's project manager for the Howard Terminal Project. I want to thank the supervisors for this opportunity to present. I know the feeling that there's a lot coming at you in a short period of time. And I also want to apologize in advance if I call you a council member or do any other procedural faux pas. This is my first time presenting to the Alameda County Board of Supervisors, and I am
Don't worry
actually-
about it. We get called quite a bit, and we've gotten used to it, so it's okay. We won't take it personally.
All right. I am happen to be presenting to you today from my hotel room where I'm on vacation with my family in Hawaii. So my children have been instructed to stay on the beach, and I'm hoping that they will do so and you won't have children running through with bikinis and snorkels anytime soon. But, you know,
We're on our way to join you.
It's fantastic. I got to tell you, first trip in 18 months. And I almost cried when I checked in yesterday. I am going to try to provide an overview of both the project site, the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District tool. I know that the county has really recently engaged on this, so I'm not going to assume that you're familiar with things that you may or may not be familiar with. But if I'm going too slowly or spending too much time on things that you feel like you already understand, just feel free to interrupt me. I know there's a lot of information out in the public realm, and particularly in the press with regard to this project. And, you know, as is often the case, some of it is accurate and some of it is not. So I will try to answer all your questions to the best of my ability, and to defer those that I can't answer to our team that's on the call with me. Bob Gamble from PFM has already spoken a bit during this call, and Leo Ma from Century Urban, who's a financial consultant to the city of Oakland, is also on with us. He and his associate Griselda Blackburn have done all of the underwriting work for the city in terms of trying to understand the overall economics of the deal, whether or not a public investment is warranted and needed in the project, and then how to structure that public investment in a way that is fiscally responsible and balances the project sponsors' needs to get a market rate of return on the project, as well as government's needs really to continue to provide those essential services with which we're tasked.
Excuse me.
Sorry?
I'm sorry, Supervisor Carson, may I ask a brief question about the slide?
Our county council has a couple of brief questions. I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
Hi, we're looking at the materials that were provided to us yesterday, the slide package. And it appears that it's different than what we were given yesterday. So I just want to confirm, have you updated these slides since what you sent to us yesterday?
We have updated the slides in response to some of the questions that we anticipated receiving.
Okay, we just wanted to confirm that we don't have this version of the slide deck. Thank you.
Yeah, and we're happy to provide that immediately after this meeting. Yeah, so I think the slide deck that you received previously did include the site plan, and what I added to it is the specific information about the proposed project. So just by way of orientation, I know a couple of the supervisors indicated that they're going to be touring the site soon. I find that a lot of people don't actually know exactly where Howard Terminal is. And I think part of the reason for that is that it's completely inaccessible to the public today. The site is fenced and about the closest you can get to it. I don't know if you can you see my cursor when I move it?
Yes.
Okay, so about the closest you can get to it today is right here. So if you've ever taken a ferry to or from Jack London Square, this is the ferry terminal right here. This is the pier where the ferries dock. This is the port's offices, and this is the Oakland power plant, sometimes referred to as the Peaker power plant or the Vistra power plant. So this is Clay Street, and this is Water Street, which is the pedestrianized street that runs through the middle of the existing Jack London Square. So the proposed Howard Terminal site is about 55 acres, and it's located directly to the west and contiguous to Jack London Square. The westerly edge of the site actually does not border with the Port of Oakland. Howard Terminal is somewhat of an orphan site. The port's portion of it is about 50 acres, and it is physically separated from the remainder of the seaport, which I believe totals about 1,500 acres, by a private property, which is owned by a company called Schnitzer Steel, which is located directly to the west. And then the northerly edge of the site is Embarcadero West. And of course, the south is the Oakland estuary. The proposed project would include in the first phase a new facility for the Oakland A's, a new Major League Baseball park. You probably are quite familiar with the Coliseum. It has about 47,000 seats. This new ballpark would be substantially smaller, about 35,000 seats. And then the what we call ancillary development, although as noted by Mr. Wonderman, it's really anything but ancillary, would be comprised of 3,000 residential units, 1.5 million square feet of commercial office, 270,000 square feet of retail, 3,500 seat performing arts center, which is here, and then about 18.3 acres of public parks, which is everything that you see in green. The public parks are located primarily within the lands which are located within the State Lands Trust, which is, and within BCDC's jurisdiction on kind of the just inland really of the seawall. Are there any questions on that before I go to the next slide? All right, hearing none. This is an aerial of the site today. And as you can see, this is it, kind of right here. So again, there's that Weta pier where the ferries dock. You can not quite see it, but that's Clay Street, and here is the site. Right here. The site is 100% paved. The only improvements on the site today are the now disused cranes that are located along the water side. And the assessed value of the site today is about $29.5 million based on the current uses of the site, which generates approximately $50,000 in property taxes to the county each year since essentially 2014. And I think we have some port folks on the call as well who may be able to address this in more detail, but I know the assessor had sent us some questions about the assessed value of the site and whether or not it represented, what use it represented. So just a little bit of history on the site. Up until 2014, it was used as a maritime terminal by the port. In 2014, that last maritime operator departed, and the port did spend several years trying to replace that operator. But the issue with this site, there are a couple primary issues, as I've been informed by my colleagues at the port. One, the water is too shallow for the new larger boats, and two, the backlands are too small. So as I mentioned previously, and you can see it a bit in this picture, this site is physically disconnected from the rest of the port, which is over here, by Schnitzer Steel, a private property, which is in between. So the current use of the site is pretty visible from this photograph. It has a variety of what are called ancillary maritime uses on it, but the primary use is short-term truck parking. And that obviously does not drive a particularly high assessed value or a lot of revenues to either the city or county.
So
This is
Molly,
a-
Question, go ahead.
Molly, before
Sorry,
you
go ahead.
continue, this is
Sure.
Supervisor
Go back.
Miley, because I'm pretty familiar with the port area and Jack London, having lived in the city for more than 40 years and been down there any number of times. So my question is, with the Waterfront Stadium development, how are you mitigating the environmental issues, traffic, the adjacency to Snitcher Steel, the railroad going through Jack London? I mean, there are many, many issues. So I'm trying to get a sense of how that's being addressed.
Yeah, in many ways. So I think this is the primary challenge of this site, and one that we take really seriously and have been grappling with and working actively with our colleagues at the port, who were with the city is acting as lead agency for purposes of CEQA, and the port is a responsible agency. But unlike the other responsible agencies, and really sort of not typically the port staff, were acting in concert with city staff in the drafting of the EIR to ensure that those concerns were taken very seriously. So the answer would be long to tell you all of the ways in which we're mitigating it. So I'll tell you the most important ones. And I have a little bit more on a future slide about this, but the port's own deal, as well as the city's EIR, calls for, and I'm just going to go back a slide because it's easier to see, calls for residential development to be concentrated on the eastern half of the site. So there would be no residential development on these blocks 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17, which are closest to Schnitzer Steel and then to the port beyond. So that was one way in which we really wanted to keep those more sensitive uses closer to the existing residential and commercial districts in Jack London Square and further from the port and Schnitzer Steel. In terms of other important mitigations to be aware of, a big part of the reason that this project requires a lot of public investment is that we really took seriously the need to provide safe connections across the railroad tracks for people on foot, people on bikes, people on scooters, and people in cars. And that's expensive. That involves grade separation. Grade separation is the gold standard in terms of rail safety. I think, were it up to the railroad, they would, were it up to everyone, we would not want to see what we have as an existing condition in Jack London today, which is not only passenger trains, which are bad enough in terms of conflicts with cars and people, but freight trains, which are heavy and hard to stop, and run, as you know, right in a city right of way down Embarcadero West today. So the project will incorporate grade separation for all modes to access the site, as well as significant improvements along the entire at-grade corridor in Embarcadero West, from this kind of westerly border of the site all the way down to Broadway. So new quad gates, new fencing, new multi-use path and EVA in the alignment of what is currently Embarcadero West. And then lastly, a lot of work with the port in particular about how to make sure that we minimize conflicts between traffic that's accessing the ballpark on game days and traffic that's accessing the port. So the project would incorporate improvements to intersections on Adeline that will, in both the assessment of the city's and port's traffic consultants, improve goods movement in and out of the port via Adeline, as well as ensuring that fans that are coming via the West Oakland BART station are using 7th Street and not 3rd Street, which is the port's heavyweight corridor. So that's sort of a high-level sampling of some of the things that we're doing to ensure that compatibility, which is so important.
I think Supervisor Mai has a question just before he asks is, will the city have to establish two different infrastructure finance districts in order to accomplish this? Or can they do it in just one infrastructure finance district?
So I have a slide on that later in the presentation, but I'm happy to skip to it now if you want to.
No, you can get to it later, and then Supervisor
Okay.
Miley can ask his question.
Yes, so with the grade separation, so the trains will continue to run down the street. So are you anticipating that there'll be pedestrian overpasses and as well as vehicular overpasses on certain
Correct.
roadways?
Correct. So there would be, the project calls for a new transit facility, which would serve shuttle buses and AC transit buses, which would be up here on 2nd Street. That would be the primary point of arrival. In our studies of the transportation plan for this project, we looked to a lot of peer cities in terms of how they manage transportation around large events. And one of the key things that we found was that separation of the modes is really key. Trying to have, buses, trucks, people, bikes, all using the same corridors just doesn't work. It leads to frustration by everyone. And then you throw Uber and Lyft into the mix and you have potential chaos. So what we have called out in our transportation plan is different corridors for different uses. So Market Street would be the primary vehicular point of entry and would have a vehicular grade separation. On 2nd Street here, we would have a multimodal transit facility, which would be the primary point of arrival for buses and shuttles taking people who don't want to walk to the BART stations, and they would be able to get directly from that bus drop-off point to this little doohickey you see here. It's not obvious, but that's a pedestrian and bike overcrossing. So there would be direct access from BART via shuttles to 2nd Street, and then a grade separated crossing for people to get them safely onto the site.
And then just two other questions on, I think, the environmental issues for a moment. So with 3,000 residential units, 1.5 million square feet of commercial office space, and 270,000 square feet of ground floor retail, that's a lot of people. So what you're proposing will accommodate all of that activity.
Yes, so it's different demands on the system, right? You know, because of your involvement with the Coliseum, that there are unique challenges to these types of event centers because you're trying to move a large number of people in a really compact window of time. The EIR looks both at those event impacts as well as just the day-to-day, which will occur more slowly as the project, builds out over a decade or two. Accumulation of new trips of all kinds. But what's unique about this project is we have the ballpark in phase 1. And so the infrastructure ends up being really front loaded because all of the infrastructure, for the most part, 90% of the infrastructure that's needed to accommodate all of those ancillary development uses that you just mentioned is needed sooner to accommodate the ballpark. And it's one of the things that makes the infrastructure so challenging is that it's really all needed quite soon to serve the ballpark, but it would also serve all of that ancillary development. It just gets built sooner than it would have if you were building the ancillary development in a phased manner.
Okay, my last question on the environmental piece is, so if parcels 17, 13, 14, 15, et cetera, all those, if that's serving as a buffer, and the residential is around, I guess, 5, 6, 4, that area? Yeah. So is that a sufficient buffer for noise, for odors, for other types of impediments that might affect the quality of life for people who are living in those residential facilities? Because, I know I'm on the Area Quality Management District, and once again, I've just seen a lot of issues arise as a result of residential areas, if not adjacent to, near industrial uses that have historically been industrial uses, but through, I say, poor land use planning, residential has been allowed to develop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean that buffer was initially established by the port itself in their 2019 exclusive negotiating term sheet agreement with the A's, but it was studied and found to be an effective intervention in the EIR. That EIR obviously is in draft form, and we're reviewing public comments to it now. So things can always change between drafts and final, as well they should. That's why we publish them in draft. But you know, I think that we believe it is appropriate and effective. I would also say, you know, for example, Phoenix Lofts, which some of you may be familiar with, is located kind of under my little text bubble here, which is a residential project. And there's lots of other residential throughout Jack London Square. I don't think someone who's seeking quiet is probably going to choose to live adjacent to railroad tracks. So I think that there are going to be certain expectations and lifestyle choices of residents who are going to choose to live next to a ballpark with 81 events a year and railroad tracks. And that might not be your cup of tea or my cup of tea, but it's some people's cup of tea.
Okay. And then finally, Molly, I know I said my last question is final. I just want to make sure, do you have an indication of how many fatalities and or injuries have occurred along that corridor under present conditions? Because I know, you know, just maybe a year or two ago, one of the performers going to Yoshi's was struck crossing railroad tracks. Do you have a sense of that on that corridor at the moment?
I do, but I don't want to give you the wrong numbers because
Okay.
I would be going from memory. Can we follow up with you
Sure,
on that
sure.
in writing?
Sure, because once again,
it is in the EIR, and there is a high degree of
Okay.
concern about the existing
Right.
conditions from UPRR and Capitol Corridor.
right, because, you know, we're constantly hearing of not just that corridor, but other places where there's this interface between, you know, young people, adults, others crossing railroad tracks and ending up, you know, unfortunately losing their lives. With the best of intentions of trying to prevent that, it still occurs. And here we're going to, you know, add in more intensive uses. We're taking into consideration mitigations, but I mean, I just really need to press that issue very, very strongly. Okay.
And I'm asking that any of the members of the board that ask questions, and there's going to be a written response to that is shared with all of the board members as well as administration for any of the presenters. Supervisor Vallier.
Molly, forgive me, I had to step out, but did you answer the question that was punted to you about the repercussions of a default?
I did not get there yet, but I promised to.
Okay, all right.
Do you want me to?
No, take it
leap
in
to the
stride.
conclusion?
I'm not going to leave the room. Go ahead, take it in stride.
Okay. So Waterfront Ballpark District, as built.
I think we have one more question for Supervisor Chan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. No
Hi,
problem.
I wanted to ask you about the housing component. Since there is no housing to rehab, out of the 3,000 residential units, what will be the breakdown? Because the law says that 40% should be used for rehab, and it has to be 60% below AMI. You know, I'm just wondering what the plan for the housing is.
So I think you're referring to the law that part of the EIFD law that deals with when you have a site that has existing housing on it, which is not the case here. We really, as city staff, have always taken our guidance from a couple of other kind of signposts, I would say, which do not technically apply to this site, but we think are good guidance. So we've talked to you about in our letters about how we do view this as sort of redevelopment 2.0. And as I'm sure probably all the supervisors remember, under redevelopment, there was sort of a parallel approach to affordable housing in that a percentage of all of the tax increment that was generated within a redevelopment district was set aside for affordable housing. And the flip side of that was that there was a corresponding requirement for a minimum amount of affordable housing development and or preservation within the district. So we still look at that as a very valid analogy. I think under redevelopment, districts had the ability to set those percentages, but with certain minimums. So I think the minimum set aside for affordable housing was 20%, and the minimum amount of the minimum amount of housing produced that would be affordable is 15%. So 20% of the proceeds and 15% of the housing. As you probably also know, Surplus Lands Act, which doesn't apply here, but does, again, provide sort of a guidepost as to the use of public lands for private development, also calls for a minimum 15% of housing constructed on public lands to be affordable. So we do, as staff, view those as valid precedents and would like to see a minimum of 15% of the housing on site be affordable.
So just to be clear, you're saying 15% of the 3,000 units, or is it 3,000
Correct.
units? Yeah.
Yeah, so 450
will be low
units
income, and the rest will be market rate?
would be market rate, correct.
Okay, and you think that satisfies the requirements of the EIFD law?
The EIFD law does not actually have in our read a requirement for a minimum amount of affordable housing, except in those cases that you referred to where you're actually demolishing. I can't remember exactly what the term used is.
It says 20% of total funds to be used for acquisition, construction, or rehabilitation of housing for persons and families of low income as defined by Health and Safety Code, blah, blah, blah. Or very low income is defined, blah, 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 for rent or purchase.
Right. And those state definitions of low income, I think, cover up to 120% AMI. And actually, under the EIFD law, are only applicable to sites when you have existing residential that you're displacing with your project, which is not the case here. So I don't think the EIFD law has any particular guidance for us as to what should happen in terms of affordable housing. So we're more focused again on sort of the guidance that we receive, even though not legally binding with regard to surplus lands and what was done formally under redevelopment.
So you've had an attorney. I assume you have an attorney's opinion on the interpretation of this law, because it says the infrastructure financing plan requires that at least 40% of the total funds received by the district pursuant to this section be used for the acquisition, construction, or rehabilitation of housing, including the costs of pre-development and land acquisition for households with incomes below 60% of area median income for rent and purchase. Pre-development costs include, but are not limited to, site control engineering studies, architectural plans, application fees, legal services, permits, bonding, and site preparation. So you feel this 15% fits that, and you're saying 120% of AMI?
So the particular provision that you just read is from a special flavor of EIFD, which has another clever acronym called NIFTY. I think it stands for neighborhood infill, and then I'm going to lose the rest of it. But it is a type of EIFD that's actually never been used. And it allows, in addition to in addition to property taxes and VLF, it allows local agencies to contribute sales taxes. But it does have different hurdles in terms of both affordable housing and then other kind of location characteristics like proximity to transit. All jurisdictions in California thus far have found that particular type of EIFD to be an unworkable structure, and it's actually never been used.
Okay, so your council is aware that
Correct.
your thing is 15% at
Yes.
120 area median income.
So our recommendation would not be 120. I was just referring to that law that you were reading and what those code sections you were referring to actually mean and translate to in terms of AMI.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Molly, I have a follow-up to Supervisor Chan's questions about the affordable housing. But first, let me ask our staff. We are doing affordable housing on Broadway. What are our figures for affordable housing for those projects that we have by comparison? Anybody know?
I can recall from sitting through the financing, ours is much higher,
In terms of the
a
number
lot
of,
higher
the number of
than
units.
that.
Yeah, I think the affordable units was, close to 500.
500. And do you know what the threshold is in terms of income?
Sorry, was it-
I'm pretty sure that
We could get you
it's
that.
lower than that.
Yeah, Molly, I just wanted you to know that we just made a significant investment in affordable housing to the tune of, as the county administrator just answered, 500 units on Broadway, which is part of this district. And the income levels are much lower than what you're proposing for this project. Just a point of information.
Yeah, I understand you've made a selection of a developer for those Broadway buildings, which is incredibly exciting, I think, for both city and county.
And since you brought that up, if I could, follow-up question. Who is the developer that you're proposing? Are you that far along yet?
For the affordable housing components?
Yes.
That would ultimately be up to the master developer, which is in this case the Oakland Athletics, to decide on which nonprofits they would choose to partner with for the affordable aspects of the project.
So the Oakland Athletics are the master developer for the entire project, all that you described besides the stadium?
That is correct. They're the project sponsor. I think there's often confusion or reference to this as a city project. It is not. This is a private development project. The Oakland A's are the applicant. And as such, they would be responsible for all aspects of the project. It's pretty typical if you look at, for example, Brooklyn Basin as an example, that the master developer will oftentimes sell off parts of the project or lease off, as the case may be, via ground lease, various vertical components of it. So not only the affordable housing, but other housing sites once the entitlements are complete and the backbone infrastructure is installed. Oftentimes, the master developer will bring in other development partners, Equity Office, Carmel Partners, you name it, all of the folks that you're familiar with, some of whom responded to your own RFP on the Broadway buildings, I think would be candidates, as well as again, some of the respondents that you worked with on the affordable side, like Abaldsey. So it's as yet unknown who would be responsible for not just the vertical affordable parcels, but also the market rate parcels. I don't expect that they would all be built out by the A's.
So, and then a follow-up to that, the community benefits that are being proposed, who is going to make those decisions?
As to what they would be?
Well, are you going to have a panel, a community group, advisory group, decision-making body that will decide the community benefit for Oakland and that district?
Yeah, so the city, thank you for the question. The city convened together with the port and the Oakland A's a steering committee of community representatives in, I want to say, January of 2020. Thanks to the pandemic, I think we had 2 in-person meetings. Excuse me, and I've been meeting on Zoom ever since, but they did produce in May of this year a draft set of recommendations with regard to community benefits. And those recommendations were anticipating, and some of the steering committee members likely as well, would feed into a community fund to be administered over the life of the project, which would really give a high degree of community control in terms of the community benefits that are most valuable really to the local community. I think one of the things that has been very unique in this deal, as opposed to sort of a approach to community benefits maybe historically, is that the community has been very clear that they believe that a 66-year lease of public land should be accompanied with 66 years of community benefits, as opposed to kind of what I call the one and done approach that's been more typical of these types of projects in the past, where almost all of the community benefits were delivered during the construction period. So I think here we would see that set of community recommendations, which is currently available in draft form on the city's website. And Veronica Cummings, our stakeholder engagement lead, can send a link to that if you haven't already seen it. And that's going to be finalized by the end of this month, June. We really see those as kind of the basis, at least for kind of the first 5-year plan.
Okay.
For the project, community benefits. But I think given that, this is multi-decades, we would be sort of foolish to think that we can best anticipate how those monies should be spent, decades into the future.
Sure,
So we need to create a structure that can
So Molly,
not
if I could,
perpetual,
let me
long-term.
get another question real quick,
Sure.
in the interest of time. So that conversation took place in January of 2020. I feel that that was the first or second inning. We are now in the 9th inning. There's 2 outs, and we're behind by a grand slam, and we don't have anybody on base. And the Board of Supervisors are up to bat. That puts us in a very precarious position. That's just my anecdotal 2 cents. Thank you, Molly.
Is your precarious position meaning that there is no contribution or conversation or engagement on the part of the county with respect to community benefits, or with respect to everything?
Mr. President, I don't want to be misunderstood. The project conversations have been taking place for 18 months. We are now at the very tail end of the conversation, and we didn't have a seat at the table. Now we're being asked to not only have a seat at the table, but bring everybody in to score. And I just feel that that puts us, again, in a very precarious position late in the game.
County Council.
Thank you, President Carson. Andrew Weddle for the Office of the County Council. If I could follow up on the discussion regarding affordable housing, I have a question that I would like to focus on for clarity's purposes. The draft EIR that has been publicly released indicates in chapter 3 page 3-26 in footnote 10 that the project, which is the entire project, will have an affordable housing program, and I quote, which may include on-site or off-site affordable housing units and or the payment of impact fees, end quote. My question is whether the 15% on-site affordable housing that has just been discussed is a term that would be negotiated as part of a development agreement, or how it would otherwise be mandated by the city.
So the answer is yes, it would be addressed and implemented through the city's development agreement. And the statement in the EIR remains accurate. As you know, we have not taken a term sheet to the city council yet, and in fact are still negotiating that with the Oakland A's. So I'm describing to you the administration's desire to see on-site affordability consistent with some of those policy guideposts that we talked about, but we've also heard a clear desire from community to see a focus offsite really on affordable housing preservation strategies, displacement prevention strategies. So we would expect both strategies to be used on this project. Does that answer your question?
I was curious as to what the A's responsive position is to your development agreement bargaining view on the affordable housing.
Is that a question for me or for Dave?
For whomever wishes to respond for the A's, have they taken a position regarding the 15% on-site affordable housing?
Dave, do you want to answer that?
Yeah, our position has been very clear, and we articulated this in our January offer that we made public in April, is that we are steering all $450 million towards community benefits to the city. And then the steering committee that's been established with the race and equity lens can decide how it wants to allocate it. It can be affordable housing, it can be infrastructure projects, it can be a wide variety of things that they've worked on for a very long time. So we really wanted to underwrite the projects, but not decide, and really wanted to empower the local community and this really important steering committee to make those decisions. So in our view, they would decide what it would be. We would just provide the funding for it.
So does that mean that the A's are not supportive of on-site affordable housing, but rather would support an impact fee payment as part of a community benefit?
It could potentially be either way, Andrea. So it's really, we're looking for the direction of the community groups on the best way to allocate the funds, and it could be in either category. We're open to either.
Any additional questions at this time? Okay, thank you. You can proceed, Molly.
I think we already, I kind of lost my thread, but I think we already hit this. This is a aerial view of the site as fully developed, and we'll come back a little bit more, and I'll probably defer to Leo and the team on the projected county fiscal impact. But high level, obviously we expect both city and county to benefit fiscally from the project, from the very low levels of revenue that we receive from the site today to the project as fully built out. Just overall,
you were going to reference I think as it related to the district question, whether or not there are two infrastructure finance districts.
Oh yeah. Do you want me to skip to that slide? It's further down.
Oh, you still haven't gotten there. Now I want you to. We'll try to stay in the.
It's an exciting topic, I know.
Okay.
Inquiring minds want to know. High level, the project would be about 95% privately financed. So in today's dollars, the cost of all of that development is nearly $6 billion. And we're looking to about $320 million in tax increment to supplement that. And that would go, as Supervisor Chan previously noted, primarily or exclusively really to the public elements of the project that under the EIFD law are required to be elements of quote unquote community-wide significance. So things like public parks, expansion or extension of the Bay Trail, affordable housing, and all of that offsite infrastructure that is needed to support the project and to really provide a connection between existing neighborhoods in West Oakland and Chinatown and Old Oakland and downtown, and really bring people from those neighborhoods and those BART stations to the waterfront in a way that doesn't happen today. EIFDs, just high level. I'm not going to spend much time on this because we talked about the evolution from redevelopment to EIFDs. This is a illustrative of the proposed boundaries. We have provided, and I have later in the presentation, a more precise engineer's drawing of the proposed boundaries. But EIFD is geographically bounded. That's probably the most important thing to understand from this slide. So it's not going to creep outside the boundaries that are legally established for it. High level, it acts just like redevelopment. So existing, and I'll go maybe actually to the next slide because I think some people are like me better with visuals. So you have your existing fixed tax space that you get to keep, your whole $50,000 a year. Property tax increment. So as the project is built out and goes from the current assessed value today of $29.5 million to $7.6 billion over what's currently projected to be 16 years, you obviously get a lot more property taxes and VLF. Which is also based on property valuations. This is the slice that EIFD would capture. Now, there are other revenues which would flow to all the taxing entities, city, county, state, other than property taxes and VLF, things like sales taxes. And I understand many of those for the county are earmarked and really dedicated to your essential missions with regard to health, safety, and welfare of Alameda County residents. So all of those sales tax revenues would be completely they would be impacted positively by the project, but they would not be captured by the EIFD. So those would continue to flow to the county and in fact provide significant new revenues for servicing those needs related to people experiencing homelessness, your essential healthcare services, and then the most recent adopted sales tax related to early childhood education. So those would all increase dramatically from where they are today, and they would continue to flow even during the 45-year life of the district to the county. And then after that 45 years, all taxes, the existing tax base, the incremental property taxes, as well as those increased sales and transfer taxes would be the county's to keep. So it acts pretty much exactly like redevelopment for those of you who are familiar with that structure and that dynamic. Much like redevelopment.
Sorry, Molly, question on the taxes?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, so what level of pressure testing or gut checking or validation has occurred with regard to the amounts of these taxes that would be collected? I'm looking over here. I know we have two of our tax experts in the room. Have you worked closely with them, or I'll ask them, have you guys had a chance to look at this, and how much time would it take for you to validate these figures, if we can?
You're speaking to the treasurer, correct?
Yeah. Or anybody on staff who's qualified to answer that type of a tax question. I don't know who the right,
Well,
I guess it would
I
be the
would
treasurer.
just comment that if you're looking at this chart and asking us to validate it, I mean, obviously what's missing is the numbers and the projections.
So, Molly, are there numbers behind each of these, and have you shared this with anybody on our team?
We have, but I would say fully I agree with county staff that there's a lot more work there to be done. I mean, we have worked, Leo and Griselda at Century Urban have worked with the city for the last year to develop a financial model. So for us, actually, one of the most challenging parts of projecting the county's fiscal tax increment is just that we're not experts in county finance. So the more that we can interact with county staff, the more we can be completely accurate in our projections. And by that, I just mean understanding, you know, which of your revenues are earmarked for what. The underlying models are all the same, right? So there's a pie, and the county's getting a piece of it, and the state's getting a piece of it, and the city's getting a piece of it. So we feel like we've done a lot of work to understand what the pie is, and we've actually been working just in the last week with county staff to understand really in a more granular way how and where you get your revenues. So we would be thrilled to have more interaction with county staff on this to make sure that we get it right. We don't want to give you incorrect information, and we're happy to, and I think have expressed this in writing to the county, to set up meetings which can involve city or cannot directly between county staff and Century Urban, so that they can understand all the underlying assumptions in here. I do have a slide on it, but honestly, when people ask me what the assumptions are in the model, it's sort of, the question is like, where do I begin? Because there are literally hundreds.
We saw an email trail that with our assessor that validated, I don't know if it validated, but it was back and forth emails in the last couple of weeks around the assessed value currently and projected. I'm assuming then that at some point you'll speak with our tax collector or somebody on our team. But this picture makes it look like the assessed valuation or the property tax increment is maximized or reaches its maximum point at year 45, but it doesn't. Aren't we going to build the stadium and the things around it up front, and then that assessed valuation will largely stay flat the whole 45 years?
Yeah, I probably should put something on here that says not to scale, but it's meant to be illustrative. I mean, I think you're right. The reality is the line would be very steep in the first 20 years, and then it would stabilize. So you probably saw, and I'll just skip ahead in that interaction with the assessor, some of the assumptions, underwriting assumptions, but we have very conservatively underwritten this. We're a government agency just like you, so we don't take our assumptions lightly.
Just before you get into the underwriting assumptions, Supervisor Chan has a question. And could you also kind of outline who the other affected taxing entities are, in fact, in this deal?
Yeah, so primarily it's city, county, and state, but there are a number of smaller taxing entities like East Bay Regional Parks, and I think, mosquito abatement districts, and others that get tiny slices of the pie.
Okay.
But city, county, and state represent most of the property tax dollar.
Okay, Supervisor Chan, then followed by Supervisor Molly, then followed by our tax collector.
Okay. I actually have a question related to this to Dave, if he's still there. So financially, how does the structure benefit the building of the stadium, and what is the unfunded need and the dollar value of that?
Well, the way it works is we build the infrastructure on site, and then over time, this tax increment, if it's ever generated, will go to reimburse that investment. So we're taking the risk, and it would either allow, if the county was involved, it would either allow us to have more infrastructure in the actual pool that could be done, or the repayment could be sooner if it happens. So I think those are kind of the realities of the situation for the on-site infrastructure financing district.
And what approximately is the dollar value of the reimbursement you're seeking?
Well, we put up all the money in present dollars, and then we're paid over time. There's no, interest per se. So it's kind of at risk. It depends whether or not you even get it back. That's not a known thing, but it doesn't put either the county or the city at risk because, we're putting all the money up front. So the amount of infrastructure that's invested is along the lines of $400 million on site for the project at full build out. So that doesn't happen all up front. And then our proposal to the city is that, we're handling all the on site. The off site is something that the city has to, kind of handle on their own with their own strategy, whatever that is, an offsite IFD or whatever they decide to do, other mechanisms to make that work. And the scope of either onsite or offsites is determined really by the EIR and the project, kind of footprint.
So this 400 million estimate, is that for the onsite?
That's for the onsite, exactly.
Okay, and are you the master developer for the whole thing?
We are. We're the horizontal developer, the master developer, and we're seeking entitlements to that effect. And the first vertical development is the ballpark.
Okay, thanks.
But there will be most likely other partners, kind of like what Molly said earlier on this. Like it wouldn't be something we would do every piece of it. Kind of like our project in San Jose, we had partners on other parts. But right now we're focused on getting it entitled, obviously focusing on the ballpark, and then, finding the right mix of folks to make the entire vision, the $12 billion vision, a reality.
So I guess one last thing. So if it's a repayment, I don't know how the payment flows on this stuff. I mean, are you trying to get repaid like every year? I'm just wondering.
You can either do it that way, or you can bond against the future payments. So you can basically, issue a bond and get more payments up front. But keep in mind, like all of that, like we're taking the risk on all of that and underwriting all of that. So I think it's important for people to remember that we're not asking for any upfront money. All we're asking for with the onsite IFD is that over time, the tax dollars that our project generates from the private capital can be used to reimburse the upfront infrastructure that made the whole project possible, and that also provides benefits beyond even what we're doing.
So are you, do you have a preference, I mean, in terms of this negotiation on bonding so that you receive a big chunk, or are you looking at a yearly thing, or you're agnostic?
It'll probably be a mix. You work with your financial advisors and partners to determine the best way to optimize the amount of dollars that can be received with the time value of money. So it's probably a mix of both. Like you do some bond issuances, and then you'd also have some just general increment that would flow later in the project, Supervisor.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I have a few questions on this as well. I've got other questions further in the presentation that Molly has, but let me try to just stick to questions that are pertinent to her presentation at this point. So the project's about a $12 billion redevelopment effort, but the reimbursement associated with the on-site infrastructure is only about $400 million. Is that my understanding?
That's right, Supervisor.
Okay, so that's and that reimbursement comes as a result. You provide the funding up front, then you get reimbursed with the bonds over time.
That's exactly right.
And then I think, and so the other, let's see, about $600 million, is that for off-site infrastructure?
Yeah, the other piece is off-site infrastructure, and those are things that are throughout Jack London Square, and that's why we had proposed to the city doing an off-site IFD to fund that, because it's many things that probably should have been invested in over a generation. It's kind of like deferred maintenance on Jack London Square.
Right.
And our project can only support so much. It's supporting all the on-site. We're cool with that, and we're going to finance that. But the off-site is really, in our view, the responsibility of the city. And we're hopeful that they can use that mechanism to use it for the off-site infrastructure, which isn't even all needed for the stadium. It's needed for a variety of uses, sea level rise and all these other areas needed. So
yeah, so I can see the on-site, but now the city's taking advantage to try to do the off-site, and as you described it, as deferred maintenance. And I know, or I'm hoping that when we finish the presentations, we'll get our own independent financial analysis of all this for the Board of Supervisors, because I really want to understand whether or not we need to participate in any of the off-site aspects of this. And I know Supervisor Carson has asked, and this isn't a question for you, Dave, but Dave, he's asked, are we talking about 2 EFIDs or just one? Because are we just talking about the one for the stadium and the development there, or are we talking about another infrastructure financing district somewhere else? I don't know if Molly can respond to that.
Sure.
And maybe as
Um,
you respond to that, could you clarify whether or not the infrastructure dollars that you're looking for either of the IFDs, is that the $250 million that the senator's working on right now out of the governor's infrastructure dollars?
no, is the answer to that. That's outside of the IFD, and those dollars would flow to the port, and their use would be at the port's discretion. But to the question of the on-site versus the off-site IFD, I know that there is a lot of confusion on this as to what exactly the city is asking the county to consider. And we're really focused, this is the map from Dave's letter of April 23rd, which showed the A's proposal for the on-site IFD, which is the gray area here, as well as the off-site IFD over to the Jack London district and portions of West Oakland. And as you just heard Dave describe, the letter of April 23rd did ask the city to take responsibility for all aspects of the offsite infrastructure as well as grade separation. And that would be both, well, it would be financing them from day one. So this is we skipped around a little bit in the presentation, so I may need to do a little explaining of how EIFDs have actually been used for this to make sense. But
Before you do
I'll
that,
sort of,
and I know we want to get to that, I think back on another comment, both Supervisor Valle and the county administrator and the tax collector, treasurer tax collector, had some questions before we go off topic on that. And I know we want to, then we'll come back to Supervisor Miley.
So I just wanted to make a quick comment.
We can't hear you.
Molly, can you go back to the previous slide? I just wanted to be clear, and I know you acknowledged that there were changes made to the presentation, so we don't have this. I just want to be clear for our board and others that I don't believe we've ever seen this chart before. The underwriting assumptions?
as far as I know, that's accurate. This was shared with your assessors, with your assessor, I believe yesterday, in response to some questions that we received
So my
from him on
the only
Friday.
financial information that we received was in the initial letter that, as I recall, was just one page from your Century Urban Financial Report, and that page only shows estimates related to the county. So just so that you're aware, we have no context in terms of the overall financing plan and how you plan to finance the rest of the project.
Understood.
Supervisor Valle and then.
Thank you, Mr. President. Molly, 2 questions for you. Would you recommend to the City Council that they do not allow in lieu fees instead of building affordable housing? Would that be a stipulation in your agreement?
We would prefer to see actual affordable housing built in lieu of fees, which is consistent with our code. People can do either, but typically on a project like this, we want the actual affordable housing. We don't want the dollars.
Well, that's not definitive, but I understand your policy. I've seen too many cities take the money and not build the housing. So that's
Agreed.
a huge issue for me personally. Number 2 question, the Brooklyn Basin Project, which is a pretty large project, was that publicly financed or was that privately financed?
You know, that was before my time with the city, so I would have to go back and research it. I know it did use a community facilities district. The affordable housing was all publicly financed, but I'm not 100% sure about the infrastructure on and off site and how that was financed.
Betsy, do you know the answer to that question?
Sorry, also before my time, so we'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay, all right, well, thank you.
I think the treasurer is up next, and then the Supervisor Miley. There's a few questions I had that I either didn't get answered or I didn't get a chance to ask you, Molly, but I think the treasurer is going to either make a comment or say something.
I just wanted to speak to Supervisor Horbert's question. I mean, I'm here because I'm ready to help the county figure this out. The city's been cooperative in having me talk directly to Century Urban consultants, but it's still been hard by email, and the spreadsheets have been changing. So I just want to tell you I'm ready to do what it takes and work with the assessor and the auditor controller to do that.
So in talks with, but not concluded, is what I'm hearing.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, so Molly, I just need to get clarity on a few things. One, is the offsite, are you asking the county to also be a part of an enhanced infrastructure finance district for the offsite improvements?
We only view there to be one infrastructure financing district, which is over the Howard Terminal site itself. And it would, should the county opt in, we would jointly decide what those proceeds could be spent on through that infrastructure financing plan.
So if we opt in, the funding would be spent for it could be for either on or off site or for both. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
And we're talking about roughly $1 billion of infrastructure improvements.
Depends about, whether you're talking about nominal or today's dollars. We tend to look at things in today's dollars. And I think the numbers that Dave's proposal of April 23rd were all in nominal dollars and incurred in different years. So it's a little bit, that's why we tend to look at things in today's dollars. So kind of high level today's dollars, the on-site infrastructure is about 195 million. The parks are about 130 million. Grade separation tab is about 150 million. And those offsite improvements are about 135 million. So those are kind of the infrastructure pieces in today's dollars, but they would obviously be built over time. So Dave's speaking in kind of future dollars sense.
And with the tax increment, if the project goes forward and it's realized over time, even if the county isn't part of the infrastructure district, we're still going to realize the benefit of all this.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
If the project goes forward.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So, and the city is saying you need us to be a part of this for the project to go forward. That's what I'm hearing. Right?
That is correct.
Mr. Vice President, I have a question. If you don't
Yes.
mind.
Yes.
Yeah. Can the clerk please move Fong La into the conversation, the county assessor? I want to ask him a question.
He's asking that you promote him as a panelist if he's online.
Mr. Law, are you there? Yeah, not there. Mr. Law, are you there? If you are, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Just barely.
How about now?
That's a little better. I have a question for you.
Shoot.
Gets back to my original question, which is the liability to the county. I know that you've been talking to the city. If over 45 years, the the A's don't cover the cost, is the city or the county on the hook for the difference? Or do the A's accept the difference and accept the loss?
I think that's more for the A's and the city to answer, but actually, I wanted to actually say one thing. I did get this sheet last night, and I spent a good part of today with my staff. And we had
And, you know, Mr. I'm sorry, it's really muffled. It's difficult to understand.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, give it a shot again, please.
Why don't you have the A's and the city answer that first part of your question? And then I wanted to go over this sheet, which I got last night real quick, with some concerns and additional questions with the city about this sheet, because these numbers don't seem to be validated at all from the information that I'm seeing.
That was really difficult to understand. I'm sorry. Did you get it? No,
I think he said, why don't we have the city or the A's answer the initial part of your question? And then I think he said the numbers that are on the assumptions are not the numbers he's utilizing.
Yeah, these numbers were provided by Century Consultants. So to the city, again, the question of liability and the difference in the end.
Yeah, so the question of the liability is simple. There is no liability to the city or county's general funds under any IFD structure, categorically none. And, you know, we kind of skipped a big part of my presentation, which is fine, but I could explain to you in detail why, but the answer is there's none. It's the developer's risk.
And the speculation here was done by Century Consultants. I don't know who they are.
We prefer to call it projection rather than speculation, but that's eye of the beholder.
Okay. I just don't know how conservative these numbers are, or if they're just a reach. That's an issue I have a question about.
Yeah, I completely understand. I think, you know, your first question is really relevant to your second question, because while we want our assumptions to be accurate, there is no risk to the city or county's general fund, even if they are inaccurate. So that is one important thing to keep in mind, but just high level, in terms of the assumptions with regard to property values and how they will grow over time, you can see the different assessed value basis approaches, income versus sales, comparable approaches that are assumed here, and how they're applied to the various project elements. But some of the sort of levels of conservatism that are baked in are that we assume a 2% annual growth in assessed values once the project reaches stabilization. What we have seen throughout the city of Oakland over the last 20 years is that our actual rate of annual increase in assessed values is 6.4%. So we're projecting less than a third of that here in the interest of conservatism. We're also not including in our projections any reassessment upon sales of the underlying assets. So a condo has a residential condo is typically held for about 7 years and then sold. And each time a sale happens, of course, the property is reassessed. And an office, stabilized office or apartment building, rental building that are really institutional assets usually trade about every 10 years. We're also not assuming that that happens. We just assume that the project builds out and then grows at 2% a year after that for the life of the district. So it is quite possible that there will be a larger growth in assessed value than what we see here if the future looks anything like the past.
You're pretty far along in the process. One more question. I'm assuming you've already selected bond counsel?
The city is being advised by Jones Hall in this so far.
Is there a point of contact at bond counsel that we can speak to?
I would have to speak to the city attorney's office about that. I think now we're getting into legal stuff. I think attorneys have to talk to attorneys. So your attorneys would talk to our attorneys. I think that's the way it works, right?
Yeah, there are some really critical questions that we would have for bond counsel.
Yeah, and we are working with Jones Hall, with Chris Lynch at Jones Hall in particular, because of his prior experience on similar transactions that have been done elsewhere in the state. So all of our team, Leo Ma, Bob Gamble, and Chris Lynch have all worked on prior bond issuances with this EIFD CFD structure that we're proposing to use here. So it's not hypothetical for them. They have been there, done that. Including a recent bond issuance for the Mission Rock project in San Francisco that happened just last month.
Okay. Remember one key thing that the president of the board has pointed out to all of us. City and County of San Francisco are different than Alameda County. Whole different set of rules. Thank you.
Supervisor Miley. Yeah, just two other questions for you at the moment, Molly, and really appreciate you being so responsive on your vacation in Hawaii. I know this must be a hardship for you, but hey, we didn't ask for this, so you have to suffer with us. So with the life of the district, it's 45 years, but the district, will it necessarily start at a certain, date certain, time certain? Because it's my understanding the district might be 45 years, but it could be a longer period of time. Is that accurate?
Not to my knowledge, the statutory limit is 45 years, but to your first question as to when it starts, the law provides for a start date. Well, now I'm going to have to, I believe the law provides, and the EIFD has been revised several times, but I believe it provides that you can start as soon as $100,000 of increment is accumulated. And so, but the reality is you would decide, city and county, if the county opts in, would decide what the base year is in the infrastructure financing plan. And then the end date could not exceed 45 years from that year one. And whatever we determine that to be.
And I've got a few more questions on the district, but I'll hold on that. But I just want to ask, back on the housing piece, will the city be obligating the A's, or will the A's be providing for equity participation with minority developers or contractors and other parties?
The project, because it has public money in it, would be subject to the city's contracting requirements, but I don't know if that totally answers your question.
It kind of answers it, but not as thoroughly as I would like. I'm looking more for not just participation, but more of equity ownership. It could even be described more like as a joint ventures.
Are you talking about equity ownership for individual homeowners or for developers?
For development.
Yeah.
Development purposes.
For the affordable housing components or the?
No, you're going to, well, that might be an aspect, but when you respond to Supervisor Chan, at least according to what the city is looking at, the project mainly is going to be market rate. And we're talking about, I think, at least 2,600 market rate units or more.
2,550 would be 85% of 3,000. Yeah.
So my question was, will there be equity participation, equity ownership participation on that development?
By other developers? By other, I'm sorry, I'm not totally following your question.
Will the A's be providing that opportunity, or will the city require that? And if you can't answer it, just flag it as a question. And
yeah.
So the A's are the master developer in this case, and I guess based on your question, I don't know if Dave has a response to that with respect to equity participation.
At the current time, we don't have any other partners identified, but we're very open to who those partners will be over time, because they will exist, but it just hasn't been established at the present time. Basically, because we're just focused on the entitlements and the horizontal development.
Supervisor Carson, if I may.
Yes, you may.
For the appropriate Oakland representative, what would be really helpful for us to understand is what as a sort of as a foundational issue, what is the statutory scheme for the creation of this infrastructure district that you're pursuing? We know that Oakland obtained special legislation, I believe in 2019, to create a district. But from some of the answers and some of the questions, we can't tell, and the materials that we received don't clearly confirm for us, what is the statutory scheme that governs the infrastructure district that you are proposing to create and seeking the county's participation?
Yeah, I understand the question and the confusion. What we're currently looking at is actually the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District statute, and I believe the text of that law was included as an attachment to the letter to Susan Maranishi from Ed Riskin yesterday. And the primary reason for that is that the EIFD statute has itself been the subject of some revisions that actually bring it closer to the Oakland, or potentially will bring it closer to the Oakland statute that was passed in the 2019 state legislative session. And the EIFD law allows for the capture of VLF. And as the project and the financial plan have evolved over the last 2 years, it's just become clear that there is going to need to be a larger public investment, and that was not contemplated in the Oakland IFD law.
I think the county council has a follow-up question, but I think for the full board, could you explain the special legislation that was sponsored for 2019? And could you also explain what structure you're proposing? Because since we haven't been involved in any of this, this is something new to us.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, EIFTs are new to us too. We don't have one in Oakland yet. So I think back in 2019, there was a thought that there were certain really more ministerial things about the existing legislation that were not going to work well. And so there was an effort to do special legislation for an Oakland IFD, but we're not limited to using that legislation. We can also use existing EIFD legislation. And so that's what we're proposing to do at present.
And what does that structure look like? I mean, that you're proposing?
I'll take you there right now.
And then I don't want to take us off of the question. I thought it was a line, and so that's why I asked it, that the county council was asking.
And so if I just can, maybe you can answer my question along with answering Supervisor Carson's question, which I thought I just heard you say that there's also legislation pending that would amend this structure. So as you go through the statutory authority upon which you rely, if you also are intending to rely on amendments that are pending, could you elaborate on that as well?
Sure. So the existing EIFD law is what we're currently contemplating using. Again, I think the text of that law was attached to the letter to Ms. Maranishi yesterday, but happy to have an offline conversation to make sure that you have the exact references. I'm not a lawyer. So probably better to have you have that conversation with our city attorney's office to make sure that you're both speaking the same language, which is probably a language that I don't speak fluently. There are some bills in the current legislative cycle, which I think would bring the existing EIFD statute closer to the statute that Oakland passed in 2019. However, we could use the EIFD structure whether or not those bills pass. So I wouldn't describe it as dependent. but at a high level, the EIFD is structured in this way. So the EIFD requires creation of a public financing authority in cases where there's only one taxing entity that participates. Then the legislative body of the public financing authority is simply the legislative body of that taxing entity. So if it were only the city, it would be the city council. If the county opted in, the board, the Public Financing Authority board would consist of representatives from the city council, the county board of supervisors, and 2 public members pursuant to the law. The primary role really of the Public Financing Authority is to direct preparation of and eventually approve the infrastructure financing plan, which is where you get into like reams and reams of paper and lots of financial analysis. So all of the financial analysis that we do today as a city, and that I think you as a county would want to undertake if you entertain this notion, is really to sort of determine, whether there's a need for this and whether it's something you want to be a part of at a higher level. But the infrastructure financing plan is much more granular. It has to identify all of the improvements that would be financed and budgets for those in detail. The Public Financing Authority is also tasked with holding 3 public hearings prior to the approval of the infrastructure financing plan and the final formation of the district. It authorizes the issuance of EIFD bonds, if any, and it conducts annual reviews and oversees independent audits of the expenditures of the district. So that's the governing body. The infrastructure financing plan, like I mentioned, is really sort of the Bible, so to speak, of the district. The infrastructure financing plan, although it does have to be approved by the PFA itself, must also be independently approved by any taxing entities that participate. So county board of supervisors, city council would each have to independently approve the IFP in order for this thing to fly. It would, like I said, describe in detail those public capital facilities or other projects of community-wide significance that would be financed by the EIFD, and it would project the future tax increment and limit the total dollars that would be collected by the district. It would specify an expiration date, and it would include a fiscal impact analysis for any taxing entities. I realize I forgot to put it on here, but it would also specify, in addition to the expiration date, the boundaries of the district. And I know we got some questions about whether or not the boundaries of that, whether this thing can the city could opt in and this thing could go off the rails, that the boundaries of the district could somehow grow without the county's approval. And the answer to that is no. The IFP itself has to be approved by any taxing entities, and any revisions to it that would change those boundaries would also have to be independently approved by the taxing entities, meaning the county board of supervisors and city council.
So is it correct to assume that the presentation you've given us up to this point has clearly defined what those boundaries, those geographical boundaries are in fact? Or are you still trying to distinguish what is the surrounding community? And I don't even know how I didn't hear you even define what the community was.
Yeah, so this is a map from BKF engineers, the A's engineers, which defines the proposed limits of the district. And your county assessor had correctly noted that at least one of these sites, I think it's this one, actually there's an existing lot that stretches across Embarcadero West. So for this and many other reasons, there will have to be, you can see these existing lot lines do not obviously match the future development. So there would be a re-subdivision of this property, and these would boundaries would be legally established prior to the formation of the district. But this is the extent of the district that we're looking at.
Miley has a question. I'm not sure Supervisor Chan had a question. And we do have the assessor on the line who wants to make some comments as well. We'll proceed in that order so far.
Okay, so a few questions, Molly. So, and obviously our legal folks will have to verify and confirm all of this, but just get your response. So you said the boundaries as presented here, the Board of Supervisors would have to approve that, and there could be no change in those boundaries without our subsequent approval.
That's correct.
Okay, and then in terms of when the Public Financing Authority is established, it will come up with the infrastructure financing plan, and will that plan include where the dollars are to be spent?
It would.
It would, okay. It would include where the dollars and what would be the dollars that would be spent for, okay? True?
Yep.
Okay. And then this is a point of confusion. So you're saying on the financing authority, the Board of Supervisors and the City Council would equally participate, or how's the composition of that determined?
We've actually been advised that the existing law is not explicit as to the composition. So I think that if another taxing entity such as the county were to opt in, we would need to make an agreement about the representation.
Okay, so at one point we thought, well, yeah, but at one point we actually thought that the board can only have one representative, so that is still open for discussion.
Definitely. I think that was based on the Oakland IFD law and the previous sort of point of confusion about which law we're proposing to use.
Okay, and then once we opt in, we're locked in for the duration of the 45 years, right?
I think that's correct. I think once the district is formed, there's no getting out, so to speak. Once the county and city have both acted to form the district, you've committed whatever portion of your tax increment that you've committed in the formation of the district for the duration of the district.
Okay. And then if we were to decide to participate in the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District and the start of this Public Financing Authority, we could negotiate a tax sharing agreement?
I don't know the answer to that question, to be honest.
Okay.
Are you talking about for taxes other than
yes.
Other than property taxes?
Yes.
I don't have previous experience with tax sharing agreements, so I would hesitate to answer that question because I would probably be wrong.
Because that's an outstanding issue, a tax sharing agreement. So that would be something we'd like to get some information on in terms of our ability to negotiate, because that could be very persuasive to us in terms of wanting to, there's a lot of reasons to consider this, but that could also add to our desire to participate in Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District. And let me see here. And then that's the purpose of the district, once again, to reimburse the A's for any infrastructure that they have built.
That's correct.
The bonds are issued, and then the bonds reimburse.
That is correct.
And I think you've explained this to a couple of supervisors. And I think Dave even said that if the money's not there, the master developer or sponsor, whoever it is, they just have to absorb that cost, that loss.
That is correct.
And then can the district bond for more than it would have a finite amount that it could bond for, right?
Right.
Okay. All right. I think those are all my questions.
Yeah. And kind of circling back to one of your questions of, once you've committed, is there no going back? I should note your questions related to bonding would nudge me to answer that more definitively, that yes, there is no going back, because obviously to the extent that there was a sort of out, it really wouldn't create a situation in which you could issue bonds. The bondholders are relying on city and county's commitment to commit those revenues.
On the Public Financing Authority, I had the same question as that was just asked about the composition. So you're saying that's to be determined. But in terms of this authorized issuance of bonds, is that agreed upon before this authority sets up, or do they have discretion over whether it's incremental payments or whether it's bonds?
I think the PFA would have discretion. They have the discretion over the issuance of bonds. So, as you correctly note, you can do it as what we call pay-go or pay-as-you-go, or issue bonds. But in general, I would expect that the district would, I would expect that the Community Facilities District would issue bonds. And I just saw Bob Gamble light up. Does he want to jump in and correct something that I said?
No, just that I think that the financing plan in the infrastructure plan will detail the extent to which you're relying on bonds versus pay-as-you-go funding.
So that'll be determined prior to the meeting of this group. Is that what you're saying?
It is part of the work of the Public Financing Authority to make that determination.
After the county would opt in, correct?
Yes.
So that they make that determination at the beginning, or it's an ongoing discussion? Is that part of the documents, that the initial documents that would be voted on by the city and county, or is that to be determined?
It's part of those documents, and it would be approved first by the city, or be approved both by the city and county, and then by the Public Financing Authority.
I see. And has that been determined yet?
No.
But you're expecting that to be determined by the time the council votes on it?
No, because the creation of the district will occur later.
Okay, so that piece would continue to be negotiated with the A's? Or not? Or it's just...
The piece of how much would be bonded versus pay as you go.
Yeah.
I mean, in general, I think our assumption and the A's assumption is that we will issue bonds
for the whole amount.
Not the whole amount, because you have debt service coverage. Obviously, the bond holders require that. So, but we would anticipate that the district will issue bonds whenever there's sufficient increment available to make it worthwhile, right? Because there are issuance costs, and keep in mind the increment doesn't come all at once. It comes over years. So the infrastructure financing plan would likely lay out a plan that included multiple bond issuances, and then also the use of the pay-go, which in that case really is the money that's left over because of that required debt service coverage.
So that'll be worked out as the Public Financing Authority is being formed. I'm just saying this because this is going to be a big issue. So I'm just wondering when that's decided, or who that's decided by. Because if this group is going to decide that on an ongoing basis, it's going to be very, very, it could get very contentious.
So can I piggyback on your question a slightly different way? At this point, all of your discussions that have been with the city for the last 18 months, did the Community Facilities District at all include the county?
The Community Facilities District specifically?
Yeah. Did it include so I'm trying to find out where the county has what part the county officially plays in that, in order to make these decisions and recommendations, even around financing and bonding.
So let me talk a little bit about the role of the Community Facilities District versus the Infrastructure Financing District, and then maybe we can circle back to your question. So the The proposed structure that we've been looking at is really the one that's been used for every infrastructure financing district that has issued bonds to date. And the general scheme of the world is this: you form your EIFD over the area that I previously showed you a map of down
Right.
here.
Right.
And you form a CFD, which a lot of people also know as Mello-Roos districts, over the exact same area.
Right.
So you have two districts, they're just over the exact same area. As you know, a CFD involves a special tax, which is above regular property tax rates. And CFDs are used oftentimes by developers as another way to access kind of low interest financing for infrastructure. Because even though it's private capital, because it's a special tax above and beyond the existing property tax rates, it's because it's collected through the assessor's office, it's viewed as a secure revenue source and is treated by the bond market as public financing and deserving of, while not the same extremely low interest rates as GO debt, but still really attractive interest rates compared to private capital. So imagine we have a CFD sitting right on top of an IFD. And what actually happens or has happened in the past, and what we anticipate happening here as well, is that the EIFD would never issue debt. The debt that would be issued would be CFD debt. And Bob can speak to this probably more eloquently than I can. But the general idea is that the special tax is set at such a level that it's anticipated that the taxes, those supplemental or incremental taxes that are captured by the EIFD are at such a level that the special tax really never has to be paid, because you have these EIFD revenues flowing in. But the bonds which are issued are CFD bonds, and they're backed by the special tax, and they have recourse to those tax revenues and the underlying real property assets. They do not have recourse to either the public financing authority or beyond that to the taxing entities of the city and the county. And we do this it's been done this way for a variety of reasons. But key amongst them are that CFD bonds are very well accepted in the debt market. They're issued all the time and have been for decades. And as I previously noted, CFD bonds are non-recourse to the issuing entities, which is a key concern for city. And I hear, and I'm not surprised to hear, for the county as well. And revenue shortfalls, although extremely rare given the required debt service coverage, are backstopped by the developer, not by the city or county's general fund. So we are not proposing to reinvent the wheel here. There's a wheel that we feel works pretty well, and that's the direction that we have anticipated following so far. And if Bob wants to jump in and add anything to that, he's more than welcome to do so.
I think that's fine. It's helpful.
You're saying the county would clearly have a role in the community finance facilities district,
so
or would it be the city only?
The CFD, I don't think the county does have a role in. The city would be the issuer, I believe. Is that correct, Bob?
That is correct.
So the city would be the issuer, but the county's responsibility would be through the IFD, where we would contribute tax increment to pay off the debt, correct? Issued by the city, or issued by the city through the CFD?
Yes.
Correct.
Supervisor Chan, and then
Can
we'll
you
go to the assessor.
Can you explain this? Revenue shortfalls are backstopped by the developer, not the city or county's general fund. Can you explain that more? Like, how could that happen? And how would there be a shortfall? And what does that mean?
Yeah, so we received some questions, and I think there was an earlier question of, what happens in the event of a default.
It's a revenue shortfall of what?
So in this case, when you're actually issuing CFD, well, so the answer is it probably would never happen, because you're issuing debt, CFD debt, based on projections of IFT revenues, right, which come from tax increment. But the recourse, if there's not enough IFD revenues to service the debt, that special tax is what's going to pay for debt service. So really, on a CFD, the only way you end up with a revenue shortfall is if people are defaulting on payment of their taxes. Is that accurate, Bob?
Sorry, yes, had to unmute. Yes, that is correct, yeah.
And I was out of the room for a second on a phone call, but so the CFD issues bonds back. What is the special tax?
Special tax is just, so in a CFD, the property owner actually affirmatively agrees to pay a higher tax rate. So whereas the property tax rate today for the site's probably about 1.3%, I want to say, they would say, I volunteer to pay 1.5%. And that acts additional, and those numbers are just examples. That additional 0.2% is what's promised to the CFD bondholders to service their debt.
The property owner in this case is the A's?
So the property owner in this case is the port and some combination of the port and the A's, because we have both ground leases and sales of property here contemplated by the port in their transaction.
So can I just ask a clarifying question? So is the tax increment then backfilling what's not covered by the special tax?
That's correct.
And so what do you expect that amount to be? Because I know you had a couple of pie charts that have a huge 95% with no source of what that funding is, and then you highlight that the request would be that the city and county, and I may be looking at old data because I don't have your current PowerPoint, but you indicate that both the city and county would equally participate about 3%, which I guess is tax increment, correct?
Correct.
And so what's the other 95%? What's the source of those funds?
I would have to kick that one to Dave because that's their private investment. A larger CFD than just what is backed by IFT proceeds is possible as a source for some of those, but most of that represents the vertical development, meaning the ballpark and the residential, et cetera, which you couldn't use CFD funds for. So Dave would need to answer as to where they would get the other billions of dollars.
Well, it would just be private capital. So like that's how that would be solved.
So the remaining 95% is private capital. And then if you compare the percentage that you're asking the county to contribute, which is equal to the city's share, can you compare that to the estimated revenue that would accrue as a result of this to the county as opposed to the city?
I think we would have to also follow up with you in writing on that because I don't want to give you the wrong numbers.
Supervisor Chan, and we look forward to those numbers because all of the information that we receive, the minimal amount of information we receive, is only outlined the county's involvement and supposedly benefit. And if we're going to, like the Chronicles say, almost be equal contributors, we clearly want to understand the full deal, not just our portion of the deal. We're not that stupid.
Yeah, I wanted to know, and you may cover this later, but what happens if the infrastructure district revenue doesn't cover? I mean, the revenue doesn't cover the infrastructure. What if it comes in lower than is expected and it's not able to cover the costs of the infrastructure?
Well, keep in mind the infrastructure financing district is a reimbursement mechanism. So the infrastructure has already been built at that point.
Yeah, I know.
So So if the revenues come in lower, then it either does not get fully reimbursed or it takes longer to be reimbursed.
And does that have to be agreed upon by the A's, or would, or if they have an expectation that's set, would they sue the district? I mean, what would happen?
No, because the district doesn't make any representation to do anything other than make the available, contribute whatever revenues come into the district. You can't contribute anything that you don't get, right? It's only incremental taxes. So it's the developer's risk, and to some degree in the developer's control, because a lot of times when the districts produce less or take longer to produce the same amount of increment, it's really because the project is being built out more slowly than was originally anticipated.
Dave, could you speak to that? What if it isn't an issue? I mean, we're talking 45 years. None of us will be around, but what if everything's built out and then and something happens, like there's an earthquake or no one goes to the hotel, or no one wants to buy lease the buildings, so that the amount of money coming in is lower than you expected? Then what happens to you?
Well, that could happen, Supervisor. And in this scenario, the way we've structured it with the on-site infrastructure, we're on the hook for that if there's a gap. Like it's
okay, so you're on the hook for that.
Yeah, so it's like that's
so you
why
you don't get to do something legally to.
No. So I think it's important to understand that is part of our offer to the city, that we are taking that risk.
Okay, thank you.
The assessor wanted to make some comments and ask some questions of clarity.
Thank you, President Carson. Can you go to the assumption slide with the?
Yes, happy to.
Thank you. So my office received this yesterday, and we quickly, as best we could, review some of these numbers. And the only line items I was actually able to really vet today was the condominiums, and in some ways the apartment line item. The assumption on the condominiums is that it reflects the average sale price of what's going on. And I'm assuming it's in Jack London Square, because that's probably the most comparable area to what Howard Terminal will be. And we're finding that these numbers are inflated by about 30%. That the value that you see there is actually is higher than the highest sale value of a condo per square feet in Jack London Square from January to May of this year. So my question to Dave Colville and the A's would be, what happens if the revenue comes in 30% less than what is expected? Can you still fulfill the project? Can you still build this out, assuming that you get 30% less revenue over the life of this project than what's there? Because we're also seeing something very similar, and I haven't vetted it enough yet, in the apartment line item. It looks like it's about 30% higher than what we're assessing right now as well. And then just real quick, and I was going to call Mayor Schaaf and give her a little bad news, but the annual growth for Oakland is going to be significantly less than 6% this year, and for all cities in Alameda County this year, unfortunately.
I mean, basically, part of like us underwriting the project and taking the risk is that those things may happen. And I think it's important to realize the importance, especially with the on-site infrastructure, of that offer that we're making as part of our deal that we originally discussed in January, we made public in April, that we are taking on the risk if those revenues don't materialize in the way that you see on this really fancy slide. So it's just important to understand that the risk will not be with the county or with the city. It will be with the A's as the master developer. And I think it's important to understand that is a positive aspect to potentially join this effort, because you're really not going to have a situation where you're holding the bag.
Chan.
Question for Molly and Mr. Cavall. In the documents that you sent us, there was specific language about sea level rise. Does the city of Oakland have a plan over time, not just for this project, but the entire frontage or along the Embarcadero? And then secondly, Mr. Cavall, how is your project going to address that issue?
Molly, you
gonna
want to
have,
go first? Yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna have to get back to you on that one. I have to admit, I have complete tunnel vision. My job is to focus on Howard Terminal, and I don't actually know the answer to the question about the city's kind of higher level plans with regard to sea level rise. I just know how they, how we're intending to treat it for this particular site.
Which is actually in a very robust and resilient way. So we've actually worked very closely with our engineering team, with the city, to ensure that Howard Terminal, when we build it out and invest this infrastructure, will be able to withstand the sea level rise for the next 100 years. So that's an important investment that makes the property usable. If we don't make that investment, like, it'll just at some point overflow. So then you won't be able to use it. So I think it's important to remember that that is a benefit of this project, is that it does provide the access to this waterfront location for another 100 years.
And the last question, Howard Terminal has been controversial because of the hazardous waste there. How is that mitigation going to be addressed? Is that in the EIR?
It is addressed in the EIR in the hazard section of the EIR, but the agency with jurisdiction ultimately over cleanup of the hazards that exist on Howard Terminal is not the city, it's the State Department of Toxic Substances Control. So as is typical of every project I've worked on in my 25-year career that proposes to convert something that has been used for something other than residential to residential, there is cleanup to be done, because there's potential exposure to residents that's quite different than the existing condition today, which is an industrial use, which is 100% paved. So there is no sort of sleight of hand here with regard to the cleanup. Cleanup will be based on residential levels, which means when this is done, the site will be much cleaner than it is today.
That's another key question, including the affordable housing issue that I mentioned earlier. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I just had a question. So I understand that the developer, the A's, will take the risk on if the money doesn't come in and it doesn't cover their full infrastructure costs. But isn't it true also, though, then if that's the case, the money that the city and county would be expecting in return would be less?
Yeah, I mean, it is also possible that the fiscal impact to the city and county will be less than projected, for sure. I mean,
Okay, so that's the risk. That's the risk to us if we're going on those assumptions. And then the question Supervisor Valle raised, I wanted to ask Dave, I guess, did you account for if there's a large cost for cleanup?
Yes, and our budget for on-site infrastructure includes all the remediation and all the work with DTSC to ensure that the site, reaches the standards necessary with their oversight and cooperation of them and the city. So that is something that we budgeted for. We put allowances in there, and obviously, if there's overages in those areas, we're on the hook for that too.
Okay, because you never know till you actually dig in, You actually
we had that in San Jose on our soccer stadium. It was a little more complicated than we thought. So that's just sometimes the way these things go down, and you just have to be prepared for it.
Okay, all right.
Kind of related, the infrastructure district also, I guess by statute, you can't pick up the cost for routine maintenance or repair work or any of the things that might be city, county, ongoing providing of services. Is that correct or not?
You are 100% correct.
So that means that would be an added cost that the city and the county and the port would have to be stuck with for the duration.
Well, it's fairly typical in large scale developments like this that another type of CFD, a maintenance CFD, is formed to pay for things like maintenance of the parks within the project. So that is another avenue for paying for maintenance. But you would know better than I what the role of the county is in maintenance, but my understanding is that would otherwise primarily fall or exclusively fall to the city.
Yeah, you're most likely correct about that, but I just want to raise that issue as the city has to also entertain this,
Correct.
this proposal. I don't know if the assessor finished his line of questioning or his questions and comments. If not, if you have, you go right ahead and finish, and otherwise the tax collector is back up at the lectern.
So is the property owner essentially responsible if there's not enough funds to cover the bonds that are going to be issued with the IFD and the CFD? And isn't the property owner essentially at that point the Port of Oakland, since almost all the ground leases are signed by the Port of Oakland?
I'm gonna kick that one to, well, so it is a combination, and actually you can see in, sorry, this map.
Yeah, there are some areas we can take in fee, actually.
Yeah, so these kind of darker purple areas would be transferred in fee. And my understanding, and Bob can jump in if I'm wrong, is that the security for the CFD bonds on the remainder of the site is actually the leasehold interests.
That's correct.
So if it's affordable housing, the leasehold interest then would be the affordable housing provider. So the nonprofit organization that gets funding from the city and the county.
Affordable housing doesn't pay the tax.
Right. It
usually,
can,
but not
it
always.
can, right? It depends
Not
how you
always.
form
We don't
it.
exempt every affordable housing provider.
Right. Well, for a CFD, it's not, it's a matter of really how you form the district. So the projections that we've had so far, we have not projected an allocation to the affordable housing to keep their costs lower.
Can you share with us where the data comes from for your projections? Because I still haven't seen it, and we can't really analyze this without the underlying data. But at the end of the day, what you're saying is that there's a chance that if the projections don't come in, the cost will be borne by the leaseholder, which is potentially an affordable housing provider. And if they're not exempt, well, they wouldn't be exempt from special assessments. They would be only exempt from ad valorem. So if there's what is it? I can't remember the acronym.
CFD.
Thank you. If there's a CFD, then they would still be responsible for paying that, correct?
It's up to the construction of the CFD. I mean, most CFDs don't attempt to tax categories of users, including affordable housing developers. That is typical.
So you're telling me that it would exempt affordable housing from the special
I'm
assessment?
saying that's an option in the construction of the CFD.
But if that's not included, then they would end up flipping the bill, covering the bill for this. So
They could,
but
they could, but that's not what we are envisioning doing. We're envisioning that their assessment under this special tax would be zero.
And then who would make that decision as far as who would be exempt and which?
The CFD is a city entity. So Bob, is it correct to say that the city would make that decision?
That's correct, yeah.
Oh, and I'm just getting a note saying Melrose was recently amended actually to exempt affordable housing.
Oh.
So I guess we no longer have to make that decision.
It's not even a decision now.
It happens under the statute.
Okay, just please send me the data, underlying data for this sheet. It makes it a lot easier and a lot less staff time to try and find the information. Thank you.
Sure.
Treasurer,
I've-
tax collector.
Thank you. I have a quick question for Molly or Betsy. So the land is still going to be held by the city, by the current owners? Or is the land going to be transferred to the developer?
So this land, again, in the purple here, I know there's two purples, but this purple, grape shall we call it, would be transferred in fee to the developer, and then all of the other parcels would be via 66-year ground leases. Is that correct, Dave?
That's completely correct.
Okay, so the private parties would begin to pay property taxes upon the transfer to them?
Correct.
What about the two parcels owned by Duke Energy that are currently owned by Duke Energy?
David, do you want to address
the
that?
Vistra parcels? Yeah, the Vistra parcels, which are located, I don't know, Molly, you can kind of show, they're kind of closest to Jack London Square.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
right in that area.
Right.
Yeah, so that's currently under separate ownership. We do have an LOI to purchase them, but that has not been finalized yet, but that could be. So that could end up just being part of the project area.
Okay, and one more question. Dave, do you have any projections of taxes that would be paid upon transfer of ownership to you?
We have a full scale analysis of all the taxes to all the entities that can be provided.
And by year, by year?
Yeah, we do.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, and Leo will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that in that fiscal impact projection that we provided, and I know it's abbreviated in one page and wraps up a lot of other spreadsheets of analysis behind it, but I think the construction period impacts included the taxes that are generated from that initial transfer of the land as construction period impacts, as opposed to the annual impacts, which are based on the assessed value after completion of construction of the assets. Is that right, Leo?
Yes, that's correct, Mom.
Yeah, because a lot of the spreadsheets are, as built. I have one more question. Does the board, this is a legal question possibly, do they have a right to negotiate about the length of this? I know it's up to 45 years.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a negotiable thing?
My understanding is there's a maximum, but not a minimum. But to the extent that you're trying to create capacity to bond, those bonds themselves are typically going to be at least a 30-year tenure. And you would issue multiple times during the build out of the project. And I think that's why the statute established 45 years as the limit of the district to allow kind of multiple bond issuances during that first 15-year period.
Okay. Aside from the bond issuance, is there a reason for either the city or for the county to want to go less years for this? They'd get their increment sooner.
Right. I think you can do one of two things. You can either have a shorter tenured district, or you can contribute only a percentage of your increment. Those are ways that you can limit your contribution.
Okay, thanks.
I want to go back. We might have missed it. Dave Cavell, who are your development partners? And did you outline what they're going to build?
So we are the master developer ourselves, the Oakland A's, and we are seeking entitlements for 1.5 million square feet of office, about 3,000 units of residential, which will include some portion that are affordable, the 250,000 square feet of retail, the ballpark, and then the performing arts center. So those are the total development envelope that we could build under this proposal that we've made to the city.
So does that allow you to also sell or lease to other developers?
It does, yes.
And has there been any discussion with the city or the port about them receiving any portion of the sale or lease revenues?
The agreements as they're currently constructed, the only sharing would be on parking with our deal with the port. But all the other areas those are revenues that just accrue to the developer.
And then within that, I thought I saw that there's some open space. Is that privately owned or publicly owned?
That area is, and you can kind of see it in the green areas. There's probably a little better. So there's 18 acres of public open space. It's part of the project. That's public.
Okay. And then a couple of other questions. Will there have to be any voter approval brought around for you to seek out the bonds?
No, there is no voter approval. There is a, and this gets a little bit to the why no offsite IFD, but there is within the EIFD statute a provision for a protest procedure. So if more than half of the property owners or residents within a proposed district protest its formation, they can stop its formation. That's obviously not an issue for an on-site IFD because it's 90% owned by the port and there are no residents.
So I don't know if our county councils had a chance to review this. Do we have any, does the county have an opportunity, if we choose to opt in, can we also opt out?
So when we began our review of this, we were focused on the legislation that was specific to Oakland. So I can't speak with certainty now that they've clarified that's not the legislation that they're pursuing under. That's one of the issues we just now, with the clarity that we have now, need to go back and review. But that was one of the concerns that we had. And our understanding, I think initially, was that we could not opt out once we opted in because it was this 45-year commitment.
Okay, and have we received any of the, I guess, project costs that the performance agreement that was prepared by what was it, Century Urban or whatever it is?
To my knowledge, the only thing we've seen is one page from that financial analysis that addresses potential revenues that would accrue to the county. I'm sure there's a much deeper analysis and backup information.
Okay.
And again, one of our questions is, what is the comparable amount of revenues that will accrue to the city under this construct?
Mm-hmm.
So the term sheet which we're referring to is there a term sheet for the Port of Oakland and then there's a term sheet for the city?
Correct, because the property is actually owned by the Port of Oakland. So all of the transactional aspects of the project, the option agreement, the master lease, the purchase and sale agreements, et cetera, are controlled by the port and would have to be approved by the port board, whereas the city has land use jurisdiction only. So we have the ability to enter into a development agreement to vest the project sponsors' entitlements. We have the ability to zone the site appropriately, amend the general plan, and approve the ultimate development, issue building permits, et cetera. So we both have independent authority over the site. Did that answer your question? My brain's starting to get a little fuzzy,
No, I get it.
Many hours in.
Yeah, I get it. I appreciate the energy and the time you're giving us. I guess I'm asking that because, again, for some reason, we seem to be put on the spot as the first ones to say anything or do anything. But for me as an African American, I get it, back of the line, but the first to be fired, right? And so I can't figure out, I just keep trying to figure this out. While the port has to take some action, city has to take some action, which is critical, term sheets and everything else. But it's the county that's being asked to do this before the 30th of June. It just really perplexed me, and I just can't seem to get a direct, honest answer on that. So I guess on that, does the port's term sheet term sheet obligate the A's to fund all of the infrastructure costs?
The port's term sheet just says that the port's not paying for the infrastructure costs. Is that correct, Dave?
Yeah, that's
yeah.
correct. It says that they're not participating in it. And then our proposal to the city that we originally made in January, that we worked on over the last year and a half, has the A's handling all the on-site and then the off-site being handled by the city.
Okay. Supervisor Valle, Supervisor Chan, Supervisor Miley.
Dave, for the record, will you commit that the A's or the developer that you select to build affordable housing will build affordable housing and not use in lieu fees to get out of that obligation?
You know, right now we've pledged a pot of dollars that can be used by the community in any way for whatever community benefits they want. That is the current structure that we have contemplated that I said was in the January proposal. And that is a proposal that works for us financially. If the city feels that a different proposal is necessary or better, they can obviously make it. But a lot of that's informed by the input we've received from the steering committee in West Oakland. So that's what's driving that, Supervisor.
Right. I understand.
That they wanted to control that. So that's how it came to that.
It's just, again, for the record, too many times cities dodge their obligations and accept in lieu fees for whatever reason and don't build affordable housing. Thank you.
You're welcome.
The actual number of market rate housing that has been built in the city of Oakland versus the affordable, that's a record that many people have been focused on, myself included. Supervisor Chan.
A couple things. In terms of the proportion of tax increment from us, the city, and all that, is that defined in law by the word increment, or could that be negotiated? Our share.
So any taxing entity has the opportunity to not opt in, meaning you would contribute zero. But if you do elect to opt in, you can opt in for only a portion of your increment. Does that
so the number
your
you're
question?
suggesting is something that we could negotiate?
Yeah, that represents our current projections based on all the pro formas for the project of the VLF and property tax that would flow to the county as a direct result of the build out of this project. But you could choose to contribute less.
Okay. And then in terms of, I mean, it's been clear from this presentation that there are a lot of issues, that have to be gone through. So I have a question and a comment in relationship to that. So has the city council had the opportunity to ask these kind of questions or have as in-depth a briefing as we're having today? I don't know if we're done yet, so I'm just saying as we're having.
Yeah. So as Betsy mentioned at the outset, we did do a number of informational sessions and action items for the council, particularly around the 2019 legislative session when we had a couple of pieces of legislation, state legislation related to the project. And since then, our communication with the council members has been through briefing them one-on-one and in small groups about the project and the A's proposal and city staff's analysis of the A's proposal.
So you would say that all the stuff and all the questions, I mean, I'm not saying they'd ask the exact same questions.
Yeah.
But all the things that we've gone through, you've gone through with them individually.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, we don't hide things from our council members.
Well, I'm not implying that you've hid things
from
them. I'm just trying to understand how the process might go, because obviously if depending on the level of briefing they've had. I mean, maybe they're not like us. Maybe they don't ask so many questions, but, we have
No,
a lot
they
of
ask.
questions. They do?
They asked lots of questions.
Okay.
But the July 7th study session is going to be particularly focused on the project finances. So I think there'll be a pretty robust discussion. It's a lot to absorb, for
Yeah.
sure.
Okay, so I'm just going to make a comment. I don't know, is there more to this briefing? We're going to have another section?
I think probably the one part we haven't talked about was the questions at the outset about the offsite IFD. And so that's probably the one thing I need to touch on before we end. I can kind of
Well, we have
jettison some
public
of the other
comment as well.
slides.
I'm just trying to get a
Yeah.
sense because, everyone's been listening to this, and I don't know how you feel, Dave, but it's pretty obvious to me that we're not going to be able to vote on this next week. I mean, anybody reasonable, I feel like, who's listening to this knows that there are a lot of outstanding issues, and then the slides change today. No one is trying to be obstructionist, but I really feel like this is going to take more time. And, hopefully that's not a deal breaker because our intention isn't to, break a deal. But on the other hand, just as a business person, step into our shoes and see all the issues that have come up here and all the unclarities that we have. So I guess I want to ask the A's, if it takes us more time, reasonable amount of time, is that possible or not? Because I don't think this board's going to be forced into making a decision next week.
We shouldn't be held, the county really shouldn't be held over the barrel that the last 5 years you've been attempting, if not longer, to work out a deal with the city of Oakland. And we were never a part of that, never at the table, never informed, never solicited. And then all of a sudden we're told, here's 20 days, make a decision or you derail. Because that's kind of what's put out in the press. We're going to derail the project because we didn't take the first vote for it. That's not right. Actually, it's kind of angering all of us to be publicly put in that position. You did not do that. City people did it. And they would be very upset if we did it.
Yeah, Dave, were you going to answer that?
Yeah, I'm sorry. So, from our perspective, kind of like what the supervisor said, we've been spending 5 years on this. We spent over $200 million. We're at the point where we've spent almost a year and a half negotiating these term sheets. We presented our offer, which we think is very robust, in January. We just need to know before the summer recess. And we appreciate that the city has calendared a vote on the 20th of July. And, our existing proposal to them does not include the county, but I do know that the city prefers to have you guys involved. So, whether or not we can get to a positive outcome in July, I don't know. I can't say, but we really stand behind that date needing to be a definitive date for us to know what the city council is feeling about our waterfront vision.
Okay. I mean, I can't speak for the whole board. We're not taking a vote today, but I would say, given our staff time, it would be great if they could have the month of August because we're not here and having meetings, so they could spend the time really analyzing and going through all these questions that we have and, take it up right when we come back in September. I mean, to me, that would be the ideal time for the county. If you want to go ahead and do a city-only deal, I mean, that's always your option. Like I said, it took you a year and a half to discuss this, right?
That's true.
We can't discuss this in 2 weeks. I mean, that's not feasible. And we also, don't appreciate, as President Carson said, being blamed as the person, the entity that's stopping this, because really that wasn't our intention. We didn't even know about this till 3 weeks ago. So, we're trying to be reasonable. I think our board is generally reasonable people, but, there's a point.
Yeah, just picking up where Supervisor Chan left off. I just want to say, because I know we have a number of people who have been listening and some speakers, and I apologize that it's taken a while to get through all this. It's approaching maybe 4 to 5 hours, but I knew there'd be a lot of questions from my colleagues and myself on the board. And I think the information, at least from my perspective, that we received today has been very helpful. I have a lot more clarity at almost 7 o'clock than I had at 2 o'clock. Definitely a lot more clarity. I do feel this is a city ask, and I think Betsy Lake said it, that what they're asking the board to do is take a non-binding vote that we would consider joining the infrastructure, the Enhanced Infrastructure Finance District. I think that's what she said. If I'm articulating that incorrectly, if Betsy would correct me, I'd really want to know that. Are you asking for a non-binding vote from the Board of Supervisors? Is that the ask?
That is correct.
Okay, because the city's going to do a non-binding vote too on July the 20th.
Correct.
I don't think we're going to be able to take a vote by next Tuesday. I mean, I think that's pretty preposterous. Next Tuesday is the 22nd, and we're going to be in the middle of budget deliberations all next week. I think our staff, we need to have an analysis, a financial analysis of all of this from our staff, or have our staff get our financial people to analyze it. We need to have a legal analysis of this. I think the city ask, based on what I'm looking at and heard today, I think it's a reasonable ask, but you need us more than we need you. So I really feel we need to negotiate a tax sharing agreement. We really need that, because there's a lot more things that are going to be beneficial coming out of this that are going to go to the city that the county will not even get a part of, and that's been raised a few times. So we need to negotiate a tax sharing agreement. Supervisor Chan pointed out, even the increment, we don't have to go for the entire increment. That's another piece of this. So there's aspects of this that need to be negotiated around. So I really feel, I'm more inclined to be moving in the direction of possibly wanting to consider this, but I also think our staff needs to look at whether or not there are other options that we can pursue that would also help this project move forward as well. And maybe all those options are not as superior to the option that is before us today, the Enhanced Infrastructure and Financing District option. So if we pursue that option, we clearly need to have a tax sharing agreement associated with that. So those are just some of my comments at the moment, and I know there'll be speakers. And I just don't, the city, I mean, I got to applaud you for trying to get us to buy into this by saying we'll have increased essential healthcare services, we'll have increased funds for transportation, homeless services, childcare, and our property tax will be enhanced. Well, that's true. All that's going to happen if this goes forward, but that's not anything that wouldn't have happened anyway if it goes forward. So the county needs to get a tax sharing agreement that gives us even more of an incentive to be a part of this, because the city needs us to be a part of this. So I'm putting that out there so you understand we recognize that this is going to be beneficial to all parties. We recognize we're going to get more out of this if it goes forward, but we also recognize that the city needs us to be part of it. So I just want to say that so you understand that I, for one, I'm going to be looking for a tax sharing agreement.
Supervisor Miley, I totally respect your opinion, like I respect all of my other colleagues' opinion on it. As politicians, making public comments about non-binding stuff, it means it's almost like if your daughter was small again and you promised her to take her to Disneyland, and you said, I'm going to take you to Disneyland, and then all of a sudden you go like, wow, the cost of going to Disneyland is shot through the roof, the cost of getting there is shot through the roof, the hotel cost is shot through the roof. I don't think I could take you to Disneyland. That's a hard one to back off on, right? And when we are making these, and for me, I can only speak for me, non-binding to me almost is like, unless something extraordinary happens, it's hard for you to walk back from non-binding once it's public.
because the expectation level is there. So, I mean, I respect that, and I, you know, it doesn't mean that I'm saying I'm not supportive of looking at this in a very serious way. With all due respect to the city, the A's paid for the study and all of the financial stuff. I would feel a little bit better going down this road, having us do an independent financial overview of this from the county's perspective, so that we take away any suspect of outcome from that. Does it mean it's absolute? No, but I just think that we have to do some our own due diligence, since we were asked at the very end of the process to jump out in front of the process and drive it across the finish line. Supervisor Valle and then Supervisor Miley.
Mr. President, I sense we're nearing the end of the presentations. I wanted to ask staff, are there other cities in the county that could qualify for IFD legislation that would say exactly what Oakland is saying, that they would want county participation in major capital development projects?
Yes, any of the cities within the county could request that the county participate in an enhanced infrastructure financing district.
Okay, so moving forward, we could be setting that precedent.
That is correct. Of course, it would be up to your board to determine when you chose to participate or not.
And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, it's just that I've heard time and again that Alameda County is not a banker. Thank you.
Supervisor Miley.
Yes, President Carson, yeah, I would agree with you that everything you said we need to do, that independent due diligence and all this. But I'm also saying that for the city to want to get us to this, to take a non-binding vote, to be a part of an enhanced infrastructure funding district, in addition to us doing our analysis, they need to sweeten the pot, and we need to negotiate a tax sharing agreement. Because as you pointed out, and Supervisor Chan, I think, pointed out, there's a lot more money that's going to be coming into this that we don't even see. And we should be able to get a share of some of that.
So I appreciate that, and I do think that everything should go on the table. Nothing should come off the table. Again, I think we've beat this horse to death many times. The fact is, we were given 2 weeks to consume information and make a decision of $150 million of potential revenue that should be going towards our hospitals, our community clinics, mental health, drug and alcohol, housing, people who are relying upon social services, people who fall into the safety net every day, helping to get the homeless off the street.
Yeah, and I'm not so sure, maybe Betsy could speak up. I don't know what they mean by a non-binding. I think it's a vote to say that we intend to join the district. I think, I don't know what the definition legally of non-binding is, but I think they expect us to take a vote with some weight. I mean, that's the impression I got from the mayor.
I was just going to say that I think what Supervisor Carson said earlier is the gist of it. Your board, if you say this is non-binding, that would simply mean that you could, change your mind later. But as Supervisor Carson stated,
No, because they were going to put, my understanding, and Betsy, you can correct me if I'm wrong, they wanted to put a number of our share of the financing into the financials that they're going to give to the city council, which was the reason why they wanted us to vote on it first. They said they had to give a full term sheet to the city council, which would include our share. That means we would be agreeing on our share at the time of the vote. Betsy, tell me if I'm wrong, but that's my understanding.
Yeah, so the idea is, in order for us to put together our non-binding term sheet, we do need some indication on how much, if the county is willing to participate at the EIFD, which stream of property taxes, if any, it would be willing to put in, so we could then in turn structure our proposal. As is the case with the city, entering into from a term sheet to the final DA, the actual terms are going to be written out in long form in a full development agreement, and they can change between a non-binding term sheet and the final development agreement. That would be the same for the county. You would have a declaration of intent to put in your property taxes, but the final determination for the percentage and how much would come at the time that you decide to opt in and approve the infrastructure financing plan and the infrastructure financing authority.
So, I mean, kind of, and I'll turn it over to the county administrator in a second, but I mean, kind of at the moment, what I thought I heard within the last hour, other than let's look at every single thing, and that we don't have to identify or authorize a full amount of our tax increment, that could be any. It also seems like since there are other ways in which they can close the gap on the city side, I'm sure of that. We might be able to consider other ways in which we could be supportive of the A's deal without committing our tax increment money, future tax increment money. I mean, if we want to blow up the ship, let's just look at everything, since, we're being thrown a hand grenade.
I was just going to clarify with the city staff, if the county board doesn't do as you're requesting, and you indicate that you would like that to fill out your term sheet. Absent that, there's nothing that precludes you from taking a term sheet to your council, correct?
Correct.
It just means that the city would have a greater share, or the cost that you're asking the county to contribute would have to be picked up by the city, or you'd have to make some adjustment to your total project or financing plan.
I think it's important to go briefly through the reason this offsite, the proposal that the A's provided, which was the onsite and offsite IFD, why that offsite IFD is not feasible, and the reason that it makes good public policy to actually maximize our tax revenue stream from the development itself rather than an offsite IFD, because that's where you get the big uplift, and that's where you can responsibly reimburse for the large infrastructure costs.
Why don't you go ahead and go through that?
You want me to take that, Betsy?
Yes, please.
Sure.
Yeah,
so I think the slide's been up on a giant screen behind your heads for a while now, but the offsite IFD that was proposed by the A's on April 23rd presents a number of issues. Some of them are more around fiscal responsibility, and some of them are more just around pragmatic feasibility. So taking the second one first, we talked about the fact that EIFDs do have, under the state law, a protest procedure. So under that protest procedure, if more than half of the either property owners or residents of the district protest its formation, they can prevent it. So being able to form an IFD over this area that has hundreds, if not thousands, of residents and property owners is a very different undertaking than forming the on-site IFD, where you have currently the port owning the vast majority of the site, and then Vistra, formerly known as Duke Energy, owning a small portion of the site. So there's just a fundamental logistical issue and risk when you don't have that kind of single ownership structure.
So what's the percentage or number of West Oakland residents that have been impacted by the freeway in the past and the systematic division that have happened in Black communities across this country. What's the number of current residents in the West Oakland on-site that are there?
Are you talking about within this
Within
red area?
within the on-site area, yeah, because you said if the residents, the majority of residents in the Jack London area that's kind of south, south of the project, if they come together and file a lawsuit, I mean, are you saying that that couldn't happen with the residents in the West Oakland area?
What I'm saying is under the EIFD law, for an EIFD to be formed over this red area, which is what the A's have proposed, we would have to get the cooperation of more than half of the property owners and residents in that area.
And there's less of that challenge in the on-site area.
Yeah, the challenge is pretty much non-existent on the on-site area, the gray area, because there are no residents and there are only 2 property owners, and one of the property owners owns about 50 out of the 55 acres. So it's historically, and history is short with the EIFDs, but they've pretty much exclusively been used in these types of situations like the on-site IFD, where you have a single or a very limited number of property owners. And also, as we talked about, there's actually not been EIFD debt issued to date. The EIFD is used as the capture mechanism, and then the debt that's issued is CFD debt. And the CFD law has an even higher bar. So if we were to try to form a CFD district over this red area, we wouldn't just have a protest procedure, we would have an actual vote. So 2/3 of the property owners in that red area would need to vote to tax themselves at a higher rate in order to build the infrastructure that's required for the Howard Terminal project, which seems frankly unlikely. So those are kind of the pragmatic issues. The other one, which is more about the finances, is just, the basic dynamic of these infrastructure financing districts is the vast majority of the increment is created on a site like Howard Terminal, which is basically going from unimproved with minimal to no assessed value today to a future in which that assessed value grows exponentially. So you go from $29.5 million of assessed value on site today to $7.6 billion in the future. The area which is in red is pretty much all developed. Now, is it developed to its highest and best use? Would we expect to see some of those sites change hands and see more intense or denser uses? The answer is yes. For sure. But again, you're not going from a near zero assessment to an exponentially higher assessment. It's a much more sort of slow and steady transformation that happens over time. And so it just really doesn't give you the same amount of increment that you can use to bond against as this, where you're kind of going from 0 to 7.6 or near 0 to 7.6 billion. So as a practical matter, these increment districts really work well when you have almost no value going to large value versus pretty decent value going to slightly higher value. And then just philosophically, from a fiscal, wearing our city fiscal responsibility hat, we talked earlier about the background rate of growth that has happened in the city of Oakland over the last 20 years in assessed values. And I know your assessor said he has some bad news for us that we're not going to see it this year. And I certainly didn't mean to imply that we see it every year, but over the last 20 years, which, keep in mind, included the Great Recession and times when I'm sure that assessed value growth was non-existent, if not negative, the average growth that we've seen in assessed value in the city of Oakland over the last 20 years is 6.4% compounded annually. And the A's projections for this offsite IFD area called out that they expected to see 6.8% growth. So this is not what we would really consider but for taxes. These are taxes that would for the most part be generated even in the absence of this project. You may know that the city is kind of undertaking on a similar timeline a rezoning of its entire downtown, which includes all of, I believe this is the line of demarcation. So all of this area in red, about maybe kind of 60, 70% of the proposed offsite IFD is undergoing rezoning pursuant to that specific plan. So it's really unknowable to the extent there is increment that's generated in this area, to what degree it's due to the sort of spillover effects of this project versus to the upzoning that the city is independently undertaking. It would be due to both, in all fairness. It's just not knowable to what degree one or the other contributes.
So just to put a finer point on it, I mean, just like you indicated that, the county doesn't want to take away from the tax revenues that the county has for essential needs, neither does the city. And the idea behind an IFD, the on-site IFD, as Molly said, is you've got an area that's otherwise not going to be developed. It would otherwise stay in maritime uses, generating its $50,000 a year. But if you can capitalize on that uplift from the project, then you can actually responsibly create a revenue source that does reimburse without cutting into general funds or other county and city just general needs. So, this project, by opting into the EIFD, the county would certainly not be taking away from its essential functions. Without this project, it wouldn't be getting, in fact, even the uplift in the taxes that are dedicated to those essential functions. So that is really what we are looking at from kind of a fiscal responsibility perspective. Is we don't want to, and we have been told by our city council that we should not be repeating the mistakes of the past at the Coliseum. We should not be bonding against our general fund. We should be using, if we're going to be putting the money in, and as we are asking you to do, we would only be using our but-for taxes.
Talking about revenues for a hot second and protecting revenues. So the Port of Oakland would be, what other revenues would they be benefiting from? Off-site parking, transfer fees on condo sales, and what other funding sources? I guess surcharges on rides from Lyft and Uber. What all?
So the port, in its exclusive negotiating agreement, non-binding agreement with the A's, is doing the real estate deal, right? And so they have outlined the costs they believe are necessary to replace the revenues that they at least get on the site now and satisfy the fair market value. So all they're asking for is to satisfy fair market value, and that consists of lease payments, and it consists of, and Molly, maybe you could, or actually maybe I'll make sure I'm not stepping out of school, because I may misstate the list of revenues that the port receives under the current term sheet.
Yeah, I mean, and Dave can step in on this one as well, because the city is not a party to the deal between the between the county and the port. But in general, my understanding is that there will be leasehold revenues. So there's a master lease, which I think essentially represents revenue replacement for the port from their current short-term operations. And once development begins on the site, that master lease is becomes kind of smaller and smaller, so to speak. So as the master developer takes down, for example, first the ballpark site, that master lease would shrink and the footprint of the ballpark would be replaced by a ground lease, which is specific to that use and that site. And then that master lease revenue would go down, but would be replaced by new revenues, ground lease revenues for that particular site. That's the dynamic for the ballpark. For all of the other ancillary development, those transactions are going to occur per the ends at fair market value. So there would be an appraisal at the time of the takedown, either the ground lease or the sale of each site. And those transactions would happen at fair market value. And then Supervisor, you're correct that there are some other sweeteners in there for the port related to TNC fees and a percentage of on-site parking revenues. And I believe there is also a profit share component, but Dave could maybe correct me if I got any of those details wrong.
Molly, you're right. There's a profit share component, and then there's also a condo transfer tax.
Oh, right.
Those are all the elements of the port economic deal. You did a very good job of explaining it.
And then could you run that down for the city in terms of the other revenues that would be benefiting the city?
The city does not get any other revenues. We get taxes. That's it. So outside of our tax revenues, we don't get any revenues from the project.
That's right. The city is acting as a regulatory agency on this deal, and the port is the real estate entity.
Thank you. County Administrator?
Just quick question when you were explaining the offsite. So just to be clear, the A's proposal included both an on-site and an off-site district as part of the financing proposal?
That's correct. The A's proposal did.
Okay, so what was the value assigned to the off-site district that you're not recommending?
So I would say that the city consultants have not validated the A's assumptions with regard to the offsite, but their projection was that it would create in nominal dollars over 45 years, $1.4 billion of tax increment. And I believe that their proposal of April 23rd asserted that that was all due, 100% due to the project.
So when you're recommending not doing the offsite, so essentially you're looking for a replacement for whatever financing the offsite district might have provided, and that's what you're looking, the gap that you're looking to the county to fill?
Not entirely. I don't think that the county's contribution could fill that gap, but it is a piece of the puzzle.
Supervisor Valle?
I thought last time I spoke, we were going to wrap it up, but it doesn't look like it. So I just want to say that despite my skepticism, I remember at the opening, I talked about Jack London Square, the importance of revitalizing that district. I will do my very best to keep an open mind, but ask that the numbers be presented to our staff so we can get some accuracy so that we can make an informed decision. Thanks. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Howard, Supervisor Chan.
Yeah, I too am anxious to hear what the public has to say, but since we're all weighing in on where we stand or what our thoughts are right now, I agree with a few things. One, it's pretty clear there are a lot of benefits if this project can happen to this area that otherwise needs redevelopment, needs revitalization, housing, that it will generate taxes that it otherwise will not ever generate. However, there are also significant risks, and I'm concerned about the port, the jobs that are nearby, and what will happen to them. And I've spoken with the people that are currently utilizing that site, and they tell me there's not a great alternative for them. And so that means that their costs are going to go up, and therefore that's going to get spread to the rest of the the public, I guess, or not sure, we haven't evaluated that, but risks to jobs, risks to losing the manufacturing base that Supervisor Miley talked about. Oakland is a working community. We have vital jobs right there. That said, the benefits seemed, in my mind, I'm cautiously optimistic that they will outweigh the detriments. I'm hoping that we can roll up our sleeves, but it depends on the answers that we get. Echoing what Supervisor Vai just said, we need to have the numbers. We need to have them quickly, and I just don't think we can do it by next week, but maybe we can do it in the few weeks after that. September would be the best, but if we have a deadline of July 20th, I'm willing to put in the hours to consider this with as much an open mind as I can, and hopefully, again, would like to get to yes, as I said in the beginning, but not without the answers that we have outstanding questions to.
Supervisor Chan, are you voting now?
No.
I thought we were taking a vote all of
Are
a
we
sudden.
taking a vote? Yeah, no. I mean, since everyone's kind of saying their opinion, and I think, like I said, I'm approaching this with somewhat of an open mind, but there are some concerns I have. First, the staff needs to have enough time to do some more analysis of all these issues that have come up, and I don't appreciate, when other parties have been talking about it for a year and a half, that we were only informed about it 3 weeks ago. I think that's not a way to do collaborative work of any sort whatsoever. And I think if we tried to do that to the city of Oakland or any city or any business group, they'd really balk at it. So that's not a way to work together. I'm very concerned about the percentage of low-income housing. The in lieu fees, since the A's are willing to pay in lieu fees, I would really like to see more low-income housing on that site. We were told, and perhaps the city can correct me, but when we were doing the A1 bonds, and in the last 5 years, about 95% of the housing in Oakland is new housing is market rate. And I want to see that site be successful, but I don't want to see it be another symbol of gentrifying people, gentrifying the city and just kicking, low-income people out. I think our project for Broadway is mixed. It has some market rate, but it also has seniors, has veterans, it has formerly homeless, it has low income. Instead of just kind of segregating the city into these different pieces. I also think that the county needs to look at the percentage of tax increment to make sure that it is offset by future development. So the amount, I'm not just going to accept the amount that was proposed by the city. So, I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. And this is one reason we backed out of the, Dave's going to laugh. He probably's not going to laugh, but we wanted to back out of the sports business because every time we have to do these negotiations, every time it takes so much time because it's involved and people have different opinions on it and people have different perspectives on it, and that's why it would have been better if you could just do it yourself, but we'll see what happens.
Supervisor Miley.
Yes, so I'll try to be succinct because I know there are people who have been listening for over 5 hours. And I just want to say that I feel I understand more at this moment in time than I did at the beginning. Because I know I've heard from a lot of different people about this over the last couple of weeks. And appreciate President Carson scheduling today's briefing because it's provided an opportunity for all of us to hear the information from all of the respective parties. And I still support the fact that we need to do our own independent analysis, financial, legal, structural due diligence on this matter. But I came in very skeptical. I'm at a place where I'm more open-minded. It's been pointed out by some of my colleagues already. I'm more open-minded. I'm even at a place of saying I could support a non-binding vote, but I could only support that if we get to a place we have negotiated either more affordable housing, or we've negotiated a tax sharing agreement, or we've negotiated we're putting less of our increment in. But we need to, because the city needs us to be a part of this plan, and we know it's going to be beneficial for the region, as everyone's pointed out, we want to see this happen. We want to see the A's stay. But because the city's coming to us asking us to join in, we need to try to get a little bit more out of this to benefit the county for our revenue stream, so we can continue to provide resources to address all those issues that Supervisor Carson pointed to at the beginning of today's meeting. And even though we're going to get more money as a result of more sales tax for child care and for homelessness and for transportation and for healthcare, because they're all tied to sales tax, yeah, we're going to get more, but that's de minimis. And we knew we wouldn't get this if the project doesn't go forward. But you can't just ask us to join and say, just take what you're going to get because this is going to happen with your participation. No, we want a little bit more so that we can have more coming into our coffers to do a little bit more as a result of this 10 billion, 12 billion, whatever the amount of potential development that will happen at that site. And then I think if the EIR can adequately get certified and answer the questions that I raised earlier, I'd be a little bit more comfortable with that as well, because I'm always looking at the unintended consequences, and I would hate, and I've made some tough, challenging votes over the years, some of which, not many, but a few that I've kind of regretted. I don't want this to come back and bite me and say, hey, maybe you shouldn't have made this vote because it's affected the ability of the port to maintain its viability. But looking at and hearing what I've heard today, I think I might be good. But once again, we're just starting this journey. And as Supervisor Chan pointed out, I think President Carson, and I think I've said it too, we have a lot of resentment associated with the fact that you've brought us into this and you're distracting from some of our core responsibilities at this point in time, as opposed to having brought this to our attention earlier.
So it seems like there's a majority of the board that seems to be ready to move forward with this proposal. I have a couple of questions. Since you're on the record, like I'm there, do you think we should spend any time or energy in having an independent financial advisor that the county selects in order to look at this deal? Or are we just ready to, in next week, put it on the agenda? I mean, because we don't need to waste anybody else's time and not we don't need to play politics around this. If you made up your mind, we should move forward.
Mr. President, if you're asking me?
I'm asking the board. I mean,
Yeah,
because
okay.
what I'm hearing is, I'm okay, let's keep going, let's make a deal, let's move forward. And after 4 hours of listening to testimony, I don't want to, we haven't approached our budget. We haven't approached the rest of us dealing, because we've been primarily the ones responsible for all of the COVID issues in this county. There's so many issues that we don't need to continue to burden our staff if in fact the mind's made up. We just don't need to play any games.
I agree, Mr. President, and I wasn't inferring that I wanted to play baseball with anybody. I want to make it really clear. What I've heard from my colleagues is, clearly, we need more time. This is too hurried. I agree with Supervisor Chan's comments. Later in the fall, after the City Council has made a decision, then we can relook at this, which gives us plenty of time to do an analysis, and I agree with you. We need our staff to look in depth at the numbers. There's not information here enough to make a decision. I would not be in favor of bringing this back next week for up or down.
So you were pretty concrete about some direction.
want to get a sense as to whether or not the rest of the board wants to go in that direction, which was probably after the city council has taken their vote, after we've gotten our information back from a financial advisor, we would take up this issue. Yes.
Yes, President Carson, yeah, I think we should do the analysis. I would find out from the county administrator if that could be done like in 30 days. Then we schedule this for 30 days from now or the first part of August to take up and see where we are. That's kind of what I'm thinking. And I think, I keep saying a tax sharing agreement. Maybe tax sharing isn't sufficient enough. Maybe we should be looking at a revenue sharing agreement.
Okay. Is everybody okay with that? Okay. Having said that, we're going to listen to the other speakers.
Can I ask one question about that?
I have a comment I'm propelled to make based off of Supervisor Alvett's comment. Been watching this show, High on the Hog, and it's been really impacting me a lot because it has shown historically how land has been used against the African American community still to this moment. And I'm just don't want to no longer be a part of continuing to negatively impact a segment of people that have been negatively impacted since we've arrived as slaves on this shore of this country. And there's no evidence that the majority of the housing that has been built in the city of Oakland has been market rate housing. There's just no evidence that it's not anything other than that. Affordable doesn't really exist for the people of color who've been living in this city this long. It doesn't exist anymore. And to the extent that we go forward building more market rate, it will accelerate the exit of African Americans, Spanish-speaking people, Asians, and others who are not getting these high-tech jobs that are coming into this area. And I'm going to call it what it is each and every time. I don't care who it is. So we've had some direction on that. We will listen to the public.
President Carson, we have 16 speakers in line. How long would you like for comment?
2 minutes for each speaker. Thank you.
Please state your name. You're on item 1. You have 2 minutes to speak. Cheryl, you're on the line. Scott, you are on the line. You have 2 minutes. Please unmute your mic. Please state your name. You are on the line. You have 2 minutes.
I'm Zenny Abraham of Zenny 62 Media. I was invited by Supervisor Miley. I'll make my comments really succinct. My first job out of grad school was with the Oakland Redevelopment Agency. I built an area redevelopment economic model to calculate tax increment. I have ran over 1,000 tax increment calculations for various clients, including the San Francisco Redevelopment Agency and the Emeryville Redevelopment Agency. With respect to this project, I had a phone meeting with Dave Cavall on the 4th of April of 2017 and introduced to him SB 628 Beal, the first EIDL legislation, encouraged him to use that. He was under the impression public money couldn't be used. He took that and I think very brilliantly created SB 293 Skinner. I mention that because the legislation in Section 2 of SB 628, 293 Beal says that an agency must be formed to collect tax increment revenue in black and white. And in subdivision 10, it specifically mentions the Oakland Athletics baseball park as privately financed versus other facilities. I continued to ask Dave until even recently, do you intend to pay property taxes, thereby starting the engine of tax increment financing? I didn't get an answer from him, and the consultants didn't lay out that standard tax increment revenue stream, which you should be aware of. If it's a 4% rate of growth, assuming a $2 billion assessed value for the stadium, I'm not going to deal with the wish list, then you're looking at a revenue of $1.6 billion if you don't have the taxing agencies share their base amounts. But if you negotiate for it, it goes up to $2.6 billion. And then you can take that monies and bond the first stream at $468 million bond issue. And that would satisfy Mr. Cavall's infrastructure needs and then form a nice serial structure for what SB 293 Skinner called for, which was the ability to spend that additional tax increment money anywhere the agency designated throughout the city of Oakland, which leaves the county an ability to do what we used to do: negotiate pass-throughs, negotiate special deals. And that has been lost in this. This is the first time, if I may, Supervisor Carson, just a few seconds to make this point, because I think Mr. Miley had a question for me. But this is the first time in Oakland's history we've done redevelopment without forming a redevelopment agency. And that's why we're behind Supervisor Chan. I've never seen this before.
Zenny said you had a question of him?
Yeah, because I know Zenny developed the Oakland Athletics Howard Terminal Ballpark spreadsheet, shows tax increment funding community review results. I've known Zenny for a long time, and actually worked with him when I was on the city council. So I've asked the county staff to take a look at what you prepared, Zenny, as well, and I've kind of run it by a few other people outside of the county, and they pretty much concur with what you've presented. So based on what you've heard today, do you have any recommendations that you would suggest for us?
Yeah, we need to move forward, but need to make sure that the A's nail down the property tax payment, and also make a decision regarding the base tax revenues, because if you use that, then you don't have to use Melrose. I have never seen a Melrose calculation that replaced property taxes. Why are you using Melrose? I don't know. But I'm telling you, you run those streams, you're going to get into trouble. Okay? So I really advocate for just doing what we used to do: negotiate with BART, AC Transit, the school district, and then say that for the county, that $252 million they're going to get, or excuse me, if you use the base, $143 million, pick projects that the A's can then essentially spend via the tax increment. But every time I presented to Dave, he would always say, we're using project revenues. I said, Dave, just say property tax revenue. Just say you're going to pay your property taxes. That's it.
Thank you, Zenny. Appreciate it.
Please state your name. You are on the line.
I'm a layperson. I think school district revenues are excluded from this structure. My name is David Peters. I am on the Howard Terminal CBA Steering Committee. I'm also on the board of the Friends of Hoover Durant Public Library and the founder and executive director of the West Oakland Cultural Action Network. And I just want to say I'm very proud of everybody here in this meeting today. The seriousness with the supervisors are approaching this, the depth of information was provided by the city's team and staff, the way Molly walked us through that with so much clarity. And I'm very proud to be in Supervisor Carson's district because he hit on it for what is important to me. I live here at the corner of 580 and 980. My community has been surrounded by freeways, urban renewal out of existence, and our commercial and cultural corridors have been destroyed. And so what is the opportunity here? The opportunity is for this body and the city to get together and engage in a reparative justice community investment agreement. I don't want to hear about a community benefits agreement. That is normal. Let's do something novel based on a racial equity-based approach. That was the charge of the steering committee, the Howard Terminal CBA Steering Committee. Take a look at our charter. Our recommendations are designed to address racial equity gaps that are documented in the city's Howard Terminal Baseline Equity Indicators Report. And here's where I get into trouble. Dave Cowell, I'm gonna provisionally retract those nasty names I'll call it you on Twitter because one of the supervisors asked about the CBA and it allowed Molly to explain that it is currently similar to what we were told. And so here's the rub. In slide 22 or 25, it says all the money is designated to affordable housing, thereby leaving none for the community's grassroots recommendation. If we want to have reparative justice, Supervisor Carson, what you're speaking to, embrace the recommendations of the Howard Terminal Community Benefits Agreement Steering Committee. Hundreds of impacted West Oakland, Chinatown, Old Oakland, Jacqueline Square people have invested thousands of hours over the last 18 months to do this. This is a radical process that's never been embraced before for grassroots driven input. So please make sure that the A's do not get out of embracing those recommendations and realize not all of them can be funded by an EIFD because they're not all capital projects. So we talk about this mellow roofs on top. Maybe that needs to be bigger than just to cover the bonds that'll be repaid because we need an ongoing stream to cover non-capital projects. And so don't let the A's off the hook. There's a deal here.
Thank you, Mr. Peters. Really appreciate it.
Please state your name. You are on the line.
Susan Ransom, can you hear me?
Yes.
So is Dave Cavall still on? I don't see his face anymore.
He's still on. He can hear you.
So I'm going to do this really quick because I have 2 minutes, so please start my time now. Thank you to the Alameda County Board of Supervisors to hear the port tenants' concerns on this sensitive subject. Susan Ransom, SSA Terminal Oakland, long-term tenant to the Port of Oakland, long-term good relationship with the port, high consistent revenue contributor to the port, currently doing about 70% of the maritime business through the port, $30 million investment of largest cranes on the West Coast for the port, $10 million plus investments to hybrid our import machines at outlets to the berth so ships can plug in, all in coordination with the Bay Area Quality Control and the port on their environmental needs, home to 23 steamship lines calling the port, first link to a long chain of 84,000 jobs created by the port business, including union truckers, rail suppliers, agricultural, retail, you name it, it comes to the port. Newly signed long-term lease with the port on the assumption of a long-term future with the port. SSA is constant, long-term, and a committed revenue maker. Concerns, steamship lines are concerned of their liability over noise, lights, increased water traffic that can result in detrimental accidents. They're also concerned about renewing long-term contracts due to those liabilities. SSA is largely concerned about 10 acres of Howard Terminal for a turning basin that has not come up one time in this conversation. It is under review. That is our future. Jay Wonderman says studies show commercial can work alongside port operations, but that is not what Dave Kimball or the mayor is advertising, nor have they actively sat with actual stakeholders to discuss the hundreds of concerns. The port commissioners work for the mayor is pushing the project. Danny Wan has promised to put the port stakeholders' concerns up front and center. Love the aerial views shown, not one single 19,000 TEU ship on the water under our cranes. Geez, it's either photoshopped or not current. And where is the working together with port operations promoting the 10 acres of land that needs to increase the turning basin, which is our future? Which, by the way, SSA was the marine terminal that moved from Howard Terminal to down the road with those fabulous cranes, which shows our continued growth in land and volume. Mr. Caval, I've invited you before. I would again offer the invitation to contact me for a personal tour of port operations, which may give some insight on why all the concerns and what.
Thank you very much.
I live.
Okay.
Please state your name. You are on the line.
Hi, I'm Aaron Wright. I'm an ILW Local 10 worker for 30 years, business agent. I believe the A's are trying to get your commitment for funding today to make an end run around the city council to increase their political pressure on them to take an affirmative action on the stadium deal. Let's be clear, this is not about a stadium. The Oakland City Council has already approved an EIR for a brand new A's stadium at the Coliseum. The A's could break ground tomorrow on construction if they wanted to. The reality here is that the A's want both sites to build on, as this whole thing is essentially a real estate deal. As far as the port commissioner's support for this project, I'll say this. The mayor appoints the commissioners and directors of the port, as well as the city employees who work on and gave you a presentation today. In other words, she is the boss at the moment. The mayor has publicly and adamantly supported the Howard Terminal project from the beginning. So I believe that any claimed support by these agencies is compromised by the power structure involved. In the beginning of this process, the A's consistently said that this deal will be privately financed. And as a citizen, I cannot comprehend the A's absolute greed and the gall of those public officials that would even suggest we finance $855 million for this project. As the A's are saying, $12 billion will be put up from them on the development, which maybe makes the $1 billion taxpayers are to put up seem smaller. But we don't know they are going to spend that much. There is no finalized plan. And if you were putting up more than 90% of the money for a project that is so great, why would you let that small percentage left be the deal breaker? The make or break attitude the A's are expressing today doesn't make sense. They want almost $1 billion of taxpayer money with interest. I feel no responsible custodian of the public trust could even contemplate it. It's a looting of the region. And for what? A baseball team we won't own. And on top of that, the A's will get the land at the Coliseum complex and Howard Terminal to build housing on. It's 150 acres of land for housing in one of the most expensive regions in the USA.
Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Please state your name. You are on the line.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello? Can you hear me? Uh-oh.
Yes.
Doug?
Yeah, is it my turn or is it Melody's turn?
Melody's term, and you're next.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, board. I'm so glad for you guys for this meeting. I'm really happy because it has opened up our eyes to a lot of things that we sort of kind of knew, but we know now. This is what the lady said, Molly said, is a real estate deal. She didn't want to say it, but she had to, because you guys kept pushing for questions. And that's how we learn about things. This is a real estate deal, you guys. Keith, Nate Malley, all you guys, come on now. This is real stuff. And like you said about the show you watched, Keith, about blacks, there's not going to be not one black living over there. If anything, one of our blacks are going to get killed on those acres because they're the ones that's homeless. They're going to look at that open space, think they could go there, and one of them Karens or Barbecue Becky is going to call. You guys said you guys didn't want to get in it, but look what your mayor did. She pulled a Jerry Brown Act on you. Now you guys got this headache. Yeah, you guys need to look at everything because like David Peters said, they had 140, I was on that too, CBA, 140 things that we wanted done. They only end up with 12. That ain't 1%. I'm asking that you guys please take your time. Bessie Lake, Molly, all you guys have brought out, you're very well versed. But this is not for the county to get into. Put what you guys want to do, put it over there by the Coliseum. That's where it need to be at. You just don't want to be around nobody black. Bye.
Thank you. Mr. Blackshear.
Thank you, Honorable Carson. And good day to all the other Alameda County Board of Supervisors. My name is Doug Blackshear. I'm chair of Labor and Economic Development for the Oakland East Bay Democratic Club. 3 issues here. First issue, the longshore and warehouse union will be greatly affected because once you get $1 million condos down there, they're not going to allow the longshore and warehouse union to operate the cranes at night and unload those ships. So what do you think is going to go first? The union that housed predominantly Black workers that pays starting over $100,000 a year, or are they going to make the people who live in these $1 million condos leave? Second, the businesses that surround the port and that rely on that Pacific gateway to get ships in and out, to move their goods in and out of United States and to the Pacific Rim, that's going to seriously impact almost 85,000 jobs, which are once again primarily and majority people of color. Third, the Coliseum, Oakland Coliseum, has been ranked number 5th in the nation for transit, airport, trains, etc. This is a land grab by the Fisher family to own Oakland. We have enough gentrification going on here now, and I beg you, do not let this go through, or you're going to be a big part of the gentrification process. Thank you.
Ty, you are on the line.
Good evening, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Ty Hudson, and I'm with Unite Here, Local 2850. We represent over 600 union food and beverage workers that work A's games at the Coliseum currently. And that's not counting many hundreds of other union members represented by other unions and different sorts of jobs that work out there and depend on those games for income. The vast majority of the majority of the workers in our membership there are African American. The vast majority are people of color. The vast majority live in Alameda County, and many have lived in Oakland, in East Oakland, and worked at the Coliseum for decades. They and their families depend on the income from working those games, and many depend on those jobs for their health insurance. In 2020, we saw what it was like for these jobs to disappear. With no fans in the stadium, there was virtually no work for the food and beverage workers and many of the other workers at the Coliseum, and it wasn't pretty. It was a precarious time for a lot of people, as you all know. Now the fans have returned to the A's games, and some, not all, but many of the workers are back to work. Things are looking up, but we know the Coliseum is at the end of its life. The A's need a new stadium, and if they leave town in a few years, it's going to be 2020 all over again for hundreds and hundreds of Coliseum workers and their families. Except it'll be permanent, and there won't be a CARES Act or an American Rescue Plan to keep people afloat. And these will be the very same people that we are all very rightfully concerned are being pushed out of Oakland. Well, if they lose their jobs, they're going to be pushed out of Oakland even faster. So we really are counting on you, both the Board of Supervisors and the City Council, and everybody, all the decision makers, to make this happen. We believe there is a fair deal to be reached, and we're counting on you to fight to keep these jobs in Oakland. Thank you.
Thank you.
Howard, you are on the line. You have 2 minutes. Howard, you are on mute.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Howard Agerman. I'm from the Oakland East Bay Democratic Club. I'm really proud to be a citizen of East Oakland. My major concern with my terminal, Howard Terminal deal, is that it's going to take away from the Oakland Coliseum, which, as the brother mentioned, gives good jobs to people of our community. I feel strongly that the A's should do what other teams have done, which is build a stadium in the parking lot. So I urge you to do that. And as a senior citizen and a season ticket holder, I use BART to go to the games and go across the walkway. So I think a lot of seniors will be discouraged from attending the games if the team moves to my terminal. So please oppose the Howard Terminal and keep the A's in the Coliseum. Thank you.
Michael, you are on the line.
I was going to say good afternoon, but it's good evening at this point. My name is Michael Freed. I live in the Cherryland unincorporated area of Hayward, California. I'm also on the advisory council for Nate Miley's office. He didn't ask me to call in. I'm just doing it as a private citizen. I would just like to advocate, given all the testimony that's come forward in the next, 7 hours, that people just slow down a little bit and take the advice of both Supervisor Chan and apparently all the supervisors would like a little more time to look at this and just move a little more slowly and revisit it maybe in September. And my question really is, what is the driving force for having it to be done in the next few weeks? I mean, who generates this? Who's calling the shots as far as it's got to be done? We got to get this vote. You got to be, making a decision tomorrow when you really don't have all the information. And I do appreciate all the presentations. Everything else seems very, genuine and really well thought out. I'm just wondering about the efficacy of it for the long term. One other question I did have was the facility that's the steel or iron industry that's just west of that. Is that still functional? Is it of any concern environmentally? And I really would take issue with not being able to see the full environmental report without, before you make a decision. So that's my advocacy, is just move forward a little more slowly and also rethink the Coliseum complex, because it's really, I think it's been a big benefit to East Oakland. And just to rebuild it, I think would be a great thing. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Please state your name. You are on the line. MK, you are on mute. Please unmute your mic.
Yeah, I just want to say vote yes. I'd like to buy that first condo available.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comment.
A Luna, you are on the line.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Andrea Luna Bocanegra. I sit at the Alameda County Democratic Central Committee, and I'm here on my behalf. I'm a resident of East Oakland, And I wanted to start off that I'm a little bit offended that the A's said that the current Coliseum site was not a good site to rebuild the A's ballpark, because I live in East Oakland and that is my home. So I feel insulted by that comment. Secondly, I work for the biggest importer of extra virgin olive oil. We use the Port of Oakland as our main import and export to national accounts. So my concern is that this is going to affect the port's productivity. We should think ahead, and we should be investing in the Oakland port, and not taking away land, not taking away acres that can potentially help grow the port of Oakland itself and bring millions and billions of dollars, much more revenue than the A's will ever bring. And we have to think also that this is the connection to the Trans-Pacific. Not only the Oakland manufacturers, as my job and the local jobs in Hayward, San Francisco will be affected, but the wine country is going to be affected. Olive industry is going to be affected in the valley. They all use the port. So I'm hoping that this county supervisors will also include an EIR of the impact of what will happen to the port itself, not just the port, but all the businesses that use that port. I also wanted to offer a counter on the gentleman that was saying that these union jobs at the Coliseum will be lost. How about thinking outside the box and putting in an aquarium that is, year round at, a small part of that area there at the Howard Terminal, instead of trying to restructure and remove properties and put all this money into that property. I think we can bring in union jobs that way that will be long-term and not temporary like the Coliseum jobs that are currently now. Thank you.
Rob, you are on the line.
Oh, thank you, President Carson, and good evening, supervisors. Rob Stoker with Sheet Metal Workers, Local 104. And speaking to you tonight as president of the Building and Construction Trades Council of Alameda County. We represent more than 40,000 Alameda County women and men who work in the construction industry, including nearly 4,000 apprentices. To quickly comment on Supervisor Valle's question about the Brooklyn Basin, the former Oak to 9th Street project, if I recall, Signature Properties purchased that land from the port for like 15 or 20 million, and the project's been privately financed, but the city may have helped with some infrastructure costs on that. I don't trust my memory, but I was involved with then Secretary Treasurer of the Council, Barry Lubovisky. But first, let me say I really appreciate the information that was provided to the public today. I mean, from the A's, from the Bay Area Council, City of Oakland. I mean, Molly, thanks for your work on this thing. You deserve a Mai Tai. But especially from the comments from the supervisors. The comments and questions that they provided really, I think, gave us all a lot of insight. And Supervisor Chan commented on A1 funds. The trades were instrumental in passing that, and we fully support affordable housing in this area. So let me say that we completely appreciate your frustration with this process, and we fully understand and respect you have a duty in representing Alameda County residents. We as Alameda County working women and men value the leadership, commitment, and responsibility that comes being elected as our supervisors. With that said, we are obviously now in need more than ever of leadership, real leadership, to find a way to keep these not only existing jobs, but also create thousands more for county residents. These careers include hundreds of life-changing direct entry opportunities into building trades apprenticeship programs for Alameda County residents, and that includes veterans and the formerly incarcerated. We have a one-time partner here with the Oakland A's that is committed to investing $12 billion in private finance and $450 million in community benefits. And that number is not taking into account the enormous community benefit created by providing thousands of union construction jobs and the equity movement they provide. In closing, This is truly a once in a generation opportunity to create a legacy project that will benefit the county and its workers and their families. And we thank you for your consideration, and we would respectfully ask for a vote by the end of July. Thank you.
Please state
Good
your name.
afternoon.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Kitty Kelly Epstein. I'm a professor and I also host a radio show on KPFA. I want to thank you for holding this hearing and I want to make a suggestion. I believe that thus far you have only heard from one side of this argument because, as people have pointed out, the port directors are appointed by the mayor and so are the people who reported to you today. There's a side of the story that is especially important to the residents of Oakland, and that is what's happening at the port. Board of Supervisors members have mentioned it. I think you need to have a full hearing on it to hear from example from some of those businesses who have already indicated that they are going to take their business away from the Oakland port to other West Coast ports. And this has already happened and it's already been said. I think you should hear from them. And completely from the ILWU and the effect that the ILWU feels that this development would have on their employment and the possibility of the shrinking of the port and the impossibility of the merger of residential and port activity. And this is the most, it's not just like some industry. A port is a different kind of industry to have residences around. So I would really like to urge you to hear a full hearing from those people who are most affected. And that's what's going to matter to the people of Oakland. And the people of Oakland need to have a sober assessment of whether actually the profits to be made by a right-wing billionaire by the name of John Fisher, who's the only one who's really going to benefit from this, is more important than what happens to people like the ILWU workers and the port businesses, who are the lifeline of Oakland's most wonderful economic entity. So I would really urge you to do that. Thank you.
Please state your name. You are on the line.
Hey, good afternoon. Good evening. It's Mike Jacob with the Pacific Merchant Shipping Association. Thank you for the fantastic hearing, President Carson, supervisors, and county staff. I think you've heard from some of the previous speakers about some specific issues with the port, and obviously we have a lot of concerns with the project, but I want to start by actually agreeing with some of the statements from the A's and from Jim Wonderman. You are looking at a transformational regional project, and it deserves the type of review that a project of this magnitude will bring. I also agree with Mr. Cavill when he said his vision for this area is to turn it into Pier 39. It's exactly what we're afraid of. There's absolutely no reason why the county or the city should be proceeding ahead of the certification of the environmental impact report, which requires, as an alternative, an evaluation of the site at the Coliseum. And when you're looking at your third-party review of this data, which I'm super happy to hear you guys talk about with respect to moving forward with that review, you should look at it in the context of all of the alternatives in the EIR, including the potential for generating tax increment revenue from the project at the arena. At the Coliseum. There's absolutely no reason for you guys to limit that conversation if it's required to occur in the draft EIR. So moving forward, just thank you so much. We've actually learned a lot from you guys being who you are, which is thoughtful, questioning, and quite frankly, putting people to the test in public, asking hard questions. Thank you so much.
Please state your name. You are on the line.
Good evening. My name is Emiliano Sanchez. I'm the coordinator of Trades and Apprenticeship with Oakland Unified. we've been working the last few years to transform our educational system to incorporate skilled trades in the pre-apprenticeship programs. With our graduates being out there, and first of all, thank you for doing all this. And I'm a longtime Oakland resident and big A's fan. But I'm here because of multiple reasons. I see this as an opportunity to make sure that we include great job opportunities for our youth. We've been talking about college for the last 30 years, and so we need opportunities for recent graduates to enter the skilled trades, and that's only going to happen if we have a serious investment and commitment by builders. And I know that this will bring millions, if not billions, of dollars to the area. And I know our youth are looking for employment, skilled trades, and other opportunities that this will bring. I appreciate all the comments, again, and concerns about gentrification, about displacement of other employment opportunities, especially with the longshoremen. And so I'm sure that you guys will take all that into consideration. But I see this as a great opportunity to make sure that we keep the Oakland A's in a stadium that's up to date and modern. So again, I applaud all of you for all this late work, 6 hours that we've been on this meeting. And I know it will be revitalizing to multiple areas, and especially I see this as a great life changer for our youths that are graduating from the schools and are looking for another career option instead of a four-year college. So again, I thank you, and I ask you to give this serious consideration and vote yes on it. So thank you.
Please state your name. You are on the line.
Yes, hello, good evening. My name is Matt Schrapp. I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Harbor Trucking Association. Our members are moving close to 2/3 of all of the cargo that are being handled at the Port of Oakland. These companies are committed to an ongoing partnership with the ports and other stakeholders to ensure cargo movement and, most importantly, job growth. We can appreciate the board's willingness to ask questions and understand their proposal while thoroughly making an effort to move forward in a pragmatic approach on a decision that could have such widespread impacts. While we would agree with the PMSA that no action should be taken ahead of the approval of the EIR, it is clear that for the future health of the city of Oakland, Howard Terminal is not the right project. The Port of Oakland is a massive economic engine in Northern California and serves as the third largest port complex in the state, or rather the second largest port complex in the state and the sixth largest in the world. While the port's commissioners may be outwardly supportive of this, there are many in port staff who will never come out and outrightly give their opinions towards the detrimental impact that this Howard Terminal project could have out of fear of losing their jobs. It is true that there is a viable option that already exists at the Coliseum. Howard Terminal is not an empty lot, as some within the EA's organization would have you believe. It is an integral component in the efficient and effective goods movement of goods from the Port of Oakland. We cannot continue to grow the port while we allow millionaires and billionaires privately funded taxpayer funded playgrounds that are going to potentially disrupt seaport operations. We ask you to take a step back and continue as you are in your pragmatic approach to this project, and to think long and hard about an option at the Coliseum, which could have just as many benefits with impacting the largest job creator in the region. Thank you.
You are on the line.
Greetings, President Carson and Board of Supervisors. My name is Jason Gumatauto. I'm a member of IBEW Local 595 and a father of 3 boys in Oakland Unified Proper Schools. I rise on behalf of the thousands of sisters and brothers who fully support the Howard Terminal Waterfront Ballpark and development. While I realize that there will likely be some more consideration, I can appreciate that. But when the time does come, I do urge a yes vote to the terminal, a yes vote to the good construction jobs, as well as other supportive jobs that will be created, as well as the opportunities for some of our youth, like Brother Emiliano Sanchez mentioned with regard to our high school seniors that sort of leave our academies and enter into the apprenticeships throughout the area. So I just wanted to reiterate that the ballpark will likely provide a couple of items. One, that it will be built, in fact, union, and the A's have committed to that. And it will create, a few thousand construction jobs, as I mentioned, and thousands more support jobs of the new property. So I appreciate your time, and thank you for your consideration.
Please state your name. You are on the line.
Luis Lopez, and can you hear me?
Yes.
So I'm just a private citizen. I'm not part of not part of a group that told me to be part of this meeting. I just wanted to kind of humanize and kind of state that the A's are part of our culture. So, my dad grew up in Hayward, and to a mother that was a single mother, and he remembers going to the A's game was like an escape, and he then turned, so I kind of followed suit, and some of my greatest memories were at the Coliseum and were with the A's, and I, as an Oakland resident now, I support them moving to the Howard Terminal, and I have a 7-month-old. Was born right here at Alta Bates, along with his mother and his grandmother. And I don't want baseball to leave the area. And as a union electrician, I want to be part of building it. So I encourage you to move along, and I just wanted to kind of humanize it and kind of see what it means to just the lay person. Again, no one told me to listen. I've been listening to this for 6 hours, and it's been eye-opening, and I appreciate all of the hard work that's been done. And there's nothing like being at a baseball game with your dad or your mom and your sisters and brothers, and I want it to be in Oakland. When I travel, I wear a Oakland. Not many people can say I have Oakland on their chest when they go to out of state or out of the country, and they recognize, oh, that's the Oakland A's, and I never want that to go. So thank you very much.
Please state your name. You are on the line.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Omar Saba. I am the business manager of IATSE Local 107, the Stage Technicians Union. I represent just over 900 technicians in Alameda, Contra Costa, and Solano counties. And, I really appreciate the time and energy that went into this meeting, because I learned a lot, even though I've been, meeting with the city, meeting with the A's, meeting with the county and the other labor affiliates. Laying it all out on the line today really helped me to kind of put all the pieces together. And it's a huge job that you guys are just been saddled with. And so I appreciate the situation that you're in, and I appreciate the time you need to sort this out to figure out if it's right for the county. That being said, also as a executive board member of the Alameda Labor Council, with over 125,000 jobs, union jobs, we've all met and sat and we've talked about this, and we support this project. A number of reasons, 2,000 construction jobs, which are between 2 to 5 years worth of work, 2,000 operational jobs, which my technicians now, they work the games, they set the gates. We did all the conversions for the Raiders and the Warriors and the A's. We've done all that work, right? And my guys, I have 3 or 4 generations worth of technicians that have worked in that building, and they're at risk of losing their jobs. 2020 COVID-19 destroyed our industry, and now we're putting the pieces back together. We lose the A's like we lost the Warriors and the Raiders. You're going to see significant increases in crime. You're going to see unemployment. You're going to see devastation. And you guys are going to be dealing with it because we're going to be crying at you guys to fix it and figure it out, along with the city of Oakland and everyone else that's in power. So I appreciate your situation that you're in, but I do think that we need to figure out this deal to make it work for Alameda County and make it work for Oakland, because there is a way to do it. And I know that there's a lot of options on the table, but we need to come together and figure this out, because if we lose the A's, like we lost the Warriors and the Raiders, we're going to pay for it at the end. It's going to cost. And I think you all know that, with jobs, with security, with the reputation of Oakland and Alameda County.
Please state your name. You are on the line.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Austin Tam. I'm Alameda County Democratic Central Committee member. How much are we willing to sacrifice? How many people of color are we going to fool for this Howard Terminal project? I'm asking you to take your time and stop trying to rush. This will only lead to gentrification. We have infrastructure already. We already have access at Oakland Coliseum for seniors, people with disabilities like myself. Do not move Howard Terminal forward. We could spend money elsewhere on social services, mental health, school, education, and housing. The Fisher family do not care about anybody. We imagine this space, infrastructure is already here. Don't spend our tax dollars to build somewhere else. This is ridiculous and shameful. We will make sure that every group opposes this, even if we have to shut this project down. If you take the A's out of the equation, it is a real estate deal for the Fisher family. How often have communities of color have been misled after the fact? Fool me twice, fool me once, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, shame on us. If this goes through, the blood is on our hands and we won't be able to turn back. Thank you.
Please state your name. You are on the line.
Cheryl Walton. Good evening, supervisors, Carson, Miley, Chan, and others. I'm saying that do not get, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Do not get pressured and make a commitment to the city without knowing the full costs, without doing your research, without listening to your county assessor, who said that when he looked at the, what is that one slide, he looked at that slide and he said, wait, I saw some line items there, the underwriting assumptions that were higher. And you guys didn't even get a lot of your input from the city until last night or the night before. I mean, that's ridiculous. So I'm also asking you to step back, and as Supervisor Chan suggested, September is even too soon when they've already had 18 months time to kind of muscle through a lot of this stuff. You guys got a lot to look at, and you may not even complete it by then. So we need the Fishers to respond to over the 400 comments and questions to the draft EIR and the impacts on our city, especially in West Oakland. So that EIR needs to be completed. We need seaport mitigation. We need to know exactly about the community benefits that they keep putting out there and then saying, no, we're not going to support it. Then yes, tonight they said they are going to support it. And what about the Coliseum? It is a viable site for a new modern ballpark. They can tear that down. It already is ready for a draft EIR. Our county said you are to ensure the health and safety and welfare for all of us in our county. So do not invest in the Fishers development. Do not do so. Thank you.
Please state your name. You are on the line. Carmen, please unmute your mic.
Hello?
Yes.
You hear- Oh, hi. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for hearing me or hear the workers at the Coliseum. My name is Carmen Sandoval. I'm working at the Coliseum since 2000. I've been there for 21 years. I working for ACIU USWW. I'm representing all my coworkers. They are working more years than me, and we have only one job. It's Oakland Coliseum in the arena, but now already lose the Warriors and Raiders, but we don't want to lose the A's. We support Oakland State at the A's State. The Oakland A's State in Oakland. I work in a maintenance department. We work hard for doing the job. And I want to say again, it's only one job. We have a lot of persons, a lot of workers, and we must not losing the jobs. And because we are a long time there working, and we are happy with the team, and we were happy with the Raiders and the other team, that team, Warriors. I'm sorry, but support Ace stay in Oakland. Thank you.
Please state your name. You are on the line. Maria, please unmute your mic.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Maria Ortiz, and I work with Carmen at the Oakland Coliseum, and I live also in the East Oakland. And I've been working for 25 years, and we have more co-workers. They were more than 35 years there. So I see how much we lose when the Warriors and the Raiders gone. So we lose a lot of hours of work. So I would like to support the Oakland A's to stay in Oakland. So I want to say thank you to the Oakland A's on the pandemic time. They help all the workers, they support the workers, and I see they support the community, the schools. So I really, really want to the Oakland A's stay in Oakland. Thank you.
Please state your name. You are on the line.
Good evening. My name is Margie Lewis, and I work with the East Oakland Democratic Club, and I am a resident of East Oakland. As far back as the 90s, there were economic studies being done on publicly funded stadiums, and time again, the numbers came up wanting. A 2017 poll of economists by IGM showed an overwhelming majority, 83%, believe funding stadiums with tax revenue costs taxpayers more than the construction would generate. While teams generate glowing economic impact statements that allege new construction will generate hundreds of millions of dollars in growth, they consistently present their argument in isolation. It presupposes that if a city didn't spend hundreds of millions of dollars on a stadium, that those funds would sit and do nothing. However, most economists agree that if the same money earmarked for stadium construction was put into other growth areas, the result would be equal, if not greater, in other sectors. The A's financing models relies on, in large part, on not one, but two IFDs. By nature, the IFD cannot pay for routine maintenance, repair, work, or the costs of ongoing operation or providing services of any kind. As a result, the city, county, and port will be stuck with the bill for the costs of increased public services such as police, fire, public health, as well as the operation, maintenance, and repair of transportation infrastructure, another unknown cost to taxpayers. And in terms of the port, the A's have failed to address impacts of their project on the efficient movement of cargo at the Port of Oakland, for which Howard Terminal is an integral component. The failure to conduct an economic impact report, and there has not been one for the port itself, is inexcusable and speaks to the A's lack of care about their impact on the long-term viability of this regional jobs and industry hub. So no to this, and do not feel pressured. It's suspicious if you feel pressured about a multi-million dollar deal. Why should you have to feel pressured?
Thank you.
Please state your name. You are on the line.
Yeah, my name is D. You guys can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, just a few points I want to make. First, no one in my lifetime has ever come to Jack London Square with this massive level of investment to turn on Jack London Square as a secondary economic engine for Oakland, right? No one could do it. There's no place to do it. Now there's a private investment by the Oakland A's that requires some public partnership to make it happen. I think we should consider it. Consider it for just a few reasons. First, if this is not structured as a subsidy, that's great. Check mark 1. 2, if the city and county are not on the line, it seems like it's pretty risk mitigated, in my opinion. Lastly, if it's done in a fiscally responsible way, we should definitely consider it, because otherwise Howard Terminal is going to be underwater pretty soon. Second thing I want to mention, there's a lot of folks talking about the Coliseum. The Coliseum, here's the analogy I'll give you guys. The Coliseum has been divorced 3 times with a 4th imminent and is ready to move on to its 5th marriage. Raiders left in the 80s, Raiders left again in 2019, Warriors left in 2019. MLB has filed for divorce come 2024, and a 5th marriage is now pending. This is one of those cases where it's definitely the Coliseum not being fit for any type of sports. It's a great site. Use it for something more beneficial and a better fit for the location that's sustainable for a long-term use. Professional sports isn't it. That's all I had. Thank you.
Please state your name. You are on the line. Frank, please unmute your mic. Frank E., please unmute your mic. Herb, you are on the line.
Hello, you can hear me, can you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to start saying I've been a diehard Series A's fan from the 70s. So I've seen both ends, up and good and back all the way around. I understand a lot of the concern about the supervisors getting put into, I'm going to say, bottom of the ninth, 2 outs, trying to do a single pitch. I do feel you should get an opportunity to look at the information, but I do see the benefits, not just for myself, but for, as I was an advocate for disabled individuals who don't have activities to really go do places and spend time for activities other than being at home. Going to a sports event is one of their favorite things they do during the years. They may not be able to buy the season tickets packages like I can, but I have friends and individuals I represent from my employment that want to be able to go to an A's game and enjoy, because you did lose 2 franchises already. And what's going to happen? You're going to lose another one. And you are going to end up having no financial income, and you're going to have an awful lot of jobs lost. You are going to have that opportunity for low income, affordable housing that needs to be finished and used. So please consider saving A's. Oakland only, Oakland forever. That's what I always tell my friends. Oakland forever.
Thank you very much.
Please state your name. You are on the line.
Good evening, Supervisors. I'm not sure you can hear me. My name is Scott Taylor.
We can hear you.
Thank you very much for your time. I know it's been a long day for all of us, but I have a few important things to tell you. Once again, my name is Scott Taylor. I'm the owner of GSC Logistics. We're the largest trucking company at the Port of Oakland. We employ almost 600 people. And I've got a few important things that I'd like to mention to you. I think Supervisor Miley and Supervisor Chan earlier today, they kind of stole my thunder. I guess my question is, what the hell are we doing here? Alameda County got out of the sports business, and now we're being dragged back into it. And I think Chairman Carson is right. This is bigger than the city. It's bigger than the county. It's bigger than the state. The eyes of the world are upon us. I don't know if you're aware of it, but we represent the largest beneficial cargo owners in the world that are coming to this port. These are stores that you shop in every single day. And we don't want to see the Port of Oakland wind up like the Port of Portland, out of business. Why would anybody want to kill the economic engine of Northern California? I think we've all learned a valuable lesson with the Al Davis fiasco. Why repeat history? Oakland and the county can certainly find a much better use for billions instead of going towards Howard Terminal. We can spend that money for homelessness or reducing homicides. You know, Dave Cavall says the only reason the A's want to build a waterfront stadium is to compete with San Francisco. Well, in case he hasn't noticed, there's no waterfront in Las Vegas. But that really isn't the reason at all. A billionaire sees a way of making millions of dollars in condos, hotels, and other commercial development. This is a land grab. And as Scott Osler, the renowned sports writer in San Francisco Chronicle, said yesterday in Saturday's San Francisco Chronicle, he's not a baseball fan, he's not a money fan, and he's in it to develop land. There you have it. This is no more than a land grab. And as Dave Cavall said it best, this is more than a ballpark. And he's exactly right. This is a massive land building development with condos, hotels, and office buildings that will bring this port to gridlock. Actually, if we were just talking about a stadium, maybe we could agree to that. You know, we are reasonable people. The maritime stakeholders are reasonable people. And if we were just talking
Thank
about—
you very much. We really appreciate your comments.
Frank, you are on the line.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Appreciate all your time and letting me jump in here. You know, as people have stated, this is bigger than baseball. Okay, this is going to be a generational and legacy type of project for the whole, not just for, for the West Oakland side and Howard Terminal, Jack London Square. It's going to be for the whole East Bay community as a whole, and not just the A's fans as well, non-baseball fans. That project is going to revitalize the whole area. And I'm not talking about gentrification, okay? I'm talking about the whole community as a whole, whether you're Asian, Latino, Black, white, okay? It's going to revitalize and redevelop that whole area, okay? Jack London Square, I manage the restaurants, the small business opportunities, the jobs, okay? The multi-year-round revenue streams that the city and county, if some's negotiated, of course, is going to be losing, okay? The Coliseum site is not going to be left in the dust, okay, in this project. Matter of fact, I think from what I understand, there's some area Black investors that want to try and partner with the A's for some of the land to build and redevelop over there at the Coliseum site, okay? I urge you to look at some case studies of similar projects in San Diego, downtown and East Village area, where they built the ballpark near an area that wasn't doing much at all for the city, okay? And also look what happened with the Giants in China Basin, okay? Those two areas in San Diego and San Francisco have been thriving for decades, okay? The negative ramifications of losing the third team from your community is gonna last for decades, okay? It's gonna last for decades. Please don't allow that to happen under your watch. Okay. Please don't allow that to happen under your watch. As far as I'm concerned, from what I understand, the port is a heavy pollutant from all those items that are occurring over there in that particular area in the maritime facility over there in the port. So they need to look at this project as cleaning up that particular area as well. As I believe
Thank
the
you very
project
much.
mentioned.
Thank you for your comments.
We have no more speakers.
Okay, I'm going to bring this back to the board. Again, I appreciate what we knew was going to be a long day and with a lot of information sharing. If I can recall, and I'll recognize Supervisor Miley, the consensus that it seemed that the board had was to have the staff go back, and I'll also have Supervisor Valle's comment, staff go back and to be able to get an independent financial assessment of what has been proposed. There were a number of questions that were raised to the presenters today. Hopefully we'll get those back in reasonable time so we can factor those in. And I think that the date that was bandied about by several of my colleagues was in and around the August time period at the earliest to consider the information that we've received during the next month or so, and that's still a fairly quick time period to consider such a massive undertaking, especially a $150 million undertaking. Supervisor Miley, Supervisor Valle.
Yeah, President Carson, I just want to thank all the speakers who spoke to us this evening. It's been almost 7 hours, and I want to thank the county staff, particularly clerk's office. They've been hanging in here for the entire time, along with some of our other staff. And like I said, I've heard and learned more today than I knew before. The speakers are pretty divided. So it just gets back to what I said at the beginning. Like Godfather, all of us are seasoned, former mayor, council member, Carson, Shannon, myself have been here for a while. The more we try to get out of this, the more they keep pulling us back in, keep sucking us back in. So I guess we're going to have to figure out what we're going to do with this. We always thought this was a deal that the city had to figure out, not the county board of supervisors. But they keep pulling us back in. So I guess we're going to have to figure out what's in the best interest of the public and make a decision on what we're going to do. So thanks, Supervisor Carson, for holding this meeting today, because it definitely was informative.
Thank you. Supervisor Valle.
Mr. President, thank you. I just want to be clear. My comments were that I was supportive of Supervisor Chan's recommendation that this comes back in September. This is too big an issue. I don't think between August and September it's going to make a big difference. But my preference is that we give the staff ample time. So my preference is our meeting in September.
Unless I hear any objection, we'll put that as the date.
I guess I always ask staff what they think they need. And I think, try to say what we would like to see, and they need to decide how to do it. If they think they need till September, they may not even know right now, but I would say they know how urgent this is, and that if they can do it sooner, great. If they need more time, they need more time. But I'd sure like to see a thorough analysis done, and something that allows us to continue to make progress towards this if it's meant to be. Again, also reiterating, thanking all the speakers. This is a once-in-a-lifetime thing to get done if we can do it. And I guess I also would agree that it's up to Oakland to carry the water at this point.
Supervisor Chan, did you want to make any comments? Okay. Staff, if you have any comments or questions for clarification purposes.
So just to clarify, it would be after the city council is scheduled to consider it, and I believe September is probably the minimum amount of time that we would need to ensure that we have all of the data and information and are able to identify independent financial and legal analysis that we could bring back to your board.
Thank you. Council, do you need any clarification since you'll be going through all the documents?
No, we will just await additional information from the city and the consultant.
Okay, thank you. Again, I want to thank all of the staff because you have done a Herculean act in such a short time period, and clearly was thrown more than a curveball, and really appreciate how you attempted to balance what's immediate under our statutory responsibility, which we still have yet to do, and what was tossed at us by the city of Oakland. With that, I want to thank the clerk of the board's office and my colleagues for being here. Unless there's any other comment from the public. Seeing no speakers.
We have no speakers for public input. We do have one.
Speaker, go right ahead.
This is for public input, items not on the agenda. You are on the line. Please say your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. My comment was about the previous item. My tech was giving me a lot of problems, so I wasn't able to give comment before. My name is Dolores Tejada.
Appreciate it.
Can I go ahead and
make your comment?
Great, thank you. I'm Dolores Tejada, the lead organizer at East Bay Housing Organizations. While we are not taking a position about where the ballpark should be, I want to reiterate that or uphold the fact that affordable housing absolutely should be a part of the development. If the board decides to move forward with IFD, with participating in the IFD, we believe that at least 25% of the funds should be designated for the production of affordable housing to make sure that the need is met for the community, and that the city, that would essentially match the city funds of an IFD if they, since they're participating as well. And that's pretty much all I want to say. I want to thank council members Miley and council members, I'm sorry, it's been 5 hours of this call. board supervisors Miley and Carson for really naming and asking some vital questions, as well as Valle and Chen. Just this conversation was really important, and I appreciate the perspective and the critical questions that you all were asking. I look forward to submitting more thorough comments about EBHO's positioning on this, and thank you very much.
Please state your name. You are on the line. William?
Yes, my name is William Dow. I'm sorry. I was having trouble with this thing. I was trying to get my hand up for the speaking about the A's and stuff like that. Is it all right to speak on that
You
issue?
may go ahead and proceed, sir. Go right ahead, please.
Okay. My name's William F. Dow. I'm a ILW Local 6, retired, and a member of the district council, our district council. I'm against the A's putting in a thing at Howard Terminal, but also, you know, this is a land grab. It's obvious that, you know, if you vote for them, you're just subsidizing a billionaire to grab up a lot of free land. And, you know, that's my opinion anyway. They got the Coliseum. They can put a brand new stadium there. They could have done it a 3 years ago or whatever it was when they started it. But anyway, well, I've been around here a long time. I've been a member of ILW since 1956. That's 65 years. I've seen a lot of stuff go on the waterfront. And if you allow condominiums and a ballpark on a working waterfront, I said working waterfront because San Francisco, they bring that up. San Francisco was no longer a working waterfront. And anyway, you know, because you're going to endanger the shipping areas right down off the estuary side there. SSA is right on the estuary side there. It's the big one. It's the one with the 3 ships every day lined up. And you're going to endanger that if you allow the infrastructure to be put into there. So it's just my warning. I've been around a lot of times. I forget what it was. Mylan, whatever the supervisor was, he was bringing up that about industry. When you put that kind of stuff in industry, industry always takes it. It gets the short end of the stick. You know, don't do it. You know, protect the waterfront.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're.
This is public input. Items not on the agenda. You have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name.
Thank you. Hi. The name again is Andrea Luna Bocanegra. I just wanted to thank everyone for all the work that they did in this presentation. It's a lot of time and effort. I want to thank you. And I'm really hoping that we all take our time and do not blindly vote on this item on the agenda. I'm sure that
Susan, you're on the line. You're speaking on an item not on the agenda, not item 1.
You know, I just want to make a last comment. You know, I so appreciate everybody here for 8 hours or however long it's been. But you know, I do.
We started at 9:30 a.m. this morning. We've been going straight through since 9:30 this morning.
Woohoo! So I appreciate all the comments, and I certainly have learned a lot. But in summary, from the A's to the mayor, they allude that Oakland will take a deep dive if this does not go through. I see a booming.
Mr. Wright, you are on the line.
Yeah, I just want to say previously we listened for 7 hours to Dave Cavall, and our side really needs to be heard. And I would hope that you take the suggestion of the other lady.
We have no more speakers.
I apologize because we had taken up item 1, and I'm not sure. It seemed as though there was a continuation of that discussion after we had completed that item. and that we were opening it up for public comment on anything other than that item. So with that, again, I want to say thanks to staff and for the long hours, because you had to prepare for all of this, and for our board members who had to take up heavy lifting over and above. We'll be right back here on Thursday for the continuation of our board meeting and our board working, because of the fact that we have a lot on our plate that's time sensitive. We're adjourned.